You need order in the house. Order in the house, please. We are at start time. Order in the house. Item 12, Jeff Lamont. Jeff Lamont. I need to know what item you're talking on. Public comments for items not on the agenda? Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, we will be ready to start in just one more moment. If everyone could please find a seat. There are seats up in front. It's important we can't block ingress or egress. So make sure you find a seat. There are several up in front here. You can sit by Brian. He's very nice. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I think we have most people settled.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this regular meeting of the City Council for tonight, December 5th, 7 p.m., 2002. First thing we will do is call this meeting to order. Would everybody please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? We're going to have a special flag presentation, so please address the flag as it's coming in. Thank you. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This was the family of Councilwoman Amarance Lee who presented the flag today. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
With pleasure, Mr. Mayor, I will call the roll, and that was a very nice display, but we do have a decorum rule against clapping, jeering, booing. So we're going to ask that you not do that during the official formal meeting. Thank you so much. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Goethals.
Here.
Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Mayor Bonilla.
Here.
All present.
Thank you very much. So tonight we're excited to be here in person, but we also have options for people who are not able to be here in person or choose not to be here in person. Several ways to participate. You can, if you are attending remotely, you can raise your hand, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom, and you'll be called on at the appropriate time. If you're calling via telephone, press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute. For these options for public comment will be opened and available until I close the public comment for each specific item. So tonight, the first item on our calendar is the consent calendar. Deputy Clerk, could you please read the consent calendar?
With pleasure, Mayor. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 1, City Council meeting minutes approval. Item number 2, General Municipal Election, November 8, 2022, certification of results. Please note, there is a substitute resolution available for each member on the dais. which declares the unofficial results is being proposed until the official results are received from the County of San Mateo. For the record, the substitute motion is to adopt a resolution declaring the semi-official results of the general municipal election held on November 8, 2022. Please note that the official results will be brought forward on consent at the special city council meeting on December 12, 2022. Item number 3, excess workers' compensation insurance policy for the calendar year 2023 purchase. Item number 4, objective design standards for multifamily dwellings, contract amendment. Item number 5, Kiku Public Downtown Garage Electric Vehicle Charger Fund Reservation Agreement. Item number 6, year-end financial reports for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022, acceptance. Item number 7, receipt and use of development impact fees and in lieu fees, annual report. Item number 8, enterprise resource planning system replacement project, change order CO2. Item number 9, enterprise resource planning system replacement project, change order CO3. Item number 10, building inspections, permit technician, offsite plan review, and code enforcement inspection services amendment. And finally, item number 11, Marina Branch Library Improvement Project, grant funding.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Clerk. Is there any member of the council who would like to pull any item from the consent calendar for discussion? Seeing none, is there any member of the public who would like to pull any item from the consent calendar for discussion? Madam Clerk, do we have any requests?
I know, I'm sorry, I have no hands raised on this item.
No hands. Great, thank you. Then I will close the public comment period on that, and we will ask for a motion.
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second. There's been a motion and a second. Could we please have the roll call?
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gothels,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Mayor Bonilla.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the following items are ceremonial. Oh, sorry.
We do have public comment for
Oh,
items
I'm
not on
sorry.
the agenda.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
So tonight, we will have, as we usually do, public comment for items which are not on tonight's agenda. And let me read so that we all understand this public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the city council at this time. State law prevents council from taking action on any matter which is not on tonight's agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. Public comment is limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, an opportunity for additional public comment may be provided later in the agenda. So Madam Clerk, do we have any general public comments?
I do have one speaker slip, Jeff Lamont. You'd like to come forward?
Yeah, I don't think the microphone is on. It's about to be. There you go.
Okay, good evening, council members. Happy holidays and congratulations to all of you that they're going to be our new council members. So I wanted to make a request that the vote for the mayor be postponed until the 5th member of the council is seated. So that's the request that I wanted to make.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No other public comments?
No, sir.
Then we'll close public comment period and bring it back here to the council. We are now going to move on with our ceremonial items. And I have a special ceremonial item agenda here somewhere, which I'm not seeing. Maybe, no? Sorry? Okay, you got me? Okay, good. Thank you.
volume.
We built this city on rock and roll. Built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Say you don't know me, I'll recognize my face. Say you don't care, it goes to that kind of place. Knee deep in the hoopla, sinking in your fight. Too many runaways, eating up the night. Don't you remember this city? We built this city on rock and roll. We built this city on rock and roll. We built this city on rock and roll. Someone always playing operation games. Kids, they're always changing corporation names. We just want to dance here. Someone stole the stage. They call us irresponsible. Write us off the page. Don't you remember? We built this city on rock and roll. We built this city on rock and roll. We built this city.
Okay, that was good clapping.
Thank you all. So now item 12 on tonight's agenda is ceremonial, which we just started with. And first, in the order of steps here, is to adopt a commendatory resolution number C8 for Councilmember Eric Rodriguez for his 5 years of service as a council member and as mayor in 2021. And in his honor, I have here a great plaque commemorating and proclaiming his service. And I think I'll go ahead and read that right now. Commending Eric Rodriguez for 5 years of council member service, 2017 through 2022. Resolved by the City Council of the City of San Mateo, California, that Eric Rodriguez has served the citizens of San Mateo with distinction since 2017, including serving as mayor from December 2020 through December 2021. And whereas Eric has been a steadfast presence on the dais, whether remote or in person, he always prioritized honoring the process, ensuring all members had their voices heard, all members of the public were recognized, and he is appreciated by his thoughtful, dependable, calm approach in managing debate. And whereas Eric always demonstrated the courage of his convictions in explaining a vote or a dissent with thoroughness and composure. And whereas in addition to his presence on the dais, he has been a leader with a focus on strengthening and supporting local business with great outreach to the neighborhoods, taking time with his wife Shirley and his son Tyler in tow to bicycle throughout the city, attend community events, participate in small in-person outreach, as well as command an audience when presenting the city at large events. And whereas he provided leadership on regional committees, local boards, and especially appreciated for his insights and input on the general plan subcommittee to get us closer to the finish line for General Plan 2040. And staff appreciates him for his appreciation of them. And whereas, as one of the points of pride of his city council service was getting to be the official representative of the city of San Mateo on a visit to our sister city, Toyonaka, Japan. While there, he and his family engaged with great heart and caring with the people of Toyonaka. It was a time of stronger relationships being built, customs exchanged, commitments honored, and he represented the city with pride at so many cultural events. In his family, they have a saying that they always go, wait a minute, quote, that they always will have Toyonaka, unquote, to bring back a feeling of joy and balance when things go awry. And whereas, and this is the last whereas, his way of walking through life with clear and sure focus, long-term vision, clarity around priorities, ability to talk through consequences, all with an engaging smile and a delighted laugh when something tickles his fancy, he means he is sought after for the joy of his company. And now therefore, the city of San Mateo does hereby formally thank and extend its deepest appreciation for the commitment, dedication, and the service calling of Eric Rodriguez as a council member for his community through his leadership, gift of time, talent, and vision. Adopted this 5th day of December, 2022 by the city council. Eric, here you go.
All right, I guess it's my turn. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Patrice, for that amazing slideshow. I don't know how you find all those pictures, but amazing job. And your team, of course. I know it wasn't just you. Well, I don't have a fancy speech tonight. I just want to give a lot of thanks. I first want to thank the residents of San Mateo for giving me this incredible honor to represent you these last 5 years. I'm really touched, and it's been the honor of my life, and I'm filled with gratitude that you entrusted this important position to me. And I did my best, and I leave this office with great hope and for the future of San Mateo. And I think it's on a great path. Okay. I wouldn't be able to serve at all if it wasn't for one specific person in my life, my wife, Shirley. She has always been 100% supportive of me doing this from the very beginning of when I proposed the idea of running for office. She wanted to make sure I was sure, but she always supported me, always doing the extra short chores around the house, always being that person I can rely on after a tough meeting to talk about everything that happened. And she always was there for me. And so I'm very appreciative of you, and I love you, Shirley. I also have to mention another very important person in my life. His name is Tyler. You saw him. I couldn't believe it, how much he's grown since that swearing-in ceremony 5 years ago. But he has always supported my time in office as well. From helping me go door to door knocking when I was campaigning, to showing up to a lot of city of events with a smile on his face, even though I knew like half of them were not fun for little kids. He always showed up with a smile and tried his best. And he took it like a champ when I would say, he'd ask me when I'd be home, and the answer was almost always the same. It was like, oh, you're probably going to be asleep by the time I'm home. But we're really looking forward to, we've already signed up for a Spartan race in May. So I'm going to have to get back into shape and lose all that weight I did before when I took this office. And I just wanted to tell Tyler, I looked at you 5 years ago in that picture, And I'm just so proud of you and the young man that you're becoming. So next, I just want to thank some of my friends. You know, I said had, I still have them, but I used to have all these close friends that have always said, well, you just sort of disappeared as soon as you took office. And I want to thank you for lending me to this office for a little bit. And I look forward to more poker nights. I look forward to more Tahoe trips and all that fun stuff that I used to do. But there are several folks, many of them, or some of them are in the audience, that I didn't really know before I got into politics, but they actually became very, very close friends of mine. And there's I could go on and on for the list, but I'm just going to name a few. First off, I wanted to thank Anna Cure. I know you couldn't be here tonight, but I know that you're watching. You were one of the first ones that encouraged me to run for office, and you've always been by my side through thick and thin. I just wanted to thank you. I also wanted to thank former Mayor Maureen Fresquet for also encouraging me to run and just being a great friend and mentor, especially my first year on council. Two people that are also very dear friends to me now, that were always a ear to listen to whatever I had to say, whether I voted their way or not. I wanted to thank Lisa Tanner and Michael Weinhauer. So, and there's many more people. All right, so the most important people that get things done in this, I always chuckle when elected officials, especially council members, start claiming credit for all this stuff. Our hardworking staff are the real people who get things done here. And everything, they're the full-time folks that are dedicated. We set the direction, and you know, we do a little bit of work. They do a lot of work. And I wanted to thank Patrice Olds for just being an amazing friend and being just somebody who made this office, which is often difficult especially for a parent and a person with a full-time job. You did an amazing job. Your whole staff, especially, and also Joan. I know she's out there. I miss you. I miss you so much. I wanted to retire when you retired. I wanted to align it. I also want to thank Drew Corbett. I really come to admire his leadership and his leadership style. I think San Mateo is in such good hands with his steady leadership. And I just really appreciate working with you over the last 4 years, I think. And there's also many other people. I also want to recognize Prasanna. I haven't known you as long, but I really enjoyed working with you. Kathy, Samantha, I don't know if you're out there, but I just want to thank you as well. Okay. I also, let's see, I just want to make sure I don't miss anybody else. I wrote them down just to make sure. No, I think that's about it. Tonight, my heart is really filled with gratitude. Oh, there is some people I want to thank as well. I want to thank my colleagues up here, and also the two colleagues that aren't up here, Assembly Member Pappen, who got sworn in recently, and also former Mayor Maureen Fresquet. It's been a pleasure to serve with you all. I think we're a pretty good team. Tonight, my heart is filled with gratitude. Thank you so much, San Mateo.
Comments from council members?
Yes, Eric, it has also been a pleasure to serve with you. We agreed quite often, and I appreciated that. But I also appreciated the strain that this can cause on a working council member and a dad with lots of family commitments. And I saw that was hard on you, and it was hard on me too. But I especially appreciated you in those tough negotiations. The graduate school business paid off very well. And you were always thoughtful in your comments. You brought to the conversation what was best for San Mateo residents and what was best for the taxpayers. And I always appreciated that. And I love seeing Tyler out at all those ribbon cuttings and things that were so much fun. Thank you for your service.
Councilwoman Lee.
Eric, I also really have appreciated the time serving with you. And there were many times where we agreed and other times where we didn't. And I felt that regardless of our differing opinions, I felt that the contributions were very bountiful and important to work through those differences. And I deeply appreciate the level of consideration and analytical thinking that you bring to decision-making. I always felt that you brought a lot of important and pointed questions that helped elevate our conversation and our decision points. For that, I'm thankful.
Thank you. I also want to thank Eric for his 5 years of service here in the city. I believe he served also on the planning commission before he got onto the council. So like others, Eric and I, we agreed on some things and didn't agree on other things, but I always respected the fact that as with anybody, this is the real world. It's real life. Okay. We agree on some things, we don't, but we have honest intent. Eric always brought honest intent. He was never malicious. He was always trying to make things better. We just felt differently about things, and that's okay. We can do that. I appreciate Eric's service and the commitment that he made and the work that he did that removed him from his family here, which is a big, thing in life, to be here doing this in the service of the people. So I appreciate that, Eric. Thank you. So now we move on. And we're going to give recognition to Councilmember Joe Goethals. I also have a plaque here for him, and I'm going to read it quickly right now. Commending Joe Goethals for his 9 years of council member service, 2013 to 2022. Resolved by the City Council of the City of San Mateo, California, that Joe Goethals has served the citizens of San Mateo with distinction since 2013, including serving twice as mayor in 2016 and 2020. Whereas Joe is a lifelong resident of San Mateo with deep roots and knowledge of this community, he began his public service on the Peninsula Healthcare District Board, then with the city's Public Works Commission in 2010, and since 2013 has been a highly regarded city council member. And whereas Joe's presence on the dais was always geared toward efficient design or decision-making, and he is appreciated for his carefully thought out questions, the ability to expand on others' thoughts, skill with summarizing what step we are at in a multi-layered action, and is known to be a quick draw on emotion in order to move a meeting along when needed. And whereas his presence on the dais, as well as letting out his keen wit at just the right moment, often help to break a bit of tension so discourse could continue with less emotion and good spirits. And whereas over these years, Joe has demonstrated a tenacity and keen interest to accomplish important goals for the city and has worked tirelessly to make things happen by leveraging his relationships, negotiating with purpose, understanding compromise, and never, ever giving up. We still have an ice rink here because of Joe. And whereas it has been his joy to travel this public service path with his 3 lovely daughters, attending events, meetings, negotiations, ribbon cuttings, groundbreakings, elections, and campaigning with him for him, Samantha, Ellie, and Charlotte know more about public service and the running of a city. And we've been delighted to watch them grow beside him in the service. And whereas Joe will remain a go-to person and resource for so many San Mateans who have come to rely on his take on issues, his can-do attitude and aptitude with complicated and nuanced issues. For this, he will be keenly missed. But we know his wife Sharon and daughters are excited to be able to spend more time with him now. Now, therefore, the City Council does hereby formally thank and extend its deepest appreciation for the public service given with a heart of gratitude from Joe Goethals. From this community, through his many gifts and talents adopted this 5th day of December, 2022, Joe Goethals.
Thank you so much, Rick. I thought I'd awaken to a world in mourning, heavy clouds crowding, a society storming. But there's something different in this golden morning, something magical in the sunlight wide and warming. I see a dad with a stroller taking a jog. Across the street, a bright-eyed girl chasing her dog. A grandma on a porch fingers her rosaries. She grins as her young neighbor brings her groceries. While we might feel small, separate, and all alone, our people have never been more closely tethered. Because the question isn't if we will weather this unknown, but how we will weather this unknown together. So on this meaningful morn, we mourn and we mend like light. We can't be broken even when we bend. As one, we will defeat both despair and disease. We stand with healthcare heroes and all employees, with families, libraries, schools, waiters, artists, businesses, restaurants, and hospitals hit hardest. We ignite not in the light, but in lack thereof. For it is in loss that we truly learn to love. In this chaos, we will discover clarity. In suffering, we must find solidarity. For it's in our grief that gives us our gratitude, shows us how to find hope if we ever lose it. So ensure that this ache wasn't endured in vain. Do not ignore the pain, give it purpose. Use it. Read children's books, dance alone to DJ music. Know that this distance will make our hearts grow fonder. From a wave of woes, our world will emerge stronger. We'll observe how the burdens braved by humankind are also the moments that make us humans kind. Let every dawn find us courageous, brought closer, heeding the light before the fight is over. When this ends, we'll smile sweetly, finally seeing in testing times, we became the best of beings. That is The Miracle of Morning by Amanda Gorman, who is my new favorite poet. And it felt appropriate for the circumstances. And I thank you all for letting me share that. I have just 3 quick thank yous. Thank you to my San Mateo family, from Larry Patterson, Drew Corbett, all my brothers and sisters and San Mateo cousins, department heads and in public works, CDD, police, fire, library, clerk's office, city attorney's office, finance, and the city manager's office. I love you all. I thank you for what you do every day to serve our community. I thank you for your service and friendship to me. The first among equals is Patrice Olds. I cannot imagine going on this journey without you. You are the best of us. In our sister city relationship with Toyonaka and our adopted unit in the 101st, you are the best of us. You are a servant leader, and I thank you for inspiring me with your fierce defense of self-government and democracy every single day. And to the new council members, if you are ever in doubt, just remember, what would Patrice do? To my squad, one cannot long endure on this earth, especially in politics, without the strong support of friends and colleagues who listen when you need to vent and have your back in a fight and catch you when you fall. I thank you to my special friends who are always there for me. And to my family. My brothers and sisters tirelessly and unconditionally supported me. They walked precincts, they donated money, and they watched my kids and cooked them dinner and pitched batting practice to them when I wasn't there. Missing some of those nights will always make me a little sad, but not missing them this year is going to make me very happy. To my kids, I love you more than anything else in the world. I could not be prouder of the young women who you are and your own interest in serving our community. The number of times that you have helped with Bayfront cleanup and with Samaritan House makes me extraordinarily proud to be your dad. I am so glad to have a front seat to watch the women each of you will become. To my mom, I love you dearly. You raised me. I am what you created. It is all your fault. This apple did not fall far from the tree. And just like the giving tree, you gave me apples when I needed apples, and you gave me branches when I needed branches, and you gave me shelter. And I cannot thank you enough for your support and your love and your guidance. And I know none of this could have happened without the incredible care that you give to Sam and to Ellie and to Charlotte. And I thank you and I love you. And to my wife, Sharon, I love you more than ever before. You carried me through these past few years. You helped me survive the struggles of the job and the struggles of life. I am closer to you than any other time in our relationship. And this journey was tough on us as a family, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to make it up to you. Thank you for being a partner in every sense. I can never repay you for all that you have been, but I will spend my life trying. I love you. Thank you.
Comments, council members?
Sure, I'll kick things off. Well, first off, I would just like to say one thing that I've always admired about Joe and how in his service to community, and particularly with our deliberations, is how he really seems to have a knack for asking the right questions to help lead us as a group to find the breakthrough that when we're either deadlocked or we couldn't quite figure out the right situation. I've always admired that about you. I think that's one of your superpowers that you have, and I've always appreciated that. Similar, I think that we're not attorneys. Well, he is. And anytime, especially behind closed doors, all those closed meetings where the public doesn't get to see, it has always been so helpful to have Joe back there helping think about things in a different way. And again, helping us come to consensus and come to the right solution. I've always admired your dedication and hard work. When we were neighbors for a couple of years, I really enjoyed watching you interact with your family. Playing football in the tie, coming back from work. You were doing it all, and I think San Mateo owes you a deep debt of gratitude, and we do too. Thank you, Joe.
Councilwoman Lee?
I'll share just a couple of observations. One of the first times I met Joe in City Hall was with Sam, his daughter, and Sam was such a bright light and had so much energy and had felt like she had grown up in City Hall. I mean, she was at ease here as if it was a second home. And I remember that day thinking, wow, what if every kid in San Mateo felt like City Hall was home? And the gift that you've given your daughters, bringing them into the work and being the feminist that you are. You've been a voice for young women and girls in this dais and in your leadership position. And I see that in the bright light of your daughters. And I really appreciate what that means to the women in this community and the young girls in this community. And the other observation, being fast friends over 3 years now, is that, Joe, you are such a gifted consensus builder. And a lot of times what that means is that the credit is to the idea and to the other people. And your style of leadership has been to take a back seat and let other people and other ideas shine. And I think that it takes a lot of people paying very close attention to see all of the background work that has gone into the decisions that this council has made and the ways that we have struggled through really complicated issues. And you've bridged those divides with mastery that I've never seen in my career before. And that is a true testament to leadership in the quietest and most humble and most effective ways. And I want to surface that because I think that it's easy to miss, but I see it. And I hope that we will all see and appreciate the tremendous work and legacy that you leave with us. Thank you.
Well, I can tell by looking at Joe, he's not comfortable with having so much praise thrown on him. But Joe is, as Councilwoman Lee described, a person who's a giant among men. Joe is a person who has lived here in San Mateo almost all, if not all, of his life. I think his roots are deep here, but he is a person of special abilities to listen, to respect, to share concern, and to look for the best outcome for all. And he really, he will spend the midnight oil looking for the way to find the best conclusion to anything that we're working on. And I have to say that I deeply respect that. Joe is a person who brings a lot of community. He's got a beautiful family. Joe is, baseball. I mean, Joe is, and his professional career. I don't know how Joe manages to do it all. I think that, I know I fill my time with lots of other things, and you'll hear about that later, but Joe is amazing. I mean, really, we've been so lucky to have him here for these years. And I can't thank him enough, his family enough for sharing him with us. Joe, you've been a great colleague to work with. And I hope to stay in touch with you for many years to come. We've got other things to work on. So, well, that said, thank you, Joe. Okay. And the next item on tonight's agenda is recognition of me. I think Councilwoman Lee has that.
Thank you.
Honor.
It is my honor to recognize our mayor of San Mateo, Mr. Rick Bonilla, with this what is it called? Commendatory resolution, which I'll read. Commending Rick Bonilla for his 8 years of council member service from 2015 to 2022. Resolved by the City Council of the City of San Mateo, California, that Rick Bonilla has served the citizens of San Mateo with distinction since 2015, including serving twice as mayor in 2018 and 2022. Whereas Rick started out in the Public Works Commission in 2006, serving until 2012, when he was appointed to the Planning Commission. Until then, appointed to the council vacancy on January 28th, 2015, handily winning elections in November 2015 and November 2017, making his total public service commitment to the city over 17 years of proud service. And whereas Rick is probably best known as the busiest council member, as he serves on so many regional committees and boards, he has always been on everything and then is everywhere at once. If you have a Peninsula question, Rick will know the answer or want to understand the history. He is a great resource. And whereas Rick has led the city council as mayor this year, leading us out of virtual city council meetings into the new hybrid meeting world, along the way has had to refine processes and procedures to meet the needs of the new reality. And whereas as mayor, he presided over the celebration of the 100th anniversary of Central Park, the opening of New Burrell Park, the back in-person chili cook-off, egg extravaganza, and movies in the park, as well as the innumerable business ribbon cuttings, and part of the general plan subcommittee. He was in attendance, not just at the meetings, but was a strong presence at the community outreach events to ensure the community was aware and commenting on general plan 2040. And whereas Rick is known for his passionate support for causes that are dear to his heart, including labor issues, prevailing wage theft, sustainability causes, clean energy, housing affordability, planned growth of the city, and diverse representation. Whereas his passion leads him, he speaks with deep commitment and concern and is relentless in pursuing solutions for his causes. Whereas Rick is looking forward to working on his vacation home with his wife, Suzanne, and traveling again, enjoying their time together, although he promises he won't be completely absent as his involvement in causes are still a major driving force in his life. And therefore, therefore, the City Council does hereby formally thank and extend its deepest appreciation for the deeply committed and passionate public service given by Rick Bonilla.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lee. I never do anything alone, as was described. I do everything with community. And I'm so happy to have my colleagues here and this whole room full of people and members of the different various communities that I participate with. And of course, my lovely wife, Suzanne here, who I couldn't do any of this without, makes it all possible and has lived many, many, many long hours while I've been out working on issues all over the county, the state, and indeed the nation. But I'll tell you more about that in a few minutes. I want to thank, though, like I mentioned first, the community. Okay, so it's all of the things that we've been working on here over all these years. But attached to each one of those issues that we have here that we're working on as a city is a different community out there working on, well, my background with labor. My history with labor goes all the way back to 1977. I'm still a member of the Carpenters Union. I still pay dues and I still am active doing things there with my union. The housing community. I've been active with housing here in San Mateo County for, probably 20 years, working on issues, been aware since at least 2001 when I started working on the Bay Meadows and Transportation Corridor Land Use Committee. At that time, I was aware that we already had a housing shortage. We still do. We're still working on it. Transportation. I'm very proud to be working with people to try and make sure we have a functioning and efficient transportation mass transit system that's equitable and that everybody can use to get places in a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable amount of money. And that there are transfers that are hassle-free, that there are schedules that meet each other where different interfaces are. And working on active transportation so that people can ride their bike here in San Mateo. Most of the trips taken by people here in San Mateo are short, 3, 6, no more than 9 miles. I can get on my e-bike and ride 9 miles in about 25 minutes. So I don't need to ride my car every place. I'm sorry, my car's on my mind. I just got a new electric car. But anyway, the e-bike is what makes that all possible for me. And So that's transportation. I want to talk about climate. My experience with Peninsula Clean Energy started when it didn't exist. In 2014, when Marin Clean Energy was in existence and when there was legislation challenging the ability of jurisdictions like ours to be able to have something like Peninsula Clean Energy, I got busy. I got busy with another community of people fighting to beat that legislation so that we could have Peninsula Clean Energy and other jurisdictions. At that time, there were only a couple of such community choice aggregators. Now there are 26 in the state of California. 30% of the people in this state receive their electricity from community choice aggregators. And in San Mateo County, it's 100% carbon-free electricity. I've been doing that since then, 2014. I'm still on the board. This morning was my last meeting with the executive committee. So equity. Equity is one of the foundational things that I started working on when I was a union organizer, because the people I worked with mostly came from another country and spoke another language. I traveled to Costa Rica and I learned to speak Spanish so I could communicate with the workforce out there building tract homes mostly at the time. That was in 98, 99, 2000. And I still work to help people who don't have the same experience of life that most of us in this room here tonight have been able to have with whatever our families' backgrounds are. There are different levels of existence here, and I'm working to try to make sure that everybody has the best opportunities and the best life that they can have here in this beautiful place where we live. So I also want to thank my colleagues here. It's been a pleasure to work with all of my colleagues here. This city council, through all of its different iterations with all the different members since I've been here, we have done great things. San Mateo is a great place to live. People love San Mateo. And I appreciate that I've had the opportunity to help, to be one of the people up here on this dais, working with my colleagues to make sure that we keep it that way, that we're constantly working and striving to make it better. And better we have made it. Staff, Patrice, and all of our other staff over the years, our city managers, our city clerk staff, our Parks and Recreation staff, our finance department staff. San Mateo is known to have great finances. And we can thank our people who have been working, including our city manager, who was our former finance director, and our current finance director, and the finance director who was here before, Drew, John DeRusi, always did a great job. We have a reputation to maintain, and we have not let it fail. So that's great. Our city attorneys have always done a great job. And we're proud of our police and our fire. We have a safe city. So with those things said, I want to just say a couple more things. My lovely wife has made so many sacrifices so that I can be here and do all the things that I do. And I'm going to spend time with her now. We're going to finish our vacation home and make it usable because the carpenter here had to gut it out a few years ago and make it unlivable. And I haven't finished putting it back together. So I'm going to take care of that. Isn't that the story of what the carpenter does, right? So that, and one thing that she's loved and I love, and that's to travel. We're going to do a little bit of traveling. We're going to see some of the world. And, but I can promise that I'm not moving away. I will not be gone from the causes that I care about. I will continue to work with all the communities that I mentioned to make sure that we're still making progress and making things better. So with that said, I have to say thank you all. It's been a great ride, but I'm not finished. So thank you.
Would you like to take public comment now for all of you?
Yeah, we'd like to have some public
I
comment.
think Rick's colleagues would like to just say something nice about it.
Colleagues
Oh,
need
I'm
to
so
say
sorry.
something.
You're right.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Rick.
Rick, you are the advocate for working people in San Mateo County. You are the advocate for fair wages in San Mateo County. You are the advocate for worker protections in San Mateo County. You are the advocate for affordable housing in San Mateo County. You're the advocate for bicyclists and pedestrians and for safety and you are the advocate for the environment. The environment has no better friend than Rick Bonilla, and I have gotten to see that over more than a decade. And your service to this community is multiple decades. So I applaud your lifelong service. I applaud your service on this dais with me, and I appreciate very much your friendship. Thank you so much, Rick.
Thank you.
Sure, I'll go next. Well, you didn't leave much left to say, Rick. But I will say that I obviously agree with Joe that your fight, constant fight for the environment and for the working people of San Mateo is to be admired. I think we all do. You mentioned that, you know, we had our disagreements, and first off, I think we probably didn't have as many disagreements as one might think. I mean, all the things we agreed about doesn't make the paper, but some of the key disagreements we had, you know, all throughout this dialogue that we would have, I always appreciated how you were always coming from a place of integrity. I think we did have a very close mutual respect. And I always felt that even when other people would come to me and say something like, oh, can you believe what Rick's doing or this or that? I think there was always that respect there that you were doing what you felt was right. And it was only for other people. It was only for our community. It was never for yourself. And that always has come through. And I've always appreciated about working with you in that respect. And I think that healthy disagreement makes the city and the city council better. And I really enjoyed working with you, Rick. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you.
Well, they say if you need a job done, you call a carpenter, right? And Rick, you are the righteous hammer of San Mateo. You have led with courage and a moral code that has been unwavering, and you've earned the respect of this community and this region. And I have been so grateful for your friendship, for your mentorship, and you leave a very big set of shoes to fill, and I'll miss you a lot. So don't go too far.
Okay, so now we can open it up for public comment on everything you just heard. If you haven't turned in a yellow speaker slip, please do to the clerk. But Madam Clerk, can you tell us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would be happy to. First of all, if you would like to speak to the recognition of the outgoing council, please raise your hand in Zoom right now. Yeah, and then I have 4 speaker slips. In addition, we have a special guest who will lead off our presentation, and that's Brian Perkins from Jackie Spears' office.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for allowing Congresswoman Spear to present tonight in my form, I guess. She's entered into the congressional record statements about each of the 3 of you. And I'm going to read these I'm not going to read the whole statement. I'm going to read a paragraph from each one, and I'll go in the order in which it was presented tonight. So the first one is about Eric, and it says, and this is the last paragraph, Eric. When the call of elective public service is made, most people turn a deaf ear. It then falls to a few to assume the reins of authority, pursuant to endorsement via elections, and to bear the full commitment of time, energy, and emotion on behalf of creating a better public for everyone. Eric Rodriguez answered the call, and the people of San Mateo are better because of his service. I wish Eric and his family wonderful times in the years ahead. In the coming years, as he leads Tyler through the community, he will be able to point and to say, Dad helped make that possible. I'm certain that his son will be impressed, and perhaps another generation of public service will be born because of those moments. This is one of the chief ways in which American democracy sustains itself, from parent to child, from generation to generation, from local government to national. The accomplishments of all of us add up, and Eric Rodriguez's service is illustrative of this remarkable reality of democracy. Congresswoman Jackie Spear. Then on behalf of Joe, you have to understand that Joe's quite the baseball player and grew up on Aragon Boulevard. Now that you have the context, the last paragraph says, "It is time to bid adieu to a passionate advocate for sound government. America lost a champion little leaguer when Joe was forced to retire from coaching. It's losing a champion public policymaker as he steps away from elective office, hopefully for only a short time. Now his family will regain the full attention of a loving father and husband. Life is both complete and expanding its joys for Joe Goethals, the boy from Aragon Boulevard who swung for the bleachers and hit a grand slam." Congressman Spear. And then finally, as he leaves the city council, Mayor Bonilla has a lot of accomplishments of which he may be proud. On all major issues impacting San Mateo for nearly 2 decades, he's played a role in creating this prosperous future that emerged from these choices. Whether it was Bay Meadows, the bicycle paths, the minimum wage, or investments in parks, police, and in the environment, Rick always asked whether the decision made that night would withstand the test of time. I wish Rick Bonilla well in his years ahead. I know that his wife, retired special education teacher Suzanne Flecker, will want to get him out of the house because the man really has a lot of energy. I therefore look forward to seeing Rick around the peninsula as he goes to public meetings, continues his volunteer work, and impacts San Mateo's civic life for years to come. Congresswoman Jackie Spear, thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian.
And through the mayor, for the record, I don't believe we have anyone in the house from Mullen's office. So seeing that, I just want to point out to all of our council members that we have a beautiful legislative record for each of you to take home, and they're on display at the very front of the room, and they're quite lovely. So we wanted to thank Mullen and all of the legislator for coming forth with some beautiful recognition for you. So the next speaker in person, we have 6 speaker cards, and I have 5 hands raised online. So we will begin with the in-person presentation. The first one is Smuha and Michael Weinauer.
In the interest of time, we're doing 3 at once. With the extreme encouragement of Anna Cure and the full support of the Smuha officers, we decided to present a special award from the neighborhoods to Eric Rodriguez for his significant support for neighborhoods throughout his service on the city council. So we have had plaque used for you, Eric, if you'd like to come down and get it.
Thank you, Anna.
So I was just getting involved in local politics when I had the good fortune of meeting Eric Rodriguez in 2016. He was a planning commissioner who had just decided to run for council. You have to take the measure of a person pretty quickly when deciding who to vote for, and those assessments often don't pan out, particularly with politicians. I had a strong hunch he was a quality person, though, when I learned of his love of dueling pianos and solid lexicon of rock music knowledge. After 6 years, I can confidently state that he has exceeded those expectations, and I'm proud to call him my friend. Eric, you led the city through some of its most difficult days, notably as mayor as we fought COVID, and you did so with integrity, honor, humility, and fairness. You campaigned as a friend of the neighborhoods, and even though you found yourself in the minority frequently, your preternatural strategic abilities allowed you to find compromises and even pull out some surprising wins.
You served with the purest of intentions, with no desire for higher office, self-promotion, or allegiance to interests other than the residents of San Mateo. I think I speak for all of us as individuals, as residents, as neighborhood leaders, when I say thank you for your years of tireless service. You've left your mark indelibly on San Mateo in the best of ways, and you deserve to be making up for lost time with your family, sacrificed in the name of public service. And maybe go listen to some dueling pianos.
That's going to be hard to follow. Eric, I had the pleasure of first meeting you when you served on Planning Commission. And your integrity, intelligence, and desire to truly serve your community propelled me to support you when you ran for council. You told me then, I can't always promise to agree with you. And I said, that's not what I'm looking for. My expectation from a council representative is that you always put the residents first, you think for yourself, and you come without personal agenda. You are thoughtful, contemplative, honest, and dedicated beyond measure. You are also a true gentleman. You met and exceeded any possible resident expectations, and you have been our Superman. With that, we also want to present you with proper shirts for both day and night. And thank you again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maureen Fresquet. Be followed by Warren Lieberman.
Good evening, Honorable Council. It's a pleasure to be able to be here and bid you all farewell. Feels like yesterday when I was sitting up where you are, and it's kind of bittersweet that everyone I served with will now be off council. I want to thank you all for your service. Being on council is a lot of hard work and it's a lot of time that you put in, and I'm not sure everybody really understands how much work you put in. But I think by the presentation we saw tonight that Patrice did, that you're all going to be leaving with some wonderful memories. And I think you're also going to find that you're going to enjoy having that free time, sleeping in on the weekend, being able to take off spontaneously to do whatever you want. So you're kind of entering a new journey, and I wish all of you well on that. For me, it was a real honor to have served with each of you. So I'm really looking forward to watching what you do in the future and hoping that all the best for you. Eric, encouraging you to run for city council, I think was one of the best decisions I ever made, because you have served with such great integrity. And in the process, I gained a really wonderful friend, and I'm so grateful for that. And I'm proud of the amazing community leader you've become. I think you've always put the community first. You've been open-minded and collaborative, and without a doubt, I think you're going to be truly missed. So I just wanted to say good luck to all of you, and thank you for this opportunity. It's great to be back in San Mateo again. Thank you.
Next speaker is Warren Lieberman, followed by Tom Lees.
Thank you very much. And good evening to the entire city council. As you know, or you may know, I'm on the Belmont City Council. And as a Belmont City Council member, I want to congratulate all of the newly elected officials or about to be newly elected officials in San Mateo, as well as give my congratulations and thanks for many years of service to Eric, to you, and to Rick for you as well. And also to Council Member Pappen, who is not here, I guess. She's no longer on the council, but now Assembly member. So congratulations to all of you. I'm here, I'll say quasi as a city council member, but more importantly, as a member of the San Mateo Fire Consolidated Board, to say a big thank you to Joe, obviously for your years of service on the San Mateo City Council, but even more so from my perspective, for what you've done for the fire board. Our fire department, that is San Mateo Consolidated, began service in 2019. Joe has served as the chair since that time. I was honored, and I've been honored to serve with him all that time. Also with the former San Mateo Fire Chief, John Healy. civic pride being what it is. Yeah, right? Civic pride being what it is, I have to say, I'm even more honored that we now have one of Belmont's own who joined us in 1999, leading the fire service. So we've gone from being a fantastic fire department to an even better destination fire department. And I just couldn't resist that opportunity. But one of the things that I will come back to say, to say that Joe has led the fire board with grace, with enthusiasm, with efficiency, with knowledge, all that would be true, but it would miss the point. I've served on a number of boards. Sometimes the members of the fire board get along very well, sometimes not so much. The person who chairs the board can have an enormous impact on how well the board functions and then influences how well the department itself, the city agency itself functions as well. And for that, Joe, that's really where you get stellar marks. You've led the board, you've influenced the fire department to be better than it might otherwise have been. For that, the community, our cities of Foster City, Belmont, San Mateo are going to be eternally grateful for all your efforts on that. Truly, truly, just want to thank you so much for everything you've done there. Thank you all.
Thank you, Warren.
Next speaker is Tom Lees, followed by Joshua Howard.
It's just an honor to be a citizen of San Mateo and hear all the affection that you all had for each other and honoring all the staff and other people that made all these things happen. And I wrote several emails complaining about things through the years, particularly to Rich and Joe, but I sent you both an email tonight saying I never questioned your intentions. I always honor the good work that you've done. And it looks like you guys are just amazing people, great family men and great citizens of San Mateo. And Eric, good luck. So good luck to all of you. And I hope to see you around town. Thank you for your service.
Next speaker is Joshua Howard, followed by Ryan Monteshimi.
Hi, good evening. My name is Joshua Howard. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my colleague, Rovi Antonia with the California Apartment Association. She couldn't be here due to a prior commitment, but wanted to take the opportunity to thank all of you for your commitment, for your dedication, and for working with the housing industry to tackle many of the tough housing challenges that faced San Mateo, especially the past 4 to 6 years. There were some tough challenges with addressing community concerns over growth and development, tenant protections, and we value and appreciate the partnerships with each and every one of you. Rick, thank you for your service and meaningful collaborations. Eric, thank you for taking a practical approach, balancing the needs of the residents, helping everyone navigate through tough times. And Joe, on a personal level, I have a lot I could probably say about you going back to our days at Santa Clara University, but I won't say anything because you might want to hold office in the future. No, I'm just kidding. But value working with you and the partnership with you, Joe, and thank all of you for your service, your dedication. I'm sure your families are happy to have you all back. And just welcome to Lisa, Rob, and Adam as they begin their new journey. They have big shoes to fill, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Joshua.
Next speaker is Ryan Monteshimi, followed by Noelia Corzo, and then we have a special presentation.
Good evening, San Mateo City Council, Honorable Mayor Bonilla. I just wanted to thank all of the outgoing council members, the entire council, of course, for your service, but especially Mayor Bonilla, Councilmember Rodriguez, and Councilmember Goethals. Thank you for what you've done. For those who don't know, I've done active transportation advocacy and some other advocacy in the city for the past couple of years. That has coincided with the mayorships of Councilmember Goethals, Mayor Bonilla, and Councilmember Rodriguez. And each of you taught me important lessons in that advocacy that I have done. And I really appreciate that I've been able to grow, as a resident, as an advocate, and just as someone who cares deeply about the city. You have provided witty remarks in council meetings. You have been open to engagement outside of council meetings, and you have supported active transportation, and I'm appreciative of that. I especially would like to thank Mayor Bonilla for the utmost dedication you have provided to many causes that I care about, and for the amount of dedication you brought to it, including coming to more rides than any other council member that the group I lead, Move San Mateo, has done. And I really appreciate that. And that as a young person, you have taken my thoughts seriously. And I think that is important in the age that we are in. So again, I want to thank you all. I appreciate all the work you have done on the council in the past several years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Noelia Corzo, followed by Ken Chin.
Good evening, honorable council members. I am here to thank all of you for your many years of service, and especially Mayor Rick Bonilla. Many years ago, I want to say it's 2016, my first experiences here in City Hall were really tumultuous. It was, I came here through the organizing of Faith in Action Bay Area as a tenant, as someone who had intimate knowledge into the suffering of the many renters in this community. And there were many meetings that were very passionate. And I just have to say that I am so grateful that you have always been a voice for the folks that don't necessarily have a voice in spaces like these. And we have to remember that in this community, there are people of all walks of life, and we all are worthy of dignity and respect. So I want to thank you again, and thank you for all of your support through the years. You have mentored me, you have supported me in so many more ways than I could list right now. And I also want to say that someone that I spoke to recently told me, actually did not tell me, they told someone else and I heard about it, but it really stuck with me. They said that the council member that they admired most was Mayor Rick Bonilla for how hard he worked to help the very vulnerable renters who lived in a building that had been red tagged, and how you went above and beyond to help those community members in their time of need. And so I want to thank you. I also want to thank Joe and Eric. We have all worked together and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ken Chin.
Good evening, Honorable Council, San Mateo City Council. On behalf of the San Mateo Foster City School District, I want to thank you all for your contributions to the city of San Mateo and your further and continued cooperation and support of our school district. For those who don't know, school districts and school boards and city councils that we are in, or cities that we're in, often have definitely ups and downs in terms of the relationships. I have been on the school board for almost 5 years now, and I have seen before I was on the board a very tumultuous sort of a relationship between different city councils and our school board. However, I would just like to say that I have seen a very positive and experienced a very positive and cooperative relationship from you, the city council, while I've been on the board. From your support through our Measure V parcel tax, or our facilities bond Measure T, or our support whenever we have issues at schools, or your continued support, or the most recent support during COVID. When we were in distance learning and the city of San Mateo opened up a learning center at the King Center for our families. You guys have always been there for our school district, and I want to personally thank you from myself and on behalf of the school district. On another note, as a longtime San Mateo resident and former City of San Mateo staff member, I want to thank you all for your almost 40+ years of service to the city of San Mateo. That includes the city council, the planning commission, and your public works service. I have known you, each of you on different times, and I've known you way back when you were on the Public Works Commission. And I have thanked you for everything you have done and you've continued to do for the city. Someone told me once that for local government officials or government officials, electeds, politicians, that there are very few things that are sort of black and white, and that it's the gray that we live in, and it's the gray that we thrive in. And I will definitely say that you, each one of you guys, have thrived in the gray, and you have definitely supported and served this city honorably and positively. And I personally want to thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
If I could ask Nicole Fernandez to come down. Apparently she is here to also to present the California legislative proclamations on behalf of Mullen and Josh Becker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nicole Fernandez. I'm the District Director for Senator Becker. I come here on behalf of Senator Becker and Assemblymember Mullen, and let's say also Assemblymember Pappen, because she's part of the legislative delegation as well. And I just want to convey all of their deepest gratitude for your public service. You've taken a lot of time away from your families, and public service and city council this side of school board, I think, is the hardest public service to have. So your efforts and your time do not go unnoticed. There's a quote from former Senator Margaret Chase Smith that says, "Public service must be more than doing a job efficiently and honestly. It must be a complete dedication to the people." And you three outgoing members and all four of you council members embody that in every way. So thank you so much and best wishes with everything. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Nicole.
So we have two more speakers in person, and then we do have 7 speakers online. So I'm going to call up right now Fire Chief Kent Thrasher, followed by Molly Neighbor. We are getting near the end of accepting public comment in the House. We've got a big agenda tonight. So if you do intend to submit a speaker slip, I do need it right now.
Council, Mayor Bonilla, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you just briefly. I just want to thank all of you for your time and your energy. Before I moved into the administrative side of firefighting, I had no idea how much time and energy our electeds put in, and I see that now, and I really appreciate all that you do. We want to thank you. So on behalf of the 160+ members of the San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department, we offer you our greatest thanks. I especially want to thank Joe Goethals for his great support. We started our agency in 2019. We're almost 4 years into it. And even years before that, Joe was very heavily involved in the work that it took to put the organization together. Doing something like that is no small commitment. He went through many hours of negotiations and policy setting, and there are very few that have done it as well. So on a personal note, I'll miss you, Joe. I appreciate your support, your great respect, and how you've taken care of our fire department. We all appreciate it. Thank you.
Apologize, Molly Neighbor, followed by Jordan Grimes.
Hello, thank you so much, Council. I'm Molly Neighbor. I'm here from Mid-Penn Housing. I want to say quickly, thank you for being the best, some of the best council in the state, in addition to your staff. When we at Mid-Penn talk about what we've done in San Mateo in partnership with you around the state, people wonder, gosh, how can we replicate the talent that exists in San Mateo? So thank you for building inclusive communities, for thinking how we can maximize community benefit through our combined efforts, by thinking about wages and fair jobs and labor, and pushing us to go all electric and innovate on sustainability, for working with us to clear roadblocks. Thank you so much for your partnership. We're really appreciative of your work.
Thank you, Molly.
Jordan Grimes, followed by Lauren Fitzgerald.
Good evening, staff, council, honorable mayor. I'll keep this short and sweet. I got involved in San Mateo politics 6 years ago at the age of 24. I did so after seeing friends and family forced to move away due to high housing costs. Seeing the city I was born and raised in becoming inaccessible, becoming unknowable to those who live in it and love it so deeply. And all through this time, there has been one council member who has fought steadfastly and ferociously and unyieldingly to try and keep this city, this place that we all love so much, accessible to us all. And that's Mayor Rick Bonilla. Rick, you have been a mentor to myself and an inspiration to so many people in this city. You have been our tireless champion, a staunch advocate for the working class, and far ahead of your time on housing and transit issues. You've embraced smart, progressive public policy, regardless of whether or not it was popular. You have always done what was right, no matter the cost, be it political, economic, or personal. I am so grateful for your leadership and unmatched service over the last 2 decades. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Jordan.
Lauren Fitzgerald.
Good evening, council. I promise I'll keep this short. I know we have a lot of people here tonight, but I just want to express my admiration and gratitude for all of you. I remember I'm only 17 years old and I started really going to these meetings and paying attention only a few years ago, and having such an amazing council to look up to and learn from has been just the opportunity of a lifetime. As a young person, we talk a lot about our future and what's to come. And I know that having our future in this council's hands is a very securing feeling, and it makes me feel very confident for what's to come for San Mateo. I just want to express a special admiration for Mayor Rick Bonilla for all of that he's done for our community. I know that I truly do hope you get some rest, but I know that I'll probably see you at every event following this because you've just been such an active member in our community. I don't think you're going anywhere, but I do hope you get some sleep. But again, I just want to thank all of you for the future that you've set forth for San Mateo. And I can't wait to see what's to come for this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you. The next speaker is Julia Mates online. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening. I am Julia Mates, Mayor of Belmont, and on behalf of the community in Belmont and our City Council, I'd like to thank Council Members Goethals and Rodriguez and Mayor Bonilla for your successful service and dedication, not only to the City of San Mateo, but to the larger region. As your neighbors to the south, Belmont has worked closely with each of you. You've heard we share a fire department and other resources, and I appreciate the collaboration and devotion you have brought to our shared communities. The cooperation and smooth working relationship between our city councils enables both of our cities to thrive. I look forward to continuing to work together in the future and wish you all the best. Thank you again.
Thank you. The next
you, Julia.
speaker is Lygia Andrade Zuniga.
Thank you, council members, staff, and members of the public for allowing me to speak today. I first wanted to start with a quote by Grace Lee Boggs. She was a Chinese American activist from Detroit, Michigan. "You cannot change any society unless you take responsibility for it, unless you see yourself as belonging to it and responsible for changing it." Thank you, all three of you, for all your service to our council and to our city. Mayor Rick Bonilla, I wanted to speak to how lovely you've been in supporting our community. Every single member of our community, no matter who they were, no matter where they lived or what they did, you always held everybody in the same light. From the Guatemalan consulate coming and you giving speeches and being at the events, to working on Measure Q, and making sure that people were not displaced. Thank you so much. And yeah, we will see you around. I know you're not going anywhere, but it's just been such an honor to have such a wonderful person like you representing our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sam Hosmer.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
So I'm speaking on behalf of Belmont Councilmember Charles Stone, who cannot attend tonight as he is on a plane somewhere over the Pacific Ocean right now. But you can pretend that I am him. Congratulations to incoming council members Lisa Diaz-Nash, Adam Lorraine, and Rob Newsom. There are trying times ahead for the city, and your mettle will undoubtedly be tested. You may find yourselves questioning why you ran for office in the first place, and if you do, that's good. It means you're doing it right. Congratulations also to Eric Rodriguez. Eric, you stayed true to what you believed in during your term, and that is no small feat. Enjoy life without the slings and arrows of elected office. You've earned it. Congratulations also to Rick Bonilla on his retirement from politics. That brings me to Joseph Goethals, the man, the myth, the legend. I should emphasize that that's a verbatim quote. And those words are not spoken tongue-in-cheek. Those words are spoken with love, respect, and reverence. When the people of San Mateo had the foresight and good judgment to elect Joe to the city council, they elected a leader who is extraordinarily qualified, whose intent is good, and whose commitment is true. Joe is righteous, and he is a patriot in the best possible sense of the word. San Mateo and the county owe you and your incredible family a deep debt that can never be properly repaid. As a fellow father of daughters, I know firsthand what you faced trying to balance your duties to the city constituency with your duties to your most important constituency, your family. Sharon, Sam, Ellie, and Charlotte, thank you for sharing Joe with our community. The sacrifices you've made are as real as they are substantial. Please know that there are those amongst us who honor those sacrifices and your willingness to make them. Know also that these sacrifices have made a difference in hundreds of thousands of lives in San Mateo County. When I think about Joe's service to the city and county, there are the obvious public achievements like saving ice skating in San Mateo, helping to establish San Mateo as the first city in the county to raise the minimum wage higher than the state, and helping to create Peninsula Clean Energy, the most important thing this county has ever done to fight climate change. But the true greatness of Joe Goethals is in what happens behind the scenes. Joe is a masterful deal maker and peacemaker. In every dispute, even those filled with venom, bile, and anger, there is a sweet spot where you can find a way to move the ball forward such that it leaves everyone a bit unhappy, but agreeable, and importantly, in a way that makes meaningful progress. I've never seen anyone analyze a big issue and the players involved and then figure out how to get to yes better than Joe does. Now, in the Bible, it says, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." Perhaps that's true in the afterlife, but here on earth, the reality is much grimmer. Those who find a path to progress on enough issues create enemies. But I will remind you of the quote, often misattributed to Winston Churchill. So you have enemies? Good. That means you've stood up for something sometime in your life. There is a saying that if you want a friend in politics, you should get a dog. That's always good for a chuckle, but as with most aphorisms, it contains more than a kernel of truth. Even at a local level, the political sphere is filled with feckless thugs who often leave you thinking, there is literally no one in the world I don't hate right now. However, if you're lucky, in my case, incredibly lucky, you will find that not only can you find a friend in politics, you can find a best friend, one who is smarter than you and with whom you can trust with your life. One who will say the same things about you when you're not in the room as he will right to your face. A friend who's been down in that hole before and knows the way out. A friend who shares your belief that government should be a place where people can come together and no one gets left behind. No one gets left behind. That government can be an instrument of good. The last 9 years of public service have been incredibly trying for us both, Joe, but I could not have survived without your counsel, your support, and your friendship. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Congratulations, my dear friend, you made it. Drink from the keg of glory and enjoy the finest muffins and bagels in all the land. And remember, good writers borrow from other writers. Great writers steal from them outright. Thank you.
Sam,
and
your time is up.
congratulations
That's
to
it.
everyone.
That's it, Sam.
Tell Charles we said thanks, Sam.
I'll pay you later, Sam.
Our next speaker is Julie Lind. Go ahead, Julie.
Thanks, Patrice, and thanks to all on the council for your dedication to serving the city. We're sorry to be losing several of you, but are excited about the future of San Mateo under the direction of the new council, spearheaded by our lone remaining incumbent, Deputy Mayor Lee. Rick, on behalf of the San Mateo Labor Council, thank you for your years of service to our community and to the city of San Mateo. From being the one to lead San Mateo into being the first in the county to raise the minimum wage, to your support of frontline workers throughout the pandemic, to your passionate advocacy against wage theft and in favor of expanded job site protections, working people could have asked for no finer champion. Your voice on the council will be missed, but your incredible contributions will endure. Joe, you led with dignity, served with humility, advocated with passion, conducted yourself with class, and were always there when we needed you the most. Plus, you made us laugh, and who doesn't love a little levity when council meetings run long? On behalf of the labor community, thank you. And on behalf of the squad, we love you and we're proud of you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alexis Lewis.
Thank you. Joe, Rick, and Eric, on behalf of the San Mateo NAACP, I want to thank you for your public service to our communities. Thank you for supporting cultural diversity and bringing people together from a diverse set of backgrounds and cultures, and creating an environment that not only recognizes the difference between those cultures and backgrounds, but celebrates them. You will be missed. The three of you will be missed. And I would be very amiss if I didn't say that Joe and Rick, you guys have been a shoulder for me to lean on. I've learned so much from both of you, and thank you for your friendship. Happy holidays to all of you and the warmest regards for the new year. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Giselle Hale. Please go ahead, Giselle.
Thank you, Patrice. Good evening, everyone. While I am the mayor of Redwood City, I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. We just wrapped our city council meeting in Redwood City, and I ran home so that I could join you and to acknowledge these wonderful leaders. And it's great to see a packed room in San Mateo and so many people vested in the healthy transfer of leadership. Eric, Joe, Rick, I want to thank you all for your contributions and service. Joe, I learned from you the lesson that you're doing this job well if at the end of the meeting, absolutely no one is happy. And believe me, I've learned this many times over this year as mayor of Redwood City. I also learned from you to celebrate all of the accomplishments in our community, big and small, with the recognition that only a mayor can give. Rick, you taught me that everyone should really have a carpenter in their life. We've worked together in the trenches on housing, on transportation, and especially on climate change as executive directors within Peninsula Clean Energy. And I can't think of a meeting we've attended where your hand wasn't the first to go up with a thoughtful comment or question. You truly walk the walk as an ally. When others talk about diversity and leadership, you get out and you get diverse leaders elected and engaged in the community. You do the work. We see you and we appreciate you. And I want to thank you for your friendship and mentorship. As representatives of two of the larger cities in San Mateo County, I've often looked to many of you as thought leaders and partners in tackling our shared problems. And I hope your incoming members will continue to rely on each of you as resources. Rob, Lisa, and Adam, I'm wishing you all well as you start your journey tonight. You have excellent resources here in this room as you begin your service on the council. Most of us didn't start out looking to pick a fight, but lately online, in our city halls, in our school board meetings, and even in our neighborhoods and homes, it's where we end up. Through deep listening and curiosity and rehumanizing, we can see them as us without compromising our values. And we do some of our best work when we are true to those values. I look forward to continuing to support all of you. And Amo, you will make a fantastic mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Final two speakers. Next speaker is Francis Liu, followed by Julia Ah.
Good evening, everyone.
On behalf of Self-Help for the Elderly, the Senior Center in the Central Park, on behalf of all our seniors, 1,000 and plus of them, all our volunteers and staff members and advisory board members, we want to thank the whole city for everything you have done for our senior population in San Mateo. And thank you, Rick. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Joe. We will truly, truly miss you. We have fond memories of you coming to our senior center, attending our Thanksgiving events, a Christmas party, and you were serving lunches to our seniors. We have so much fun. You brought your kids and your family. And then our San Mateo Moon Festival celebration in the Central Park. All very good memory, and we'll truly miss you all. As a matter of fact, we really want to continue to invite you all back to our centers anytime you want. And this coming on the 14th of December, if you have time, you're welcome to our Christmas party to see the seniors. And then we would love to have a chance to say thank you, the seniors to say thank you in person. And we also extend this invitation to all the current council members and the new council members. Thank you so much for all the services you do.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Julia Ah from Rethink Waste.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. On behalf of the South Bayside Waste Management Authority, also known as Rethink Waste, I do want to thank Councilmember Rodriguez and Gothels for their service to the community, but special thanks to Mayor Bonilla for all your hard work and commitment to the area of solid waste, recycling, and composting while serving on the SBWMA Board of Directors the last 7 years, I think, but especially the last 2 years as Vice Chair. We appreciate your leadership and commitment in the area of waste, and we thank you so much for all your work in this important space. We all at Rethink Waste will miss working with you dearly, but I know you will be around, as waste will always be around. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are no more speakers, and we're ready to move on to the next item.
Thank you. Then, Madam Clerk, the next item is item 14, and it's the council reorganization.
No, Mr. Mayor. The next item is actually a presentation of gifts.
Oh, 13. Okay.
So.
Wow. Way too much steak.
One final test.
Joe, did you get me? Oh, there you go. Okay.
Maybe you could all stand up and show them. Mayor, you're upside down. And then if we could invite Councilmember Lee to assist us with some family presentations. And for members of the audience, those are a wood chiseled representation of the map of the city of San Mateo. And on each map, there is an icon where their home is with a heart. So.
Nice.
This is the time where we show appreciation to the families that have supported all of our council members to serve. And so I'd like to start by inviting Shirley and Tyler Rodriguez up and thank them for their service to San Mateo. Next up, we have appreciation for Sharon, Samantha, Ellie, and Charlotte Goethals. Welcome them to the lectern, please, to accept their gifts. Thank you so much. And lastly, we would love to welcome Suzanne Bonilla to the lectern to present her with some flowers and thank her for her service over 17 years.
So with a grateful heart and sadness, it's the end of the service. So thank you so much. And we do have just one final little special token for you to bring home along with all the other accolades you got tonight. And those are your coffee cups and your name plaques.
Thank you. Thank you. And I guess we'll dismiss. You get the big.
So let everyone settle down, and then we are up to the next item on the agenda, which is the seating of the new council, the swearing in, first of all, the oath of office, item number 13 on your agenda. And what I'm going to do is invite up in alphabetical last name order to the lectern here, and we'll administer the oath of office, present them with their certificate of election, and ask them to take their seat on the dais. You may notice there has been a quick switcheroos on the names, so they'll know where to go. So if we could please begin, the first person I'd like to invite up is Adam Lorraine. So please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I can hear you. I
I, Adam Lorraine,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
And if I could call up next, Lisa Diaz Nash. A little bit closer. Be on either side.
This is my family.
So please raise your right hand and then you remember the term.
I, Lisa Diaz Nash,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
And so that leaves Robert G. Newsom Jr. Raise your right hand and that you will repeat after me.
I, Robert G. Newsom Jr.,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United
the
States
Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I'll bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
about sorry,
Upon.
upon in which
Which-
I'm about to enter.
You got it.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. And we are now on to item number, we were going to have, does any of the newly seated council members want to make a brief comment? You're welcome to.
Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here tonight. Thank you to the thousands of voters and hundreds of supporters, volunteers, and endorsers who made this possible. I pledge to lead by listening and represent all in District 5 and in the city of San Mateo. I'm honored to serve, and truly I certainly am standing on the shoulders of giants. I will do my best every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm excited and humbled to be here tonight. I stand on the shoulders, as do Adam, of many capable and compassionate council members who have done their best to do the best for San Mateo. I stand with an overflowing group of supporters, volunteers, and friends from across the city, the country, and the world who have worked so hard for this moment, and without which I would not be here. I stand in the love of my amazing family, my husband, Michael, our daughters, Sarah and Mary, their spouses, Bethia and Forrest, our second mother, Leedy, and all of our extended family who are just so incredible in my life. And a special thanks to the residents of District 1 who told me all the things they love about San Mateo and all the things that needed to get fixed. And to all San Mateans for your belief in the city and for making our transition to district elections such a success. And I also have a special thanks for Nick Atkinson, the gentleman who ran against me in this race. I know how much it takes to put in a campaign, and I appreciate your efforts, Nick, and I hope you stay involved in civic affairs, because it's only when as many of us as possible from all walks of life, all backgrounds get in and get involved in the city that we can work together to make it such a great place. And I look forward to learning from the public, from city staff, from my fellow council members. And I know we can work together to create a San Mateo that we continue to be so proud of. Thank you.
Good evening. My first promise as a newly elected official is that I will keep my comments brief. I'd like to thank my wife, Jen, and my daughters, Maeve and Mara, for their tremendous support of my campaign over the last 6 months. Between my day job and campaigning, I wasn't around much for them, and I have a feeling that might be a trend going forward. Anyhow, I really spent the majority of my time with them at campaigning events, and I couldn't have done this, and I couldn't have won this office without the three of you. So thank you, and I love you. As a father taking office, I also recognize that I will look at each issue with a different lens now, not really on the impact of me, but my daughters and the daughters and sons growing up here in San Mateo. I also want to make sure that I thank my mom, who's been standing this whole time up in the corner. Sorry, Mom. My mother-in-law, Hilda, down there. My siblings, Chrissy, Danny, sister-in-law, Andrea, sister Katie, my niece, Keely, my nephew, Juan. I know you guys are all watching online. You can go to bed now. I promise to keep my comments brief if I continue to list all my huge family. we'll be here all night. So I'm going to just cap it, but I'm see all of you. As the last new council member to get to speak tonight, I also want to take a minute to congratulate my peers, council members Lisa Diaz-Nash and Adam Lorraine. I want to thank again, Rick Bonilla, Joe Goethals, and Eric Rodriguez. Rick, welcome to the Mach-E Owners Club. Joe, my fellow hometown San Mateo guy, we've known each other since St. Matt's and SI. I'm proud to be filling the role as the next SI alumni on the council. Go Cats. And of course, Eric, your advice and support of my campaign was invaluable to me. Thank you for all three of you for your years of dedication to our city. History is being made tonight. We are the first council members elected in district elections, and I can't go without acknowledging that. As most of you know, I've grown up in San Mateo, but what you may not know is that I've been attending city council meetings, I did the math, for 35 years, starting when I was a Boy Scout in Troop 42, doing the very flag ceremonies that we had for Almost Family today. Thank you. Lastly, I couldn't do all this without the supporters, particularly Mike Weinhauer, Robin Gage, Thomas Morgan, Rich Neve, Dennis Murphy, Lori Watanuki, Maureen Killo, Papia, and all the elected people as well. I'm not going to try to go through them all. But to the army of supporters that have come out and supported me for all of our coffees, and as we've canvassed the district to get out the vote, I'm so very appreciative. I will continue to do what I said, which is I'll promise to serve all San Mateans with honesty, truth, and integrity. And as I've said, as I run, I will be the voice first and foremost for our San Mateo neighborhoods. Thank you.
And we have three public speakers in the audience. I'd like to call forward Sophia Morgan and Olivia Morgan first.
My name is Sophia Morgan, and I'm a lifelong District 3 resident. Many folks were campaigning for Rob Newsom every weekend. My sister Olivia and I have greatly enjoyed campaigning for him. District 3 is happy to finally have a candidate representing their neighborhoods on City Council. Everyone is excited to continue supporting Rob in his future endeavors on City Council.
My name is Olivia Morgan, and I want to thank you for hosting so many coffees and donuts in the parks. We really enjoyed being part of your campaign, and we know that you will serve our community well.
I only have two other speakers. Marlene Tam, please.
Wow, how do I follow that? Honored council members, congratulations, Lisa, and you council members. Thank you in advance for your service. This is my hope for the new council. This is an exciting time. My hope is that you'll have the courage to fully include, respect, and represent all and not just a few. You'll be guided by strong ethics and integrity and not by self-interest. You'll find strength in empowering residents and not in having power over them. You'll lead with an open hand and an empathetic ear, and not with an iron fist and a deaf ear. You'll find dignity in being revered and not by being feared. You'll conquer issues by unifying and not by dividing. Your decision-making and actions will be held in the highest light and not in the deep shadows. I am in full agreement with the first speaker that the vote for mayor be postponed until the 5th city council member is seated. Thank you.
And the last speaker who I have indicating an interest to speak under this item is Mitch Spiegel.
Thank you all. Congratulations. You guys have put a lot of time and effort into this. And I just wanted to say for all of us in the audience, you know, we may not have voted for each of you, but you are truly our voice now. And these are transformative times. What you guys do now is really going to reverberate for my generation and generations to come. So thank you for all of that. I would also request that we postpone the decision of mayor until the 5th, so we can have all 5 council members. Thanks again, and I look forward to seeing what you guys do with the council.
And I have one hand raised, so we'll have this one additional, 2 hands. So for this item, this is congratulation of the new council, not comment on the upcoming reorganization. So if you're wanting to comment the new council, please keep your hand up. Thank you so much. Looks like Alexis Lewis, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate Adam. I know that you worked really hard on your campaign and did a lot of work, a lot of canvassing every weekend and phone calls. Congratulations to the other 2. I just hope all of you remember that there are a lot of people in San Mateo. We all deserve to be represented. We all deserve to live where we want to live and not questioned and made to feel like we're not welcome. So when you go through your work and you make decisions, remember, we're all the same. We're all human beings. We all have feelings. We all have dreams. And we'd like to be treated as such. Thank you.
At this time, those are the speakers we have that were for item number 13, the oath of office and seating the new council members. The next item up is item number 14. I believe we have a staff presentation.
Thank you, Martin. Good evening, council members. Drew Corbett, city manager. The item before you is the selection of the mayor and the deputy mayor. So just by way of background, our charter, section 2.09 states that the council shall meet at the first regular council meeting in December after the election to do 3 things: accept the election results, swear in the new members, and now the step that we're on now, which is to elect the mayor and the deputy mayor. We also have council guidelines. These council guidelines are adopted procedures for how the city council conducts business. Included in those guidelines is a succession process for identifying the mayor and the vice mayor through a rotation process. In that process, there are 9 possible scenarios outlined that include sequencing placement in the rotation for newly elected and appointed members. So under our current council guidelines, Councilmember Lee is due for rotation into the mayor position. The newly elected members are due to draw lots for positions 2 through 4 in the rotation, with position number 2 being the deputy mayor. And then the new council appointee, which is scheduled for next Monday night, the 12th, would slot into position 5 under our current guidelines. With that said, our guidelines do permit a majority of the council to disregard the outlined process and select any member for the role of mayor and deputy mayor. So tonight's process is after this presentation, we'll take questions from council on the process. We'll open it up to public comment. After public comment, we'll have any additional council questions and comments, and then we'll move into deliberations. The selection will be accomplished through a nomination, a second, and then a vote of the council. 3 votes will be required to have a successful selection. And for the last slide, I'm going to turn it over more to the crowd tonight. We've had a lot of clapping and cheering because we've had the ceremonial items, and that's been nice, but I do want to turn things back to our rules of decorum. Respect and courtesy are required. There are going to be a lot of divergent viewpoints tonight. We're not going to have any clapping, any cheering, any jeering, or any booing. And I'm going to repeat that. We're not going to have any clapping, any cheering, any jeering, or any booing. That puts a freeze on public comment, puts a chill on public comment, and we want to hear the voices of the people tonight who have come out to make public comment. So I do request that we all do things, maintain being able to do things the San Mateo way, which is being able to disagree without being disagreeable. So please be respectful of others, even when you disagree with their point of view. And with that, I'll turn things back to the council for any questions they may have on the process.
Yes, thank you, City Manager. We've heard from a number of members of the public asking for this council to postpone voting for mayor and deputy mayor until after the Monday, the 12th, when a 5th council member will be selected. Is that possible?
Well, good evening, council. And I'll just start by emphasizing what the charter requires. It requires the council to make the selection of the mayor and deputy mayor at the first regular meeting in December. So that's what the charge of the council this evening. And, you know, the charter also allows for regular meetings to be continued, but I mean, that's more of a fallback measure. I would urge the council to make a decision tonight on both the mayor and deputy mayor positions, since those both play critical roles for the city council, for its effective functioning, and for the effective functioning of city government.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, then we'll move into public comment. Patrice, can you let us know how many speaker slips we have?
Sorry, in the room, we have 33 speaker slips. I'm going to ask for those who are participating remotely via Zoom to please raise your hand at this time. And while those hands are going up, we established some guidelines around speaker timing. We established some guidelines around speaker timing. Up to 10 speakers, it's 3 minutes each. Between 11 and 20 speakers, it's 2 minutes each, and anything over 20 is 1 minute each. So this would allow us to get to the business of the meeting. So please double checking in with our council that that is the process we are going to follow. Okay, I'm seeing nodding. Okay. So that will be the timing we have. At this time, I am seeing some people leave. So if I call a name and you don't come up, I'm going to assume you have left the room. We have 14 speakers online and 33 here. So that's 47. My math is right. So we will be invoking the 1 minute per speaker. I'm going to begin with those in the room. So we can move through this expeditiously. I'm going to call the first 3 names. I'm going to ask you to line up against this wall so that we're not waiting on people walking down. And so you can come to the speaker very quickly. So the first 3 speakers in the room would be Michael Reagan, followed by Evan Adams, and then Peter Mandel. So if you could go ahead and line up over here while we set up the timer. Yep. Yes, sir. You have a minute.
Okay.
So Michael Reagan, followed by Evan Adams, and then Peter Mandel. Please go ahead.
All right. Well, there goes my 10-minute speech, but no laughs for that one. I just want to congratulate the new board members. I know you guys worked hard in trying to get elected, and you guys did a great job, and I wish you luck in the future. I see no need to rush the election of the mayor this evening. I looked up the word rush as a verb, and it says to move with urgent haste. I'll repeat that, to move with urgent haste. I know from experience in my life that when I rush into something, I usually have regretted it. So I think it might be good to sit back and wait for that first 5th person to come in. Waiting until that person does come in will be a wise and prudent decision. And in closing, I'm hoping that you can wait, and if you would kindly tell me, in your own opinion, when everybody's done, if you agree with that, if you could say yes, and if you say no, you want to do it tonight, if you could possibly tell me why that you want to have this done this evening.
Mr.
Those
Reagan,
people that
I'm
want to
sorry.
say
your
no. Thank you.
speaker's Time is done. Thank you. Next speaker is Evan Adams.
Hi there, Council. Tonight I speak for myself only. I'm one of your neighbors from Foster City. Tonight, I'd like to offer some neighborly advice. It's my belief that much of the friction we experience in Foster City stems from past councils, note the plural there, choosing to not follow traditional rotation. That kind of behavior causes friction and hurt feelings that have ripple effects throughout our joint communities. I'd encourage you to follow San Mateo's charter and traditional guidelines, the standard rotation. Rotate to your next most senior member tonight. It's the right thing to do. I look forward to you coming together tonight. You are for equals now and tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Peter Mandel, followed by Ruth Mary Cradler, and then Lori Heater.
Good evening. I'm Peter Mandel. First of all, congratulations on your selection and election. I'm not sure why you wanted this position, but for all of you, I think congratulations. Secondly, I heard the individual from Redwood City saying they were already done with their meeting. It's now 9:15. I heard 47 speakers. It's going to be a long evening for you. So congratulations. With that, what I wanted to say is I hope that you decide to postpone the decision, the selection of a mayor until the next week. I understand that I heard what the city manager said, but it seems like an unusual position here because you only have 4 members. What that description sounds to be more applicable when you have 5 council members here. With only 4, I would respect that you postpone the decision until next week. And with that, I would like to delegate the rest of my time to Connie Weiss. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ruth Mary Cradler, followed by Lori Heater, and then Suzanne Bonilla.
Thank you. We have a new ball game now. We've moved to districts and we still have some of our old members. We have some new members and we have someone else coming on who's going to be at large. I think that to start pulling us together as a new way of doing business, we should have all voices and everyone in place. So I don't really care who the mayor is. I trust all of you. I trust Ms. Lee, but I would feel better if I could see our city council, the new city council, start working together and show the city of San Mateo they can do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lori Heater, followed by Suzanne Bonilla, and then Kenna Brew.
Hi, good evening and congratulations to the new council members. I know you'll do a great job for all of us in the city of San Mateo. I would like to add my voice to those suggesting that we wait to elect the mayor. Someone said that this is tradition. Well, our traditions have changed quite a bit, haven't they, recently? The guidelines for the city council changed only in October. So everything seems to be in flux right now. We have a new process having district elections. And I think if we don't have the 5th member of the council seated before the mayor is selected, then that council member and their representation will feel not represented in this process. So I request that you postpone the vote on the mayor tonight and wait till the next council member is seated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Suzanne Bonilla, followed by Kenna Brew, and then Ronnie K. Eaton.
Greeting council members. Congratulations on being elected. I'm Suzanne Bonilla and I'm in a unique position because I've seen the transition made going from city resident to mayor and the amount of work that goes into the position. Being a mayor requires experience with the public process across many levels. There are city, county, regional, and state meetings, joint power authorities, a large amount of technical reading for each position, and more responsibility for executive committees or the chair of a committee. There are also calls from residents that the mayor must respond to day or night. My grave concern is that there are major issues that the city is currently dealing with. And without a steady hand at the city's helm, we could experience extreme chaos within our city government. Let us avoid that by appointing Councilwoman Lee as the mayor. She's the only experienced choice that has prior knowledge of the internal workings of the city and the council. Thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker is Kenna Brew, followed by Ronnie K. Eaton, and then Mariva Godfrey.
Congratulations and welcome to the new members. You know, this is your first meeting and going to be your first decision. And it should set a precedent for how you're going to work going forward. And it goes without saying, and you'll hear it tonight, that this is a very divided city right now. A lot of our issues are coming out with people very angry and people very divided. How do we fix that? Well, one of the main ways to fix it is with leadership. That's you. If you will go along in a way that is compromising and is considerate of our past methods, what the city manager and the city attorney have explained, that is going to be a consistent way of showing folks that we're going to follow the rules and we're not going to amp things up to anger. We're not going to amp things up to everybody getting upset. So I would say, let's have Councilmember Lee as mayor, as is the proper procedure, and let's proceed from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ronnie K. Eaton, followed by Mariva Godfrey, and then Katie Bush.
Good evening. I hope you can hear me with the mask on. I am in agreement with others who suggest postponing the mayor position decision tonight for 1 week. It's only 1 week. And I agree it's a critical position to have, but we do need to include that fifth council person in their district in the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mariva Godfrey, followed by Katie Bush, and then Connie Weiss.
Congratulations to all our newly elected council members. You are making history. And, you know, we have never had, this is an unprecedented, we have come out of unprecedented times of adversity. And here we are in an unprecedented time of 4 city council seat vacancies in the same election year. So the time is now. And the opportunity is present in this transition time to set the tone and the direction moving forward as a cohesive team. Individuals in a cohesive team focus more on the entire group rather than themselves and are very motivated to work towards the team goal. The team goal is a better San Mateo. These team building transitions, conventional wisdom says, take time, and in my experience, take time and benefit from a strong and experienced leader. I'm here to support the selection of Amorance Lee as mayor. Thank you. I ran out of time, but there are very good reasons, and the reasons are her great experience through incredible, her entire tenure has been through.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, congrats to you all. I'm speaking only for myself tonight. I'm here asking you to appoint Councilmember Lee to be mayor. Councilmember Lee has demonstrated great commitment to our city, has the experience necessary for the job, and is a competent and courageous leader. Perhaps even more importantly to me, in the absence of a democratically elected at-large mayor, the rotating mayor system is incredibly important to upholding several core democratic principles: distributing power among the council's members, ensuring equitable representation for those who voted for each council member, even more so now that the city is moving to district elections, balancing the various and at times divergent views of our council members, promoting diversity by allowing all members to hold positions of power, and insulating our council against partisan politics. I also don't think continuing the matter is appropriate. First, implicit in that choice would be the understanding that Councilmember Lee might not be the appropriate choice for mayor, and I don't agree with that. Secondly, it would not increase the democratic process, as you all, not the people, will be appointing the 5th member. And third, this would be contrary to the charter, as you heard from your county attorney, and I urge you to not take your very first step as council members disagreeing with your attorney. Thank you.
Next speaker is Connie Weiss, followed by David Cohen, and then Diane Whitaker.
Congratulations to the new council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I agree with the previous speakers who are requesting that you wait until the 5th council member is on board to decide who will be the mayor and the deputy mayor. We are making history with this election. The city charter was not written when there were district elections. We should have a focus on ensuring an inclusive government, not turning tonight's meeting into a coronation of mayor. I hope you will consider this, and thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dave Cohn, followed by Diane Whitaker, then Ricky McGlashan and David Clark.
Good evening. I'm Dave Cohen. I'm speaking for myself tonight, although I am a founding member and part of the leadership team of Ethics San Mateo. It is now time to put away all of the differences that happened during the election, except for one, ethics. Some people can't just say ethics. There were things that went on during the election and way before that I don't think were quite ethical. I cannot blame just the council for it. I look at professional staff to provide the guardrails to make sure not only legally, the legal ethics parts are complied with, but also those that are beyond the law. What's right to do? What's right to do tonight is do what is allowable. Let an entire city council select the mayor. We want a mayor who can say ethics. We want a mayor and a council that can get along without sniping at each other. Please delay it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Diane Whitaker, followed by Ricky McGlashan and then David Clark.
Good evening, Diane Whitaker, proud resident of the North Central neighborhood in San Mateo. I have attended most city council reorganization meetings for the past 20 years plus, and am familiar with the protocol of the council electing its next mayor at this meeting. However, this year differs in that 3 of the 4 current council members going forward are newly elected and only just sworn in tonight. Therefore, I ask that the election for the 2023 San Mateo mayor's position be postponed until the 5th council member is selected. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ricky McGlashan, followed by David Clark and then Alan Matledge.
Hi, congratulations to all of you and welcome back, Amo. I strongly support Councilmember Amarantz Lee as San Mateo's next mayor. Experience matters, and Amo Lee has it. I think it's frankly bizarre that the brand new members would try to disrupt the process that has worked in most transitions. And I think to start a new term together with a fight, it just doesn't bode well for this council working together. Council Member Lee also already represents the whole city. And so she is in a unique position to feel responsible for all of us. Let's start this term with integrity and respect and select Councilmember Amarantz Lee as mayor of San Mateo tonight without delay. There's no reason to disregard tradition and not to take advantage of Lee's expertise and experience. New council members can take their turn as they learn the ropes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Clark, followed by Alan Matledge and then Lisa Van de Voorde.
Congratulations, new council people. I've been a resident of the city for about 32 years. I've followed about a dozen council races, and I've met and conversed with friends and neighbors throughout the years. We have a jewel of a candidate in Amarantz Lee, who has 15 years of nonprofit, public, and private sector experience. Nobody else on the DS comes close. Doesn't matter if you wait a week, whoever is selected will not have that experience. My recollection of Amarantz is a large document covered with Post-its. She does her homework. She has command of the facts. She has a 10,000-foot view that has kept the council centered. There is no denying that Amarantz has by far the most accomplished track record of any of the council members. I strongly support her taking the role of the mayor of San Mateo.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alan Matledge, followed by Lisa Van de Voorde and then Elaine Salinger.
Yes, I'm Alan Matledge. I wasn't intending to speak here tonight, but after coming into the room and taking the temperature here, I thought I would say something. I do encourage you to follow the procedures that have been laid out in the past. This is the way in which we can come together and follow the normal processes, and where there might be differences, you can work them out in the future. This is a rotating position. You're all going to get your chance of being mayor. Amo is the only person sitting up there who has been elected at large. She really should be our mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Van de Voorde, followed by Elaine Salinger, and then Michelle Hudson.
Good evening and congratulations to our new members. My name is Lisa Van de Voorde and I'm a 30-year resident of District 5. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Along with others, I urge you to postpone the selection of mayor until the council seat vacancy is filled and all 5 members can vote, and eliminate the chance of a tie. Being a mayor is not simply an honorific title. It's a position of much consequence and influence, and deserving of consideration and vote by a fully seated city council of 5 members. I hope you will ask for a continuance of this matter until December 15th, because as we heard previously, you do have that choice. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Elaine Salinger, followed by Michelle.
My name is
Hudson.
Elaine Salinger. I live in San Mateo, but I'm here to represent about 200 members from Citizens Climate Lobby who live in the city of San Mateo. So I'm here tonight to support Amaris Lee being elected as mayor. There is no reason to delay the vote. It's written in the charter. We should follow precedent. And I do want to mention that I am extraordinarily proud to support an Asian American as the first mayor. So congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michelle Hudson, followed by Thomas Weissmuller, then Noelia Corzo.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Hudson. I'm a longtime resident of San Mateo. I strongly support the selection of Councilmember Amaris Lee as San Mateo's next mayor. Experience matters, and Councilmember Lee is the only one who has any experience serving on San Mateo City Council. It is critical that our mayor bring this experience and institutional knowledge into the job. Any effort to postpone the decision regarding the appointment of San Mateo's mayor is an obstructionist delay tactic. Such a delay not only goes against the principles of responsible city governance, but also directly violates the city's charter. The appointment of the city's mayor must be made tonight so that the city may continue to conduct city business in a responsible manner and in accordance with the provisions of the city charter. For the foregoing reasons, please select Councilmember Amaris Lee as mayor of San Mateo tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Thomas Weissmuller, followed by Noelia Corzo, and then Richard Ballard.
New city council members, welcome to the council. My name is Thomas Weissmuller. I've lived here since 1980. And I think it would be prudent to wait and make your decision till next week when you have the 5th person. If you make the decision tonight, whoever's selected mayor will have an asterisk by their name. And I think we don't want that. We want a decision is made by all 5 council members. Thank you.
Thank you. Noelia Corzo, followed by Richard Ballard, and then Nicole Fernandez.
I didn't properly introduce myself the first time around, so I'm a board trustee for the San Mateo Foster City School District and also your District 2 supervisor-elect. And I want to urge all of you to please do the right thing tonight. These are your peers sitting next to you. Everyone here, you are elected to represent, but you are not beholden to them. You were elected, no one else. And you have the moral obligation to work together for the best of this community. I would love to see you all elect Amaris Lee as mayor unanimously. Do it together. And when you go to your next meeting and you select your 5th board member, know that you have an experienced council member leading you, and trust that although you may differ on various topics, you all love this community and we are all a part of this community. So please I urge you to make the right decision. Thank you.
Next speaker is Richard Ballard, followed by Nicole Fernandez, and then Sarah Fields.
Good evening, City Council. I always find Noelia very inspiring, so I apologize for taking a bit of a different tone. Democratic norms in this country are under attack. Last week, our former president called for a suspension of the US Constitution in an attempt to grab political power. Today, I've learned that here tonight, there may be an attempted coup by stalling during our mayoral selection process, disregarding clear city charter rules and our own democratic norms. You've already heard the comments of some others who've been organized here specifically to give this coup a veneer of legitimacy. I do not want our city associated with Trump-style tactics. I do not want our city making Bay Area headlines for an attempt to undemocratically block the historic selection of Amarantz Lee, our first Asian and Jewish woman mayor in city history during a time of rising Asian hate and anti-Semitism. The thing about democratic norms is that once they're broken, they're hard to put back together. So I trust that our incoming council members will remember their integrity, professionalism, and respect for democracy and follow the city charter, electing Amarantz Lee mayor tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nicole Fernandez, followed by Sarah Fields, and then Ryan Motoshimi.
Council members, congratulations on being elected or returning. This is a very difficult job, and I thank you all for your service in advance. My name is Nicole Fernandez. I'm a 10-year resident of North Central, and I am here in my own capacity as a resident of San Mateo. There is no doubt that we are a divided city, but at the end of the day, we all love this city. No matter who is chosen mayor, we are all neighbors when all of this is over. The role of mayor is not purely symbolic. It is also a tool of good governance. The mayor will set agendas and serve as a figurehead within the city. Councilmember Lee is the only member of the current council with any legislative experience. It is necessary that our mayor know how things work in the city. She is a thoughtful and experienced leader, and I encourage you all to listen to your top of the line city manager and select your mayor to be Councilmember Lee tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sarah Fields, followed by Ryan Motoshimi, and then Lisa Tanner.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sarah Fields. I am a renter in 19th Avenue Park and Commissioner for Parks and Recreation, although I'm here tonight speaking on my own behalf. It is urgent that you select a mayor this evening, as was the council of your esteemed staff, both the city attorney, the city manager, and I believe what the city clerk read from our charter, all indicates that it would be wise to select a mayor this evening. The mayor is not just someone who holds the gavel, although it is important for the administration of this city for someone to, in fact, gavel in the meeting. But as we heard earlier this evening, the mayor helps to put people on boards and commissions which are essential to the good governance of this region. We heard of now former council member Gothel's service on our fire board. We know that former Mayor Bonilla served faithfully in sanitation and a variety of other means. We need to have Councilwoman Lee as our mayor, and we need to do that this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ryan Motoshimi, followed by Lisa Tanner, and then Michael Weinauer.
Good evening, Council. I urge you to nominate and vote Amarantz Lee for mayor of San Mateo. There was a moment in between the stepping down of the council members and the swearing in of the new council members where there was but one person on the dais, and that was Councilwoman Lee. Amarantz Lee is the only at-large council member elected and serving on the council, and was elected by more votes than all three council members combined. She also would be the first Asian American woman to serve in the role. Her accomplishments in her years of elective office are numerous, including spearheading a diverse coalition to finance a sorely needed revenue measure in the city, Measure CC. The charter clearly states that the council shall elect a mayor and deputy mayor at this meeting. And I think that there are some parallels potentially to delaying a vote that concern me. When Mitch McConnell decided to delay setting a hearing for the consideration of Merrick Garland to the Supreme Court, his actual action of delay and obstruction served to sow more discord and division, regardless of your ideological balance. I think we can agree that it did that, not move to heal us. I fear that we will be sowing further division by similar delay. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Lisa Tanner. followed by Michael Weinauer, and then Seema Patel.
Well, I can see you already have a divided audience. I won't bring up the elephant in the room of the intent to recall. But I will talk about the fact that even though we have had a rotation historically, we have moved away from that when necessary. And it didn't break us, amazingly. So it's not something that we can't do if we decide it's necessary. But before we make any decisions, I do feel with the wealth of experience that we have on this dais, and I'm looking at people who have been to so many meetings and involved so deeply, that why is it a problem to wait for a brief period to see what wealth of experience this fifth person would add dimensionally to this council before we make a choice? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Weinauer, followed by Seema Patel, and then Linda Segerval.
Good evening, newly seated council members. It's good to see some fresh faces up there. I want to just echo the sentiments of Ms. Tainer, the prior speaker. And let's just shut this down. This isn't a coup. This isn't Trumpian. This is asking you to wait a week. The city is not so fragile that it's going to fall into disarray. It's important that you do this right, not right now. And given some of the things and the concerns that have been raised, there's good reason to wait, because importantly, that nobody's mentioned, the mayor has tiebreaker authority, and the city attorney should have brought this up, has tiebreaker authority with appointing the all-important fifth council member, keeping in mind that hundreds of millions of dollars in land use decisions are going to be made in the next year with the general plan. So with that in mind, you should do this, do it the right way. Get your fifth council member seated. This will force collaboration and cooperation between the four of you, because one of you won't have extra leverage, and you'll do it right. I'm counting on you to do the right thing. Sorry to do this to you on your first night.
Next speaker is Seema Patel, followed by Linda Segerval, and then Virginia McIsaac.
Good evening, City Council. I serve on the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking on my own behalf tonight. You, our new City Council, have been elected to faithfully execute on our city charter, which requires you to select a mayor and a deputy mayor tonight. And now you face your first test in the face of a very divided city. Will you choose to adhere to precedent and follow the city charter, or will you choose to deviate? Many other people have said many other fantastic reasons for why Councilmember Lee should be elected mayor tonight. I will echo that she is the only one of you on the dais who has experience governing for the past 3 years. She has sat on the city council. The four city council members who have rotated out all had the opportunity to serve as mayor, and they were all residents of District 1. District 2 and North Central has not had a mayor in 20 years. And as others have said, once precedent is broken, it is hard to reestablish. So I urge you to follow precedent tonight and ensure representational democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Linda Segerval, followed by Virginia McIsaac and Alexandra.
Yes, good evening. My name is Linda Segerval, and I'm a 30-year resident of San Mateo. I'd like to thank all of you for what is obviously a very deep commitment to service, because you wouldn't be sitting here otherwise. What I'd like to ask you to recognize, which is what we can all see here, which is very self-evident, is there's a missing person at the seat of this table. To ignore that missing seat would be like ignoring many, many thousands of votes in this city. Those votes count. The voice of the fifth person sitting in this council counts. And it is only self-evident, it is only right, and it is only ethical to wait 1 week. It is absolutely unimaginable to think that you would force a vote without waiting 1 week. So I'm asking for calm heads and justice to prevail in this circumstance. And of course, the right person will be selected. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Virginia McIsaac, followed by Alexandra Dove, and then Rick Bonilla.
Congratulations to all of the new appointees. I'm sure you'll do a great job for us. I am here to speak for myself. I would like you to wait the 1 week, as most of the council members that exited said that the running of the city really is guided by our competent staff. So 1 week of waiting to get our 5th council member on board and give the new council members time to get to know each other and discuss things, it would be the proper thing to do. So I encourage you to wait 1 week for the 5th council member. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alexandra Dove, followed by Rick Bonilla, and then Chris Sturkin.
Good evening, council members. Democracy rests on the social contract between the government and its people. It functions when both parties agree to uphold the rule of law, even when we might not like it. We currently have a protocol in place that states that according to the rules of rotation, Councilmember Lee be selected as mayor tonight, as stated earlier. To disregard this policy is to open a potential floodgate of challenges to our democratic processes and allows more to call into question the legitimacy of our municipal government and its decisions. It is therefore prudent that we uphold the protocols explained earlier and select Councilmember Lee as mayor this evening. A good many have spoken that this is a historic election for our community, and they are correct. We have an opportunity to select a mayor who is experienced and qualified, democratically legitimate, and uphold the social contract here in San Mateo County. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rick Bonilla, followed by Chris Sturkin, and then our last speaker is Jordan Grimes.
Good evening, council. Thank you all for being here. Congratulations on your election. Everybody knows who I am, and I'm here in private capacity. So thank you all very much. I want to say that I need to make a comment, and I've seen this many times having sat where you sit, where we received a whole bunch of letters. Most of them said that they supported following the established process of the city charter. Tonight, we're hearing a different story from a group of people who chose to organize and show up in force, make these comments. And I've heard many comments about what a divided city we have now. But I would actually tell you that I happen to know the city is not that divided. We have here an illusion presented before us. We have many people in this city who would support the orderly process, follow the city's charter, preserve order in our government, elect Amarance Lee for the mayor tonight, and find your vice mayor tonight, your deputy mayor, and go forward in a way that respects process as government should. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chris Sturkin, followed by Jordan Grimes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Chris Sturkin, and I am Redwood City Council District 2 elect. But here tonight, I'm speaking as an individual, and I would encourage you to respect your process and to elect your mayor and vice mayor this evening, tonight without delay, and to elect Councilwoman Amarance Lee as your mayor. Amarance Lee would be the first Asian American woman to ever hold this office in 128 years. And the first North Central District 2 resident to serve as mayor in 20. Defying that city charter right now would violate the democratic process. As members of historically excluded communities like myself, as an out gay man, we're often told to wait our turn. Women, historically excluded communities, racial minorities, LGBTQ folks like myself, we are told to wait our turn. I urge you tonight to elect Councilwoman Amarance Lee to be your next mayor. Do the right thing. And I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Jordan Grimes.
Good evening, council, staff. Jordan Grimes, 19th Avenue Park. I'm here tonight as a lifelong resident of this city in District 3, urging you to do your duty and make Councilmember Amarance Lee the next mayor of San Mateo. Failure to do so would constitute an egregious breach not only of decorum and tradition, but also of the public trust, and set an ugly pall over this next council. Councilmember Lee is the only person on the dais tonight with any real municipal experience, having been appointed 3 years ago and elected overwhelmingly in her own right 2 years ago. Since then, she has served our city steadfastly and well. She would be the first mayor from North Central the city's predominantly low-income community of color in 20 years. To deprive her, not only her, but this community of her leadership and representation is simply unacceptable. It is dirty politics of the worst sort. The city charter, our governing document, is very clear. A new mayor must be selected tonight. Saying, I don't like her politics and don't want her to have a tie-breaking vote is neither a good nor a reasonable excuse to break with our traditions. When some of you swore your oaths less than an hour ago, you committed to being good stewards of governance, leaders in civil service, and most
Jordan, your
importantly,
time is
following
up.
our laws. Do so. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving to the remote callers. At this point in time, we have 17 remote callers. The last speaker we will take remote. Well, we have 18 callers. It's Alexander Melendrez. That's our last commenter tonight. The first speaker is Emily Ann Ramos.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Good evening. Congratulations and welcome to the newly sworn in council members. My name is Emily Ann Ramos, and I'm the Northern Vice Chair of the California Democratic Party Asian Pacific Islander Caucus. Based on the traditional convention of rotating the mayorship based on seniority, we are excited to hear that San Mateo will have their first female Asian American mayor. We applaud the people of San Mateo and the leadership of councils past and present who led us to this joyous milestone. As we make our way to recover from the health, economic, and social impacts of the pandemic, we remember those dark times of rising API hate that instilled fear and anxiety among so many Asian Americans. This is why the upcoming mayoralship appointment means so much to our community. It is a beacon of pride and healing that we share in solidarity with the people and leaders of San Mateo. Thank you for providing this opportunity for our community, and we look forward to the leadership of future Mayor Amarantz Lee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sean Laxon.
Hello, my name is Sean Laxon. Congratulations to the City Council on joining or returning to the council. I urge you to select Councilwoman Lee as the next mayor of San Mateo. Voting on a mayor now is critical for ensuring the smooth functioning of daily city processes that cannot be delayed. While we have a new district election system in place, the city already has existing governing traditions in place to rotate in council members based on seniority to allow for the peaceful transition of governing power. As mentioned earlier, the mayor does act as the tie-breaking vote for council votes. That will be crucial to ensure that the council does not remain deadlocked when appointing the fifth council mayor. If you postpone selecting a mayor tonight, you put yourself at risk of ending up in that deadlock when voting for the fifth council member. Again, I urge you to please select Councilwoman Lee as the next mayor of San Mateo. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Doug D. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm a 25-year resident of San Mateo, and I believe the precedent was broken when you went to district elections. And since that went out the window, I believe so did the other traditions. And from what I heard, the charter allowed for delay. And to me, the right thing to do is wait until there are 5 members. And integrity is to have a full council vote, not anything less than that. A week's delay is no big deal. And by doing so, you're bringing in another 20% of the city. And so my suggestion is that you wait, take your time. Week's no big deal. And I would support Lisa Diaz-Nash as the first Latina American city council mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jonathan New. Please go ahead, Jonathan.
Hi, this is Jonathan New. I'm a resident of North Central, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, I want to welcome our new council members and wish you the very best. I see no reason to delay the mayoral election. I strongly support Amarantz Lee as our next mayor. She is our most experienced council member and has been a wonderful representative of San Mateo. I think it would be a terrible look to needlessly delay the election of our mayor. Please don't embarrass San Mateo. There's so much work to do. So let's follow the advice of city staff, maintain precedence, respect our process, follow our city's charter, and elect Amarantz Lee as our new mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Hunt. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Hello, council members. I'm a resident of District 1, and I urge you to follow the charter of the city and elect Councilmember Lee as mayor tonight. Tonight and next week, she's the only council member with experience serving on our city council. And on top of this, she'll serve as our first mayor from District 2 in the past 2 decades. She was also the only one here voted into office by our entire city. Our city has a rotating mayoral system, and all current council members will have their opportunities to serve, excuse me, when appropriate. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Martha Park. Please go ahead.
Hi, for all the reasons mentioned, I'm in agreement with those who have spoken to postpone the vote for a mayor until the fifth member is seated. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alexis Lewis. Please go ahead.
Hello again. I'm here tonight to advocate for Councilmember Lee to be the next mayor of San Mateo. Councilmember Lee was elected in a statewide election, a citywide election, which means a lot versus district. And she has over 3 years of legislative experience. And there's no reason that we should delay voting this evening. She will be the first North Central resident to serve as mayor in 20 years. And she would be the first Asian American woman to represent our city as mayor. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Amaris Lee. And I'm encouraging you to vote for her tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Martin Wiggins.
How did that sound?
Hi, good evening. My name is Martin Wiggins, and while I'm a planning commissioner, I'm just calling in as a resident of District 1 and just asking you to follow your guidelines and select a mayor and vice mayor this evening. I think it's important for democratic norms, and it's important to have a seasoned elected official with experience taking the reins. Thank you very much, and welcome to all the new council members.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert and Terry Whitehair.
Congratulations to the new council. You worked hard to get here, and you deserve to be here. I'm speaking tonight in strong support of the selection of Councilmember Amaris Lee as San Mateo's next mayor tonight. Delay is preposterous on a night when it's supposed to be a celebration with all your families and friends here to congratulate you, when all of San Mateo will be watching. It is unacceptable for the campaign of one of the new council members to be sending out an email asking for a delay and inviting people from other cities to call in. There are just too many issues facing the city: impending deficit, a huge PERS payment, the housing element, the threat of builder's remedy, the general plan, how to allocate Measure CC funds for a delay to happen. That would also set a poor trend. I want every new council member to be successful. Each of you will have time to be mayor, but to stall and violate the city charter is not the way to go about your business. I ask the new council start off on the right foot with a vote tonight for Amaris Lee for mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a call-in user. I allowed you to talk. Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, this is Karen Harrell. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Karen.
Wonderful. Congratulations to the new council. I'm speaking tonight to respond to some of the things that have already been said about the choice of mayor. Let's just face it, the charter gives you options to delay, and I would urge you to delay. People are raising issues about Amaris's qualifications. If she is the best qualified person for mayor, she will still be the best qualified person for mayor 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now. And just to remind a couple of speakers, we have had plenty of women mayors, we have had Jewish mayors, we have had Asian mayors. So, I don't think we're filling slots. I don't think we're looking for wedge issues. I think the real issue is the one that Michael Weinhauer brought up, which is, do we want to hand the potential to appoint the fifth person to one person tonight? Twice in the recent past, a mayor has been the one that has chosen to fill the person to fill the council seat. I don't think we really should be doing that this time. Please postpone.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tassos Zagrafis. Please go ahead.
Congratulations to each of the new members. I urge you to not put the cart before the horse. Your first duty to residents is to first fill the vacant city council seat. I did hear clearly from city staff that waiting does not violate the city charter, unlike what others have said. It would be wrong for only the four of you to debate on who has the confidence of all city residents to be mayor. not just a few. A set rotation does not align with performance. Don't deny the soon-to-be fifth city council member from having their say. A collective 5-member city council as a body is to represent all San Mateo residents. I heard someone earlier make a plea to hear the voices of all residents. An incomplete council is incomplete representation. The process of filling the 5th seat is scheduled for this week. Respect that process. When the 5th seat is filled, the full council can then move to elect their in-house leadership. This is the procedure enumerated in the city charter. Every resident's voice should be mattered and heard. Make it so. Fill the vacant city council seat first.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gary Trott. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Gary Trott. I'm a resident of the San Mateo community. Thank you for allowing me to speak at the council meeting. I would like to express my congratulations to the new San Mateo City Council. I would like to encourage you to respect the city charter process and select a new mayor tonight. The city charter is clear. A new mayor shall be inducted into the office at the first meeting of the new city council. The choice is yours, but I would highly recommend and support Amaris Lee. She has the experience to understand the city council operations, administrative functions, and most importantly, the understandings of the people of San Mateo City. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gene Alston. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Oops.
Hello, I'm
Mr.
a resident of San Mateo and I live in Lisa Nash's district. I see no good reason to delay appointing a mayor tonight. And to do anything otherwise would just be to obstruct and delay a historic appointment of someone who's extremely qualified to take the position. So I encourage the council to move without haste and appoint Amaris Lee as mayor.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Chen.
Hello, good evening. My name is Stephen Chen. I live in District 4, and I just want the newly elected city council do what they say to the public, as I read in the Daily Journal, to work for everybody in the city of San Mateo and respect the charter, honor tradition, and select the only experienced person right now as mayor of city of San Mateo, and who is Amo Lee. Thank you very much.
Thank
for
you.
giving the opportunity.
Our next speaker is Giselle Hale. Please go ahead.
Well, council members, you are having a very exciting first night at the dais. I'm Giselle Hale. I'm mayor of Redwood City, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself only. I have learned during my time serving, it's generally a good idea to listen to your attorney. Prasanna, your attorney, he used to be ours, and he's very good. No city wants to be the one featured for a lack of compliance with the law when the press is always looking for that next mountain lion story. Passing up a qualified and experienced Asian American elected at large, who is next in line for the job, is really a story that writes itself. Redwood City used to have a political selection of mayor, and it created division. It can also create real concerns about violating the Brown Act, which governs transparency to ensure no backroom deals are being done beyond the view of the public. We introduced our own rotation policy immediately after we had our first district elections in 2020, and we've done just fine. I trust you'll pave the path to compromise and collegiality and select Amaris Lee as your next mayor tonight.
Next speaker is Kevin Simpson.
Hello, council. Congratulations to all the new members and to all the departing members. I'm a little sad to see so much avoidance of the actual issue. The issue is that if we select the mayor tonight, that person, whoever it turns out to be, will be able to handpick, in case of a tie, who the fifth city council member is. I don't think that should happen. There should be a consensus. All four current members should have a fair shot at appointing the best qualified person, and it shouldn't be the handpicked candidate of any one member of the council. Therefore, I think the only fair thing to do is to wait until there is a full complement of city council members representing the entire city before the rotation is set into place. I have no problem with Mo Lee. I have no problem with returning to the rotation practice, but the unusual circumstances of this year calls for us to wait.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Anderson. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Robert Anderson. I've both worked for the city and been a long time 50-year resident of the city of San Mateo in District 1. I firmly ask that new council people don't put off until next week what you can do tonight. This is not a difficult decision. It's an easy decision. The city of San Mateo needs a mayor tonight. Amherst Lee is highly qualified and her ethics is second to none. She knows the city, and I would be proud to have her as mayor of San Mateo.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker and last speaker is Alexandra Melendrez. Please go ahead, Alexander.
Hello, my name is Alex Melendrez. I would like to congratulate the new council members as well as the outgoing council members. I would like to say thank you all for your service. This is not a commitment taken lightly. Public service is something that takes a large amount of time, physical, mental energy, and is done for the love of your community. Now, with that being said, you have decorum here. You have the importance of diversity and representation. Councilmember Lee is the only citywide elected currently, and you have a continued norm for your mayoral rotation. I've seen other city councils not follow this decorum, and it has always caused continued drama and the stalling of your work in community service. There are important issues that the city of San Mateo really needs to continue to address. A delay of this rotation and of your continued norm based on mutual respect specifically calls out Amarantz Lee as being unqualified for some reason, and that's appalling. So please stick to your democratic norms, diversity, representation. Please appoint Councilmember Lee as mayor.
Thank you. Those are all of our speakers.
So we'll bring it back to council now for any questions or comments. Yes, Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Thank you very much. This is in some ways a very exciting evening because so many people in the community have come out to take part in our city government. And I think that's a wonderful thing. It's a sad thing because so many people think the disagreement is about an individual. This is the discussion that's going on right now are two sides, as I understand it, talking past each other. One side is saying, we believe that we should wait until we have a full complement of council members to pick and select the mayor. It may be Councilwoman Lee, it might be Councilmember Lorraine, who knows, but it's the process. Another group is saying, as I understand it, if we delay the process, they believe that we are not taking into full consideration who should be the next mayor, and that there are lots of other reasons for selecting Councilmember Lee as our next mayor. I don't see that this discussion really has anything to do with whether Councilmember Lee should be the one we select. When we have a full complement of the council members, we very well may select Councilmember Lee as our next mayor. And if we do that, then that's a great thing. But I think that this is a unique time that we do need to work as a team, as many people said on both sides of the argument, and that we need to bring everyone in. I guess I would also say, having spent a lot of time this week reading the charter and consulting with people that if we were to wait for the fifth person to come in, that this would not be a violation of the charter. That the charter always contemplated having 5 members on the council making decisions, and that we would have to decide if we wanted to postpone that decision. We may not even be able to decide whether we can postpone that decision until a very late time tonight. But I think we're conflating 2 issues. And I would hope that we could respect the process. We've all worked very hard to be here. And everyone here tonight has worked very hard to be here. And I would hope that we can take a deep breath and realize that what we are trying to, I'm hearing a lot of people say, is that we want to have the 5th council member on so that we can make that decision with all of us, and that is not a violation of the charter. It's not a disrespect of anyone on this council. We all have to work together, and we know that, whether we're new council members or we've been here many years. So that would be a comment that I would have to make.
I'd like to ask our city attorney to clarify again, the phrasing shall appoint and vote on a deputy mayor and mayor on the first meeting after the election. Can you enumerate for the public again, what is our obligation, our legal obligation in following the charter?
Well, the charter defines the word shall. It means it's something, it's a directive. It means it's mandatory. I mean, but you have to look at it in context. Again, the language of the charter was shown on the screen. It calls for the city council to select the mayor and the deputy mayor at the first regular meeting in December. However, it also allows the council to continue any regular meeting to a date and time certain. Now, it's also important to keep in mind that the longer the council goes without a mayor, then that makes city governance a little more difficult. You have options, though. Again, I would urge you to make a decision tonight on the selection of the mayor and deputy mayor. But if you are unable to make that decision, you can continue this regular meeting to a date and time certain, but you just have to specify when that date is going to be. Because in that way, you would still be making a decision at that regular meeting of the council. It would not be violating the charter. But again, I would urge you to try and make that decision this evening.
A follow-up question. So if let's say we go forward without making a decision, how does that impact our ability to do business when deadlocked? For example, the selection of a 5th council member, for example, doing any kind of city business where there might be a split vote. And what are the implications to operating with only 4 council members and no mayor?
Well, I mean, whenever you have a council made up of an even number, then there's always a prospect for a split vote. I mean, regardless, I mean, there's 2 different issues happening here. One is the fact you have 4 members. So for any item that's proper for the council, you could have a split vote, you could have a 2-2 vote, which means no action. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is just the importance of having a mayor and a deputy mayor for the city council. And the mayor serves many functions, helps run meetings, helps guide appointments to other bodies. The mayor also plays a role in emergency situations too. So the mayor does play a significant role in city government, but that is separate and apart from the issue of a tie vote. Does that answer your question?
So just for the record, our city attorney, your strong recommendation is that a decision is made tonight.
Yes, my recommendation is that you make a decision tonight. It's not unlawful to continue the regular meeting to a date and time certain. But the longer you prolong the decision, then it can get progressively more challenging for the city to go without a mayor for an extended period of time. I understand there is a lot of discussion about 1 week. I don't know where the council may end up if it chooses to continue the regular meeting. But my strong recommendation to you is to make a decision tonight.
Can I ask, the charter was written not contemplating that there would be an incomplete council when this decision was being made, correct?
Well, I mean, it's silent on the question, but I think there's an implied presumption that there would be a full council. It doesn't explicitly say that, but there's an implication that there would be a full council to make a decision on who would be the mayor and deputy mayor.
And if there was a delay of 1 or 2 weeks, there would be some specific decisions that would have to be made about how we do things, but there wouldn't necessarily be a total falling apart of the government.
Is that a question for me?
Yes, I'm asking you, could we continue as a city for 2 weeks without a mayor?
Yes, I mean, and the city could, the city government will continue to function without a mayor. But as I said before, the mayor serves important functions, not just during council meetings, but outside of council meetings as well. So the city government will continue to function for a week or 2 weeks, but the charter does call for the decision to be made tonight. Again, you can continue the regular meeting, but that's what the charter calls for, is a decision at the first regular meeting in December.
Through the chair, if the council were to decide to continue this meeting to a date certain, would it, and if it determined that that certain date were after Monday, December 12th, for example, would the council be able to continue with its special meeting on the 12th
Yes,
without having decided a mayor or deputy mayor?
yes.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question. It seems to me that the decision to delay is actually introducing a different policy and potentially a charter amendment. And so I hope that we can compartmentalize the interpretation of the existing charter is to make the decision tonight, right? And to move forward with a vote and a nomination. And if it is the will of the council, a majority of the council, to contemplate an amendment to the charter to address this exact situation, then that is something that is a policy decision that can be reviewed and discussed. But at this point, we are being asked to operate within the rule of law. The charter is clearly articulating the expectations of this council tonight. And with that, I'd like to ask for a nomination.
Through the chair, I make a motion to nominate Amarantz Lee for mayor, mainly because, as has been mentioned by a number of people, she is the only remaining council member with experience and significant experience at that. Our council guidelines specifically state, and I quote, "The city council believes that experience as a council member will assist those who are selected to serve as mayor or deputy mayor, and that it is in the city's best interest that these selections be made in a manner that permits the mayor and deputy mayor to gain that experience in cycles of governing and to acclimate themselves to the jobs, tasks, and roles prior to assuming their respective offices. The only person on this dais who can fulfill that role as mayor tonight is Amarantz Lee. Additionally, as has been mentioned from other folks, she's the only one who was elected at large in 2020 with over 22,000 votes, multiple times more votes than the rest of us. And of course, as someone who was elected at large, it's a better fit for Amarantz to preside as mayor and represent the whole city when making decisions as the figurehead of the city. She also served with the city council that got our city through extraordinary times in a pandemic. And I think that needs to be acknowledged. It's underrated. All of our council members were asked significantly more than I think your average council member were asked during those times. I'm thankful to be here in person with you tonight as a result of leadership, including Councilmember Lee. We've never before had an Asian woman elected. This is a chance to make history and to help counter anti-Asian hate we've seen recently in our city, our region, and beyond. We've had a lot of discussion tonight about other points, but I believe that it's important that we do not postpone this decision if we are to follow the city charter as described by our city attorney. As the city manager noted in the presentation, it's the expected rotation and protocol to go ahead with Amarantz. And the next meeting on Monday, December 12th clearly needs a mayor. So we cannot wait even 1 week if we are to go forward with our next meeting under expected protocols with roles and responsibilities. This is not a secret. It is literally why we need a mayor tonight. Otherwise, we might end up with a 2-2 split deadlock and have no action and never continue with any other city business. But as been described by many others, we have quite a bit to do. And so it is for those reasons and more that I am nominating Amarantz Lee for mayor. I would just note that I would support the process as presented by staff. But given all that has been said tonight, given the fact that we seem to have a divided house and in the interest of balance, I would just note support for one slight tweak in that I would support a nomination for deputy mayor tonight in addition to mayor. I would support a nomination for Lisa Diaz-Nash to be deputy mayor. It's a slight change from what's proposed, but it doesn't prevent any incoming city council member from serving as mayor or deputy mayor in the rotation. Just makes a slight tweak to the ordering. It's also what past councils would have done during previous transitions. We can take that up after this nomination, but those are my comments and my nomination.
Okay, so we have a nomination for Councilmember Lee as a mayor, and
I will second. I would be honored to serve as mayor. And before we go to, or I guess we've already heard public comment, I want to urge my fellow council members to vote for fairness and continuity of the experienced leadership that San Mateo deserves. Our community is looking to the council today to repair fractures and build collaborative working relationships. I hope that we can put people who entrusted us with their lives first by adhering to the rule of law set forth in our city charter. Selection of the mayor and deputy mayor is critical for effective governance of the city. We come from different walks of life and hold different perspectives, which I view as a strength that better serves our city. And that is why I would support the nomination of Councilmember Newsom as deputy mayor. This year, San Mateo has made a historic transition from at-large to by-district city council elections. The intent of the California Voting Rights Act is to equalize voting power for communities of color. My family lives in North Central, the majority minority District 2. The state designated my neighborhood as an equity priority community because we have been historically underrepresented and underserved. The city's tradition of rotational mayor now provides the opportunity for equal representation of all districts, including mine. North Central deserves mayoral representation. It's been 20 years since the Honorable Claire Mack served as mayor of San Mateo. She was the first woman of color and council member from North Central to serve 99 years after our city was founded. North Central has waited long enough, and it is our turn for leadership. Today, I remain the only council member on this dais with experience governing our beautiful city. Many say this was the hardest time in recent history to lead. Since March 2020, when the global pandemic was declared, over 174,000 San Mateo County residents were infected with COVID-19, and we lost nearly 850 souls. Today, the city of San Mateo has some of the highest vaccination rates, thanks to the innovative partnerships with our local churches and organizations, equitable and community-centered public health strategies that I helped advocate for. In 2020, the county reached the peak unemployment rate of 11% and since rebounded to 3%. San Mateo's local businesses received 418 PPP loans and 77 child care bridge grants. We created 30,000 square feet of outdoor dining space, and we are among the few cities to match the state's effort to keep folks housed by adopting an eviction moratorium for local nonprofits and small businesses. San Mateo worked with the school district to stand up distance learning pods in our senior center and King Center for 110 students, including my own public school students, my kids. All the while, our municipal government employees kept the toilets flushing and the lights on, providing the continuity of services that our residents have come to rely on. Our city government and collective leadership helped save San Mateo lives and jobs. And today we are even better positioned for economic recovery. This November, we passed a second revenue enhancement measure that will realize an estimated $4.8 million annually. I co-chaired the Yes on Measure CC campaign, which passed with over 70% approval and amended an archaic and inequitable tax structure that was unchanged for nearly half a century. I have served our city for over 3 years and was elected at large by over 22,000 San Mateo voters. The will of the people was expressed when they elected me as the first Asian American woman and Jew of color to serve on council in the history of our city. I sincerely hope to receive the council's support. This decision and our collective leadership will have generational impact. If I am selected to serve as mayor, our city will make history. We will have elected representation for my North Central neighborhood, as well as my API and Jewish community for the first time in 128 years.
If I may, I'd like to clarify what the motion is. So I heard the motion being to nominate Councilmember Lee to be mayor. I also heard some references to who might be an appropriate choice for deputy mayor, but I don't believe that's the actual motion on the table. The motion is to simply nominate Councilmember Lee to be mayor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, I think we can take that one motion at a time.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Patrice, will you take a vote?
Okay, and I want to read that the first motion, motion number 1, was from Adam Lorraine to nominate Amarantz Lee for mayor. That was motioned by Lorraine, seconded by Lee. So Councilmember Lorraine,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
No.
Councilmember Newsom.
No.
Motion fails 2-2. I don't believe we take up the deputy mayor until.
The position of mayor should be settled on first before you take up who should be the deputy mayor. Would you like to try another motion?
Am I to understand that we cannot move to a continuance until we absolutely have no way of going forward on this?
Essentially, that's right. I mean, what I'm suggesting is that you work as much as you can through this process until it is abundantly clear that you're deadlocked. Right now, one motion has been made, seconded, and has failed as a 2-2 vote. I would encourage you to continue trying.
Were you going to say something?
We've been at it for 3.5 hours. Perhaps a 5-minute break.
That's a good idea.
Okay. Back at 10:30, back at 10:40. All right, if you could take your seats, we're going to get started. If you could take your seats, we're going to get started. Yes. All right, we're ready to resume. So we had a nomination and a second that did not pass due to lack of votes. Is there further deliberation or a alternative nomination that's out there?
I was just hoping to make a quick comment. My no vote does not mean that I am not supportive of Lawrence Lee being the next mayor in the rotation. My no vote is simply that we're in uncharted precedents. Never has it occurred, and our charter isn't written for this scenario. I believe that, we should be observing the rotation, and I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is whoever we voted for, and I'm not going to be nominating Lisa, I'm not going to be nominating Adam. I'm not comfortable nominating anyone tonight until we fill that 5th seat. And I think once we fill that 5th seat, then we can go ahead and choose the mayor. That's my opinion and my feedback and feeling from talking to people on both sides of this. Thanks.
I have a question about moving for a continuance as to whether it requires majority of the council members up on the dais.
Yes, it does. Although, I mean, in some circumstances where there is a less than a quorum present, the clerk can adjourn the regular meeting to a date and time certain. But that's not what the situation is. There is a quorum of the council. So the council would need to decide if it wants to adjourn this regular meeting to a date and time certain, whatever that date would be. So it does require a majority vote of the council.
Thank you. Well, I just want to take this opportunity to note that I am not interested in voting for a continuance at this time. Tonight is the night to decide our mayor and deputy mayor. I fully believe that. And so I'm willing to sit here as long as you are until we get this done right the first time.
And I would say the same thing. I believe we should do a continuance because right now it's been several hours. And at the same time, I also believe that the entire city needs to be represented in this decision. So I would make a motion for a continuance. And I would suggest that that continuance should be, since we have to come up with a specific time, that it should be December 13th, the day after we decide on the 5th council member.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I second it.
We have a motion and a second. Would you please, Patrice, would you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
No.
Councilmember Lorraine.
No.
Motion fails 2-2.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes, thank you. I would like to make another motion. I would like to nominate Amarance Lee as mayor and nominate Rob Newsom as deputy mayor.
Second.
I thought, can I ask the attorney that we needed to decide on the mayor first and then the deputy mayor?
Well, I mean, you can do them concurrently. What you can't do is choose the deputy mayor first and then the mayor, but you can select both with one motion.
So we have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Lorraine,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
No.
Councilmember Newsom.
No.
Motion fails 2-2.
I'd like to ask my fellow council members, how have you considered the decision of filling the vacancy when we are split?
Similar to the situation we're in now, I guess we'll be sitting in a meeting until we can come to some sort of consensus.
I would want to wait until I saw everyone who applied for the position. There might be 100 people who apply. There may be 50 people who apply. They might represent all sorts of opportunities for compromise. They could represent people who, many different interests and backgrounds. So I'd want to see who was going to apply before, we had that discussion. We're talking theory right now.
But what if, after we've seen the list of candidates and the time comes to make a decision, and we have not yet selected a mayor or deputy mayor, and in fact, we find ourselves in this very situation again? How will we move forward?
I would imagine that that would require discussing amongst ourselves how, and with the help of the city manager and the city attorney, how we rotate decisions, how we select people to represent us. I hope we don't come to that point, but we've never been in this situation before. And I have faith that if we have a wide selection of people who are applying for that 5th position, that we will have a greater opportunity to come to compromise at that point and select the 5th person, and then go and select the mayor and the vice mayor or the deputy mayor. I don't see what the problem is with that. It's not in violation of our charter. It's saying, let us have the entire city be represented, and let's see the full breadth and depth. I'm appealing to everyone to apply for that 5th position, because I want to have a great opportunity to select for that. So I would wait to see.
Well, I have great news for you. The city is currently being represented fully by Amarance Lee, who is elected at large. And we have a process for determining how we move forward. It was already described by our city attorney and our city manager. I think if we were to wait until we saw all candidates for a 5th seat, that would simply multiply the number of permutations and possibilities so as to potentially make this much more difficult and complex to find consensus than we are today. So I think I respectfully disagree and feel that that is indeed the point of going forth as was in protocol to do what we needed to do tonight, was to avoid such a situation. And for that reason, I'm going to make another motion. I'm going to move that to nominate Amarance Lee as mayor and Lisa Diaz-Nash as deputy mayor. Just officially putting that together and seeing if that might help.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Patrice, we take a vote?
Councilmember Lorraine,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
No.
Councilmember Newsom.
Nope.
Motion fails 2-2.
Just to continue our discussion about the 5th person, yes, there will be more permutations and possibilities. But in my experience, that's where you have more opportunity for compromise and conclusion. It may be someone that none of us even knows. It may be, who knows who might apply. There could be lots of different ways, but it would give us the opportunity to look to that next person and have a broader discussion. I think maybe I'm jumping to conclusions, but I'm thinking we're relatively stalemated right now.
I'm still struggling to understand why the conversation about deviating from our charter and our tradition is even being contemplated and even advocated for by council members who have not yet served even one day on the job. It's very disconcerting to advocate for a violation of the charter. We are being asked to fulfill these roles today. And there is guideline to adhere to. And there's tradition. And there's the respectability of our city. I think this is an embarrassment to San Mateo. And I'm frankly very ashamed right now of the way that we are proposing to do business, which is essentially to stagnate our governance and our governance structure. This is a really sad day for San Mateo.
I would prefer to keep the discussion on facts rather than adjectives that make it more difficult. Number one, as I understand from the city attorney, this is not a violation of the charter. And I think what I am trying to do is have a discussion about how do we include the entire city. Yes, this is my first day on council, but I have had great experience across the city in many different guises. And I've talked to many people, both in this election and in the last one. So I bring a different perspective than you do, and I respect your experience and I respect your accomplishments. But I also respect this community and the fact that we all should be here to have that discussion and that it is not a violation of the charter to be having this discussion. We may come to a dead end, but we are not violating the charter. Because this is a unique time. This is a time we have never been through before, and we all recognize it's very difficult.
So adjourning a regular meeting to a date and time certain to take up this discussion again would not violate the charter. It's not, there's an expectation in the charter. The charter says the council shall appoint, select a mayor and deputy mayor. But then it also allows for this possibility, which is also authorized under the Brown Act. So I wouldn't construe it as a violation of the charter to continue this meeting, to adjourn this meeting to a date and time certain. I think that answers your question.
So it is not a violation. Thank you for clarifying that, but it is certainly not protocol and it is not what the charter is recommending. And it is not what you, our city attorney, recommend.
Again, the charter says what I've indicated before. It calls for the council to make the decision tonight. And as I said before, it would be, I think, helpful for the governance of the council, for governance of the city, for the council to make a decision on both counts tonight. If the council feels that it needs to continue this meeting, it can.
I think that's good advice. And I would move again for a continuance. If there is a different date after the 12th, then perhaps someone else can make an amendment on my motion. But I would move again for a continuance.
And just to clarify, by continuance, you mean to adjourn this regular meeting
Correct.
to a
Correct, till December
Specific.
13th.
to December 13th. Okay.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Patrice, we take a vote?
Yes, Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
No.
Councilmember Lorraine.
No.
Motion fails 2-2.
I just want to make a comment that I can see already, as has been demonstrated, we have 4 council members with strong opinions on this subject. The way the votes have already begun does not fill me with confidence that if we were to continue this matter, it would somehow change. I don't believe that if we are to introduce more to this process at this time, that would be beneficial toward reaching an agreement that we need to make. So I'm hopeful that we can come to an agreement tonight instead. I'll also just note that there are security ramifications for this. Of course, if we were to postpone for 1 week and nothing were to happen in that week, everything would seem fine. That said, we all just went through a pandemic a couple of years ago and are still going through it. And so I think there is, in fact, the potential for an emergency to occur, and there is no reason to delay this and risk such events. Thank you. I'll just leave this on, see if we can talk.
I would be interested to hear from council members if there's an appetite for reopening public comment.
I would move not to, because we've had very active, very robust public comment up until now, and I welcome it. I don't know that it's going to add to the discussion.
I'm open to it.
I would also be open to it.
Make the motion.
Patrice?
I did hear that 3 people were interested in reopening public comments, so there is consensus unless it should be done by motion. It's okay with consensus. I would love some direction. Is there any parameters around that? If we've heard from someone already, do we allow that again, or do we just let it be and do the count and come up with the timelines?
Personally, I'm okay with hearing from speakers who have already spoken, considering that they would bring the perspective of the moment, having sat through tonight. And maintain the guidelines for count and timing.
And maybe we should say 1 minute.
Yeah, I suggest the same.
Okay, I heard set for 1 minute. Do we have consensus on that? Okay. I'll take speaker cards, and on the Zoom, if you are planning on commenting, this will be a 1 minute timer. Please raise your hand now so we can have an idea of the number of speakers. Do we have enough cards out there? Okay. There should be speaker cards in the back. We'll give you 2 minutes to fill out your speaker cards and turn them in. If you could do that right away. You don't have to fill out the whole thing, just do your name clearly. You don't fill out the whole thing, just put your name. There we go. I'm not. Okay. All righty. Give me just a moment. Online, we have 18 speakers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18. Okay, council, at this point in time, we now have 42 speakers.
No. So Patrice, before we get started, I think that I have something I can get all 4 of you to agree on. And that's, we do have another guideline that says at 11 o'clock, we take a timeout to determine if council wants to continue. Are there foreheads nodding that we want to continue? Okay.
Okay, as per our protocol, we will take the in-person speakers first. And if you give me 1 moment to set up the clock. And we are back in session. If we could limit conversation in the house. All right. Our first speaker is Joe Goethals.
Lesson number one, sometimes you have to change your mind. Somebody has to change their mind. And one of the great things that I saw that was universal to everyone is that we have daughters. We have daughters and we all want to show them an example of something tonight. And I think that what's incredible is that we have to understand that we're not going to write the headline tomorrow. The headline is going to write itself. And the headline.
Excuse me, can we have quiet in the gallery, please? Thank you.
The headline could be that we came together and that we decided something unanimously. And I think one of the things that each of you should speak on is the concept that we want to unanimously choose that fifth council member, which you're going to choose next week. But I also want you to speak to who the mayor should be and to the district that Amherst-Lee lives in, that it has been historically underrepresented and that we shouldn't not let them have the mayor. That's an important thing. I appreciate all of you understanding that someone has to change their mind tonight. That's what deliberation's all about. I wish you luck. You are all very qualified.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rick Bonilla.
Thank you for reopening the public comment. I want to first double down on everything Joe just said. And I want to say that from where I sit, it appears that the first order is disorder. And I'm really sorry to hear that. We have a choice. We can honor the charter, which you all just swore to uphold, or we can continue with disorder. Somebody, Joe, what Joe said is right. No truer words in this situation is that somebody has to change their mind. That's the only way these things ever go forward. And I believe you need to have a mayor before you go through the process of selecting a fifth member. So you have order at that meeting. And we have a person here who is eminently qualified, who represents a population that's never had a mayor in this city, who was voted with far more votes than anybody who was elected by election. She currently serves at large. Please change your mind, somebody, and go forward.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Weinauer. And following Michael is Michael Reagan. Following Michael Reagan is Thomas Morgan.
Well, certainly unprecedented. The obvious thing to do is to continue this. You're obviously deadlocked. There is no harm in waiting a week. You did not swear to uphold the charter. You swore to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of California. The charter provides guidelines. You guys need to sit down with a pool of qualified mayoral candidates that will come in. You'll have 5 people that will break your deadlock. So you need to grow up and be reasonable. And honestly, sorry, that was out of line. You need to compromise on this and continue it. That's the smart thing to do. No disrespect intended by that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Reagan, followed by Thomas Morgan, then Nancy Schneider.
Yes, I agree with what Michael just said. Also, Mrs. Lee, I don't think it's any disrespect for you, and people will come up and want, say that they want you to be mayor. And I agree that that would be fine. But the situation is right now, if you add everything up, you all sitting up there have a 25% interest in the motion here. When you add a fifth person, it comes down to 20%. But if somebody's elected mayor and they decide the fifth person, they have far more control over the process of electing that new person. And that's where I think it doesn't become fair in that sense. And I think that's what Mrs. Nash, Mr. Newsom is trying to say, is that they want the opportunity of having that fifth person in there. And so the playing field is equal when you decide a person, and then you'll have the ability to elect the mayor. If you're qualified and you get the votes, and I think that you should, at this time, say, I'm willing to wait. And I feel that you have the strength to become mayor if you get the votes.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Thomas Morgan, followed by Nancy Schneider, and then David Clark.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I support continuing until the next meeting, get that 5th council member seated. Seemed like a lot of the letters that were sent in via public comment were similar and almost felt somewhat like a chain letter. So felt kind of one-sided. Having the 5th person would definitely make all the people who are wanting the 5th council seat feel like they are being heard. And I think what I heard a lot during campaigning was that people want to feel heard. And I feel pushing a decision tonight does not create that sense of being heard. Also, I'm a little disappointed that the former council members are commenting on this tonight, because I think in the past that former council members let new council members kind of make the decisions on their own. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nancy Schneider, followed by David Clark, and then Seema Patel.
Good evening. I guess it's still evening. I didn't speak the first round because it seemed like everybody was saying what I thought. I want to congratulate everybody, but I do think that we should make a decision tonight. And I don't agree with the idea that the whole city will be listened to if you get a 5th person. Amherst was, Lee was voted by the whole city. Nobody else was. The 5th person will not represent the whole city. They will be appointed by all of you. And so it doesn't make sense to wait. She's very qualified. She's been voted by the entire city, and you need a mayor. You needed to rely on staff to even run this part of the meeting because there's no mayor. And that seems like now is the time to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Clark, followed by Seema Patel.
Council people, and welcome to the new world. Really simple point, logic. Adam's not qualified to be mayor. Lisa, you're not qualified to be mayor. Rob, you don't have the experience. Emma is the only person who has the qualification. She should be the tiebreaker. She should be the person who has the authority to make the decision.
Seema Patel is the next speaker, followed by Michael Nash, followed by Ryan Motashemi.
Thank you. Hello again, City Council. Once again, I currently serve on the Planning Commission, but I am speaking on my own behalf tonight. I think it's really unfortunate that the first act of this council of its term is to be so divided about the governance of the city and the continuation and orderly transition of power. Other people have commented that there is no harm in waiting a week, and I worry about this small possibility of the very real harms that can happen if we do wait a week. If there is an emergency, if there's a natural disaster, if there's an earthquake, we need a mayor who is in charge, who can lead us through that. We don't know if and when those things are going to happen. And so I would encourage you to really try to come together tonight and to make a decision tonight, as is stated in our city council charter, that you shall make a decision on mayor and deputy mayor tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mike Nash, followed by Ryan Motashemi, and then Carol Eldridge. It is helpful if you come line up against this wall so we can move through this with some expediency. Thank you.
Good evening. I have no relationship with Lisa. I think this is wonderful. You know, we've got a strong set of people trying to work through a tough problem. And that's exactly what we need, because you know the city is split. We have people who want to build. Rick Benir has said he wants to see a megalopolis from San Francisco to San Jose on more than one occasion. So that's a vision. There are other people who say, no, I want to preserve the character. I want to see the city as it is. That's a different vision. So we all know there are very two strong camps. That's being reflected here tonight. Let's work it out. Let's not cop out and take the easy path of appointing someone who we think is the best qualified. And I've worked with Amarantz. I think she's good. So I'm not speaking against her. I'm just saying, what about the people who are applying? Why is that seen negatively when it could be someone who makes this place really work well? So I say, wait, see who else is applied.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ryan Motashemi, followed by Carol Eldridge, and then David Cohen, or Dave Cohen.
The presumption of wait and see suggests the prospect that one would change their mind depending on the change of the balance of power if one were appointed to council that more aligned with certain factions' ideological preferences. So I would ask those that are refusing to discuss their preferences on who they would vote for, whether they consider Amarantz Lee a qualified candidate for mayor and whether they would vote for them for mayor. And I think that because that is the question being asked today, that should be discussed. I have concerns that this is McConnell-esque obstruction. We are refusing by trying to find loopholes within the charter. The charter clearly established a tie-breaking process in the event of a deadlock. Deadlocks happen when you have 4 people on councils. And we need to move forward with understanding that the charter clearly does describe how we do move forward with an appointment in the event that there are 4 people on the council, and stop trying to hide behind that prospect when the entire city is already represented with an at-large candidate elected.
Thank you, Ryan. The next speaker is Carol Eldridge, followed by David Cohen, then Rebecca Schaaf.
Good evening. This situation fills me with despair about the ability of this council to work together in the future. And I just don't understand what's going on. I mean, supposedly this city has a rotational mayor system. It is Amo's turn to be mayor. All of the previous people who stepped down had served as mayor. It is her turn. She has served with distinction for the last 3 years. She has taken this job very seriously. She's brought the full power of her intelligence and insight to the job. And the idea that one of the new council members would organize, a resistance to her getting the job is very disturbing to me. So it is her turn and she should have the job.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dave Cohen, followed by Rebecca Schaaf, and then Nicole Fernandez.
Hi, again, Dave Cohen, again, speaking for myself. However, Ethics San Mateo isn't going to go away anywhere. We're going to bring up a number of initiatives for you, including an ethics commission that will be part of the governance, as well as a request for an ordinance that lobbyists must identify themselves as such when they are addressing council or conducting their business with any members of council or of the city. Tonight, you're going to hear from a lot of these lobbyists. That's fine. I am agnostic as far as setbacks and variances and heights and whatever as far as my views on ethics. I want it simply to be open, honest, and done properly. And that's part of what I want tonight, to wait for the 5th person to have an open, transparent transfer of power to a mayor that is selected by those 5 people. That's all. It's not about race. It's nothing about anything else. It's simply that open, transparent transaction.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Rebecca Schaaf, followed by Nicole Fernandez, then Sarah Fields.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to address the council. When I saw this election coming, I knew that this was going to be a difficult council session, with only one member of the council having served in the past. I knew it would be a difficult council session, and yet I came here tonight not expecting to address the council, not expecting to be up here talking. I expected to be celebrating, and I expected the very clear procedures to be followed of appointing or electing a mayor and vice mayor tonight, following the rotational procedure. I live in District 2, and it's very important to me personally to see our district represented on this council. So to both have that kind of shocking moment of not seeing procedure followed and being told that it's my district that's not going to be represented is very disappointing.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nicole Fernandez, followed by Sarah Fields, Lauren Fitzgerald, and then Lisa Tanner.
Hi there, I'm Nicole Fernandez. I am speaking again tonight. Thank you all for your hard work tonight. Couple of points. You pay Prasanna Vasaya a lot of money, and I think that you guys should probably listen to him because he has very good advice. The second thing is I love this city. We all love this city. And I think it's incredibly important that San Mateo not get a reputation as a dysfunctional council. The peninsula has a history of councils that cannot get along. And we on day one of this new council seem to be exploring the histories that other cities have put behind them. We have the potential to put in the mayorship an Asian American Jewish woman of color who is qualified and has legislative experience and represents the lived experience and is a nonprofit leader and has done so much for the city of San Mateo. We are shooting ourselves in the foot by not taking this opportunity, running with it, and making Amarantz our mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Fields, followed by Lauren Fitzgerald, and then Lisa Tanner.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to Councilmember Lorraine and Councilwoman Lee for showing an effort towards compromise here. Clearly, the suggestion had been to select Councilwoman Lee as mayor and then to draw lots for deputy mayor. I think you both showed a tremendous olive branch in extending the opportunity of deputy mayor to Councilwoman Diaz-Nash and Councilmember Newsom. Your rejection, though, I think is concerning. And I would say that this council really, to move forward and to quote unquote show the San Mateo way, which City Manager Corbett quoted, to disagree without being disagreeable is key for us to move forward and for us to really meet the moment that we're in. It would not only please, I think, many in this room and many who are still watching on Zoom for you to select a mayor and a deputy mayor this evening, but it is essential for the continuation of our city. We are the largest city in San Mateo County, according to our latest census, and we need to be well represented across the region. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lauren Fitzgerald, followed by Lisa Tanner, and then Ted McKinnon.
I want to say an extra special thank you to our city staff who has so graciously been here making a sacrifice while it seems that our council has in many respects struggled to compromise. And I'm extremely disappointed to see this. As someone who was very involved in the recent election, I count on a lot of you to do better and to compromise. And frankly, that's what a lot of you made your platforms based off of. So I really do expect better. And I know a lot of residents agree with me. At the end of the day, you can be the person who well, I'll say this. We have a lot of first impressions on this council today, and I'm sure everyone wants to make a good one. And no one will lose respect for you to be the member who changes their opinion for the sake of the popular opinion, for the sake of what the rest of the council and the city wants. But we will lose respect for you if you are not that person and you choose to stand your ground in an unpopular opinion. So I hope that we can change our minds. I hope that I can look at this council tomorrow and it be something that I'm proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Tanner, followed by Ted McKinnon, and then Suzanne Bonilla.
Hi, well, I just wanted to clear one thing up. If we have a fire or a flood or anything like that, we have a city manager form of government. Our city manager would be the one in charge of calling a state of emergency. So we can all rest assured and stop trying to find other reasons to force an issue. With half the audience gone from council chambers tonight, I think it's kind of a shame because not everybody is represented. But I do want to say that one of the first items on code of conduct for city council is to represent residents, all residents. And therefore, I am not ashamed of anybody up here because I think that you all have in your own minds that you're doing this, representing all the residents. And so therefore, you know, if you guys can't make up your minds tonight, I'm okay with that. Someone has to change their minds. Well, yeah, someone does have to change their minds, and that's going to be a whole lot easier when we have a fifth person. So I'm going to leave it up to Mr. Rogers. He said, I like to take my time to do it right. And who can argue with Mr. Rogers? I hope that you guys will put this off. I don't understand Councilwoman Lee and Councilmember Lorraine, what the downside is. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next speaker is Ted McKinnon, followed by, Suzanne Bonilla, and then.
Sorry, it's Ted McKinnon. Welcome to the council, folks. Some people have been saying that, what's going on tonight is really fine and it's okay and we can wait. Personally, I think it's a really bad look for San Mateo, and it makes me concerned about our future. And I think there's an escape hatch, and that's protocol. And I think that's where it's finally going to come to rest. And I'm just wondering how long this is going to go on before we finally come to that. Because, it's becoming kind of a circus. So I'd urge the council to come together on showing up, what we've done in the past and leaving it at that, and then moving forward on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Suzanne Bonilla, followed by Connie Weiss, and then Reverend Ben Myers.
As I said before, there are a number of things the mayor does. The city will be stalled and signatures are needed. There are deadlines. You'll also be making the staff, which all of you have said that you appreciate all their time for you. They will be picking up things that you're not able to do, and they're not going to be able to do all of them. So what you're talking about is going to be backed up, and it's going to be on Patrice, it's going to be on Drew to try to continue to get you to get things done. That's not the way a council works. I urge you to vote for Amarantz Lee tonight.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next is Connie Weiss, then Reverend Ben Myers, and then Elaine Salinger.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash and Councilmember Newsom, for standing firm on waiting for the fifth member to join and be seated. It seems the reasonable thing to do, and I agree with Lisa Tanner that there will probably not be any serious disaster that will come in the next week, but will in fact help you come together as a city council to work together once your fifth member has joined you. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Ben Myers is next, followed by Elaine Salinger, then Toby Peterson.
Good evening. Thank you all for your willingness to serve this community. I am not, nor have I ever been, a lobbyist. Also, Mr. Rogers said that if it's human, it's mentionable, and if it's mentionable, it's manageable. And I believe this is manageable. I believe I heard one of the new council members saying that they had no qualms really with Amarantz Lee being mayor. I also want you to consider, if there were 5 of you out here now, protocol would say that Amarantz Lee would take her rotation as the mayor. So I don't understand really what the problem is. So I wish for you to change your minds, to follow the protocol that is before us, as it will be your turn someday for someone to say, no, we're not going to follow the rules because I don't like it. Please change your mind. Please elect Amarantz Lee. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elaine Salinger, followed by Toby Peterson, and then Marira Godfrey.
So I have to tell you, this seems insane. This really is crazy. I mean, come on, people. You can have another 50 applicants, and who are you going to choose? You're going to choose Ammo because she's the only one who's qualified. So what is the problem here? Come on. What's going on? What? It's just insane. And how, if you're behaving like this now, what is going to happen? All the bad juju that's going on. I mean, you guys should be ashamed of yourselves. Seriously. I'm just like,
no. If I may remind everyone, there is no clapping, no cheering, no jeering. It is a chilling effect on people coming forward and commenting. So we let them respectfully make their comments. That includes doing this. So let's not do that, okay? Let everyone make their comments. Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Toby Peterson, followed by Mareva Godfrey, and then Noel Shard.
Hi, thank you. People keep saying, what's the harm in waiting 8 days? And I think there's a very obvious problem that no one has really pointed out, which is very simple. By delaying the selection of the mayor until after selecting the fifth council member, you've essentially reduced the selection of the fifth council member to a very simple question. Who will you vote for mayor? And it's clear that two people, if they say Amarantz Lee, will not support that person. So rather than getting the best of the possible candidates, you're just getting, well, you're probably getting deadlock, but it biases the selection process. And I think that is a huge problem. So I believe that selecting a mayor before the 12th is imperative. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is, thank you, Mareva Godfrey, followed by Noel.
I never even introduced myself before. I'm Mareva Godfrey. I've lived here for 41 years. I'm a proud veteran of San Mateo Foster City School District, 26 years, 22 years living in the District 4 of San Mateo. I am going to add a piece that I heard and hope that that will appeal to common sense and logic. You've stated, and other people have stated, that there should be a continuance because the whole city is not represented. But the truth of the matter is that on the 12th, the person that is going to be elected is not going to be elected by district, okay? Unless you're planning on putting a fifth person that represents my district, District 4, it's going to be someone that represents one of your districts. That's not the whole city of San Mateo. So right now, the whole city of San Mateo is represented by Amarantz Lee, who was elected at large and has the accomplishments and the experience to really move this council forward. I spoke before about team building. This is your chance to show that you can be a team.
Thank you. Noel Chard, followed by Mitch Spiegel, and then Richard Ballard.
Thank you, everyone, for your service. Thank you, AMO, for your 3 years of service. I've personally seen all the long nights and sweat and blood and tears that you've put into this city. As a 31-year resident of San Mateo, I urge you to decide on our mayor tonight. The premise that a fifth member selected by the four of you will build consensus is clearly a cover for some ulterior motives. The facts are that Councilmember Lee is the only member on the dais with experience on our council, the only member elected at large, and council members Diaz-Nash and Newsom, please do the honorable thing, do the right thing, do the ethical thing for San Mateo, and decide on Amarantz Lee for mayor tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mitch Spiegel, followed by Richard Ballard, and then Emily Ann Ramus.
Thank you. Hello, council. My name is Mitch Spiegel. I'm a renter in District 5, and I'd like to speak directly to Mr. Lorraine. You left a mailer under my doorstep saying that you would be our voice. And I'm not a homeowner. I don't have a massive house up in the hills. And what I'm asking you is to fulfill that promise. And what I'm asking for is to not just pick the person that has the most tenure of these four people, but to pick the best candidate for mayor and to give this continuance some life. You made a promise to me that said, hey, you would be my voice. I'm here telling you what I want and what I would expect. I hope that you honor that. I don't have any great motivations. I don't necessarily think that Amarantz Lee is not the best person for the job, but this is not a council. This is four people. With the fifth person, it becomes a council. So please take that into consideration, and thank you for representing us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Richard Ballard next, Emily Ann Ramus, followed by Noelio Corzo.
Good evening again, Council, and I'd like to particularly thank Council members Diaz-Nash and Newsom in advance for hearing my feedback with an open mind. The justification that's been given for delay is that a fifth member, one who will be appointed by the existing four, is somehow relevant to the mayoral decision, or more inclusive of the electorate, even though they will be appointed by the people already elected. The mayoral selection process should not result in a vote that is not unanimous regardless, whether 4 or 5 are voting. That's why the rules in the city charter are clear and apolitical to avoid situations like this. When we have a fifth member, the rules about who should be mayor in this situation are the same, and the results should not change. So there's not a good reason to wait. Any good deliberative body has a method for tie breaking. The mayor has that critical role. And were the council meant to grapple with appointments before having a tiebreaker, the city charter could have specified it in that way. We're in a unique moment where we're missing that, and you can see the result. So I beg you to please respect our democratic norms and the spirit of the rules, even if you found a legal workaround where we can extend the meeting, and appoint Amarantz Lee tonight and put an end to this for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Ann Ramus, followed by Noelia Corzo, and then Jackie Rigoni.
Hi. Long time listener, first time caller. I actually called earlier the Zoom as part of the API caucus, and yeah, I just kind of had to be here because there was a lot of anger and discussion, and I think you all could find your way out of this and figure this out. I worked with you, Councilmember Diaz-Nash, for a few years now, and I met you when we went to a FemDems event that you hosted, and it was wonderful. And I've known Councilmember Lee for a long time since she was appointed, and it was so inspiring to see how your Councilmember Lorraine and Councilmember Newsom. I haven't officially met you yet. I'm sure you're awesome stand-up guys. I'm excited to see your terms as you go forward. I personally believe that we are the leaders that we are looking for. So I hope that you come together. I personally believe that women hold half the sky, and they could find a way to make this work. So hopefully you move forward with your appointments tonight, and good luck. Happy deciding.
Next speaker is Noelia Corzo. Noelia is going to get 2 minutes instead of 1 because apparently I cut her off.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Well, here we are. I want to tell you all a story about when I was my first night, my first reorg meeting, when I took the dais for the San Mateo Foster City School District. At that meeting, we had a board trustee that broke protocol, and it was similar to what we see now, a power grab. What she did is that she nominated herself, and we sat in silence for, it felt like an eternity. And what we did, we made a huge mistake. We passed up the person whose turn it was, Audrey Ng, to be board president. And I cannot tell you how much I regret having voted the wrong way at that first meeting. Audrey is an amazing person who did not hold resentment, and she handled it with grace. But I also wish that she would have spoken up for herself, because as a new board trustee, we were like deer in headlights. We did not know what to do, and so we made the wrong choice, and we took something away from her, and that is something that you all have done tonight too. You took away the opportunity for Amarantz's kids to see her become mayor tonight. There was a reception that was planned that everybody, that was taken away from everyone here, that was taken away from Amo's kids. How would you feel if someone did that to your kids? Is that what Emerge is about? Is that what Sister District is about? And yes, I'm looking at you, Lisa. Do the right thing here. Was that my 2 minutes? Oh my God, I went by.
You did good. Thank you, thank you. Okay, Jackie Rigoni, followed by Jordan Grimes, and then Ken Chin.
So let me get this right. You three new council members just took an oath to do a job. Your first order of business tonight, according to a very clear charter and a very clear, very qualified city attorney, is to select a mayor and a deputy mayor tonight. We've heard mention of recall tonight. And I'd like to say, if you can't do your job on the first day, day one, Councilmember Diaz-Nash, maybe we should be organizing for a recall for you, for organizing this power play and not doing the job you were elected to do. So what I'd like to hear from you is your plan for who is going to do the job of mayor in the next 8 days if there's an earthquake. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jordan Grimes, followed by Ken Chin. That's our last in-person speaker. We will then go to the remote speakers.
There's no other way to say this. Tonight has been an embarrassment. There has been a dereliction of duty and immediate violation of the oath taken just over an hour ago. It does not bode well for the years to come. Let's be honest, not waiting a week is in fact a big deal. If it wasn't, you wouldn't be pushing so hard to do so. You would be no less deadlocked a week from now than you are tonight. In fact, tensions will be even higher. So let's get this all out in the open, shall we? This isn't about transparency. It's not about openness, nor is it about having a full body to choose the mayor. This is about political differences. Council members Nash and Newsom are stalling because they couldn't win a conservative majority for the council outright. And so instead of appointing the person who should be mayor by every conceivable measure, you are trying to sideline her to further your own political ends and goals. Tradition, decorum, and protocol be damned. It's shameful, it's embarrassing, and we won't stand for it. Do the right thing here. I urge you. Vote for Amarance Lee as the next mayor of San Mateo.
Thank you. And Ken Chin is the last in-person speaker.
Good evening, guys. First, I want to say congratulations to Councilmember Lisa Diaz-Nash and Councilmember Adam Lorraine and Councilmember Rob Newsom. I didn't know or think I was going to say something at 11:45 tonight, but I felt compelled to do this. And I should say I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a San Mateo resident. To me, tonight, as a reorg in December, is supposed to be about celebration. It's about thanking the outgoing city council members and welcoming the new city council. It is true there is a reception over there with cold food and drinks. It's supposed to be about celebration. I want to celebrate with you guys. I want to congratulate you personally. I've been in these meetings before. I've been in meetings up into 2 a.m. multiple times making hard decisions. This is a tough decision, but what I would suggest as a compromise, oh, sorry, my time's up. I suggest as a compromise is maybe just continue this to tomorrow or the next day. Obviously, late at night, it's going to be hard to make this decision. But if you can't come to an agreement, whether it's a continuance or an actual vote for a mayor before the 12th, there's nothing wrong with continuing to tomorrow or the next day. When we all have slept, when we've all, eaten, when you've all talked. Sorry about that.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we are moving to the remote public commenters. We have 25 lined up. So the first speaker is going to be Kevin Simpson. Kevin, please go ahead.
Hi, I spoke earlier. I'm a 15-year resident of North Central. A lot of people have gotten up and used loaded words and spoken about this as though it was some kind of sham or some kind of arranged outcome, or that one side or the other side should be ashamed of themselves for taking the stance that they have. all these council members have the right to have the position that they have. The unspoken elephant in the room, I guess, if you want to call it that, if that's a useful term, is that it's very likely that unless a consensus candidate for council is found, electing the mayor tonight means that person gets to pick the 5th council member. And I think that's what a lot of people find objectionable. So I think it behooves all of us to see who is on the list of candidates for that council position and see if there's somebody there who can bring some balance and some neutrality between what are portrayed to be two sides, and then we can elect a mayor.
Thank you very much. Maggie Trin is next. Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, City Council. I was actually did not speak earlier, but I wanted to speak now. I'm a 10-year resident of San Mateo. This is actually the first time that I've paid a lot more attention to City Council elections. I live in District 3, and to be very frank, we elected you, the new members, to take hard votes. There's going to be times when you don't agree with the outcome. Often there are hard votes. And actually, Councilmember Lee, she and I disagreed about something the very first time that I started paying attention to council elections. That doesn't mean that we write members off because of any particular vote or policy that they might want. We have to work together on all issues, and we need to start now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sean Laxon, and the last speaker will be Thomas Weissmiller. Please go ahead, Sean.
Hi, thank you. Hello, this is Sean Laxon. I spoke earlier tonight. I am a resident of District 2, which I had to look up earlier this evening. So special hello to my council representative, Emrys Lee, who's bravely standing up for herself tonight. I am here to urge the council to select Councilmember Lee as mayor of San Mateo, as the only member of this council with any previous experience. Folks have used that frame of time. It's only a week. Why don't we wait, right? But Councilmember Lorraine raised the issue of handling a crisis or emergency without a mayor, and he's got a point. It's quite frankly unethical and unfair to put the entire weight of an emergency response on just the city manager and staff. As an example, the Constitution of the United States of America, which you all swore an oath to uphold, has an amendment that provides for a succession plan for the office of the president. The successors, the vice president, and the speaker of the House technically were not voted in as president, but they're in the line of succession to provide good governance of our country in case of an emergency, because entire nations have fallen in less than a week's time. Ukraine being a great real life example. So it's a small chance that an earthquake or fire.
Sean, I'm sorry, I believe you've gone over your minute. I started the timer late. My apologies, and we're having great difficulty hearing you.
Oh, okay, understood. Vote for Lee.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Christopher Brosu. Please go ahead.
Yes, Chris Brousseau, live in Hayward Park for 25 years. I actually spoke strongly on behalf of Amo's appointment at the library originally. And tonight, I'm actually just concerned this rush to vote for a mayor is unseemly. I'm personally proud to see how the votes have happened. Democracy's messy, and I'm glad to see the council openly disagree respectfully tonight. I have not seen anything that would indicate otherwise. Tonight, everyone took an oath to two constitutions. Now, the city charter clearly allows a continuance. The city attorney has confirmed this multiple times. So there's more than one answer. It's not just vote for mayor and move on. You can continue this. I'm fine if you take a break tonight. In fact, I think given how this has played out, that's probably in everybody's best interest. We should focus on getting a 5th member and then think about maybe Amos takes her rotation after that 5th member is appointed. That way you don't worry about the over allocation of power in selecting that 5th member.
Thank you. Next speaker is Max Montner.
Hi there. My name is Max Moutner, and I'm here with my wife, Jessica Fleeman. We're District 1 constituents of yours, Lisa Diaz-Nash, and emailed you earlier, hoping to urge you to vote for Amherst Lee in as mayor and head off the headache that this has now become, and give the folks in the audience here an opportunity to celebrate a peaceful transition of power, so to speak, and are just on the whole bummed out by the stance that you've taken as far as deadlocking our city and obstructing the progression of our city's business, holding our city staff in a state where we don't have a mayor that can be our single voice in emergencies like others have referenced. So I realize there's 4 here and compromise has to happen in some fashion, and just wanted to share that members of your constituency feel that way. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Terry Whitehair.
Well, it's actually Terry Whitehair and Robert Whitehair. I'm speaking on Terry's behalf. We're both homesick, and I wish we both wish we could be there. Congratulations again to the council. You worked hard to get here. You deserve to be here tonight. It's still tonight. But with that comes the obligation to make the very tough decisions beginning right now. One of you, as Rick Bonilla said, has to change their minds now. I remind you too that you've already received many letters in support of the appointment of Amherst Lee as mayor, and I ask you to honor those letters. And finally, I would say that delay is preposterous again. They're missing an opportunity for the celebration. And I'm really saddened that one of the new city council members and their campaign organized the call-ins tonight in support of the delay. We need to make a decision tonight. I'm asking you on behalf of all the people in District 1 to make a decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is H. Hewitt. Please go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say I support ending this and keeping it going after the 12th. And I'm really sorry that Bob Whitehair is ill.
Thank you so much. Next speaker is Lydia Andrade Zuniga.
Hello, everyone. I am extremely concerned that we have a protocol set, yet there are 3 brand new council members that are going against that protocol and a whole lot of city citizens that are allowing this to happen. We are not going to be appointing a mayor. We will be appointing a council member, and that council member will not be qualified, just like the 3 new council members, to serve as mayor because they don't have the experience. Like Supervisor-elect Corzo said, this is robbing Councilmember Lee from her turn at mayorship. And it's really unfortunate that it has to happen this way in public and in front of her family. I am extremely disappointed with what's happening right now, and I'm sure a lot of more people are as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jean Alston.
Yes, I'm just watching this with a great disappointment. This is the second time my entire family's been in a public hearing setting. And, this feels like a delay to change a decision in a very non-transparent way. We have a rotational system. A few folks have hinted at other options, but we didn't vote to change that system. And so these rules and charters and norms just shouldn't be thrown away because of some power play, which feels like is the undercurrent here. And I mentioned I've had this experience before personally, and I'm more worried about the overall precedent this sets, not only for this decision, but how this council operates going forward. Appointing AMO is just, it's called for in the charter, and it's very transparent. And, we don't have the entire electorate here in this room, but I think there are many people who would support a qualified candidate like Amo for mayor. So I just want to just double down on that support.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Stephen Chen.
Hi, good evening, Councilman. And I speak earlier, but I just want to read something I read from Daily Journal on Councilwoman Nash. She said she want to make the city council work a lot more effectively and together for the best interest of all in San Mateo. That Nash said. And then about Mr. Newsom, he said his first priority is public safety, and then is improving infrastructure and housing. He wants to see more affordable rental unit and not concierge rental unit like in what happened in Station Park Green. And the fifth person waiting is really, just excuse. I mean, people said it's a public play. It's not really what you should be during your first meeting to represent everybody of the city of San Mateo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. The next speaker is Virginia McIsaac.
Yes, thank you for your help in regards to negotiating an impasse. For the people that have said this is an embarrassment, this is democracy. This is how democracy works. It's not embarrassing. It's a give and take. The idea that a mayor can choose a replacement for a council member because they have the second vote is not right. I don't think the council should be able to select a replacement member at all. I think it should be a vote for the people, but that's not how the rules work. But to give the mayor a second vote to load however he or she wants to have the votes to go is just not right. So I'm saying do it right, hold out the meeting till after the 12th.
Thank you. Next speaker is Katie Bush.
Hi, everyone. I spoke earlier. I'm speaking only for myself. I hope that I would have the integrity to make this same comment, regardless who was next in line for mayor. Like many others, I'm pretty heartbroken by this. This isn't rushed or unanticipated. Our city charter is the equivalent of our city's constitution and is meant to govern in contexts that are unanticipated. The city attorney's recommendation about how you can get around that is a mere technicality. We shouldn't disregard the charter's mandate on a technicality. We also have protocol and practice for this, which is to appoint the mayor tonight. Those policies are also meant to govern in unanticipated circumstances and to avoid one-off decisions that are undemocratic. If you choose to continue this, you will taint the appointment of the fifth member. When you choose that person, it's going to look like you chose that person because you do not want Councilmember Lee to be mayor. The idea of the mayor controlling the decision is also assuming a deadlock that many of you have promised will not occur. At the beginning of this meeting, Mayor Bonilla ushered a man out of the room. Who will do that when there's a deadlock on the fifth appointment? I've never respected Councilmember Pappen more than when she chose to appoint Councilmember Lee over her own preferred candidate the last time there was a deadlock on a fifth member to be appointed.
Thank you, Katie. Next speaker is Jennifer Holthaus.
Hi, thank you for the chance to comment. I'm really heartened to hear so many of my fellow San Mateans agreeing and seeing very clearly that waiting longer and considering candidates for the fifth council seat is not going to make anything easier. In fact, based on what's been happening tonight, it's very likely that this deadlock situation could go on for quite a while, which would be really risky for our city. And we have to remember that it would unduly burden our city staff, it would delay our council business, and it would demoralize me and all of our residents. It's really important for this new council to get a positive start tonight by showing us that you can work as a team right now. Please follow the recommendation of the charter and the city attorney and let Amarance Lee take her rotation as mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joe. Please go ahead, Joe.
Hi, I'm Joe Toda. I'm a 23-year resident of San Mateo in District 4. The council members have spoke tonight. They voted, they spoke. It seems like some are being intimidated to vote a certain way. Intimidation is so wrong. We need honesty. We can wait. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jonathan New. Jonathan, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, City Council. In my previous comments, I pleaded that you not embarrass San Mateo. I really wish you would heed this advice because right now you're failing by not following the direction of our city's charter. If you'd like to continue the rotational mayor tradition, then no matter who the 5th council member is, according to protocol, the next person in that rotation is Amarance Lee. In fact, I think Councilmember Newsom quickly mentioned he'd prefer to continue the mayor rotation. If that's the case, and this truly isn't about political differences, and it's not personally about Councilmember Lee, then waiting solves nothing other than being obstructionist and preventing staff from going home to their families. Let's be leaders today, not tomorrow. Please respect our process and elect Amarance Lee as our next mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tassos Agrafis.
Hi, good evening. Amarance Lee is showing what kind of mayor she will be. I want what I want, and I want it now. Clearly, she has a few friends, and she's brought them here to the table to advocate with intimidation, as someone mentioned, that a decision be made tonight. Amo and her friends know that if she gets to pick that 5th seat, along with her fellow friend Adam Lorraine, she'll have a majority and rule as a mayor. This is the power play. And frankly, I commend the decision on waiting to select the 5th seat for the democratic process to play out, to pick the best person to fill that 5th seat and then decide on the mayor. And if it's Amo Lee, great, we'll support her as the mayor. But Amo Lee needs to do the right thing and show that she can compromise here as a leader.
Thank you, Tasso. Your time is up. Next speaker is Dr. Liz Leister.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I was there earlier. We came home in order to have some dinner, and I got on the Zoom as soon as we drove away. I wanted to share that I am a doctor, and people often go on Google for medical advice. And one of my favorite memes is a cartoon. It says, "Don't confuse your Google search with my medical degree." Now, why am I saying that? We've had several people speak tonight who have never served on city council. I have not done that. But we've had several people who do have the experience. They know what the process is supposed to be. It's supposed to be the rotation where Amo is next. Who do we hear from? We heard from Joe, we heard from Rick Bonilla, we heard from Suzanne Bonilla, we heard from Noelia Corzo, and we heard from the city attorney. This is not a tough decision. It is never hard to do the right thing. Amo is showing the kind of mayor she will be with her patience and her forbearance to this difficult leading up to what should be the right decision to appoint, to have her take her turn. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lori. Lori, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I would just like to say first that it's really disappointing for me to hear so many speakers that are not San Mateo residents and that won't be affected by all the traffic and congestion that the 19 new buildings in San Mateo will cause and the unprecedented speed of development. The second thing I'd like to say is not everybody is a fan of Amarance Lee and her tactics and her governance. And I applaud Lisa and Rob for following the concerns of their constituents who maybe don't want to see Amarance Lee as mayor, but want to see primarily the 5th member of the council put in place before a vote is taken. If the 5 council members vote for Amarantz Lee, then that's what it will be, but get that last council member in place and don't let it be an appointment of ammo. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alexis Lewis. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I am still advocating for Council Member Lee to be the next mayor of San Mateo. I do believe that the process should be as it has been with the selection of the mayor at the first meeting in December following the election. And I wholeheartedly support her for that position. I think there's a lot of other things that are being mixed in with the appointment of the 5th person, and the whole city won't be represented, but the whole city's not voting for that 5th person. We don't even know what district that person's coming from. They're going to be chosen by people on the council. So there's just a lot of things being thrown on the wall, and I think they cause a lot of confusion. But it goes back to, do we follow the democratic process that we have in place, or do we just decide we're going to do something different because it doesn't fit our agenda? I again stress that we vote for Council Member Lee as our next mayor of San Mateo. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Next speaker is Tim. Tim, please go ahead.
Good evening. I don't think this is an embarrassment or anyone needs to be ashamed because the protocol is being followed, but it is disappointing to see no one attempting to find a compromise solution or trying to understand the other's concerns. What I see are 2 sides. One side wants to choose a mayor tonight. The other side is concerned that the mayor will be the tie-breaking vote on the 5th council member. So just throwing out a suggestion on a possible compromise. If allowed, you choose a mayor tonight, and the person who is chosen as mayor also commits to not being the tie-breaking vote, or will commit to working to identify a 5th council member so that a tie-breaking vote is not necessary. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael. Michael, go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening. I'm a San Mateo resident of 28 years. I've not spoken tonight. I'm from District 5. Congratulations, Councilman Lorraine. Want to congratulate you and the other new council members tonight. I wanted to share a sense of gratitude. We're grateful to have our city, grateful to have our representatives on the city council. I feel that there's one principle that needs to be explored a little bit more by the council members and perhaps asking questions of the city attorney. How is I'm just raising this right now in my time. How is that 5th council member selected? Is the mayor that's elected, if it were to be tonight, do they get to pick, or is it no matter what, is it going to be all 4 of you? It seems like that's an important issue for you all to resolve before we can, before you can conclude what you're doing tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Thomas Weissmiller. Thomas, please go ahead.
Yes, I think as a longtime resident of San Mateo, there's 2 things I'd like. I'd like for all the members on the council to have dignity, and I'd like to see a balance of power. I might suggest that possibly you go into a closed session and you guys kind of work it out. There's an old saying in Officers Candidate School, cooperate and graduate. Thank you.
Thank you. That has been 56 speakers we've had for the second round. So we are closing public comment round 2.
I think one of the disconcerting effects that worries me is that we seem to be straying from a rotational mayor system, and what that could mean is that when there is a majority council, that those in the minority are sidelined and that the mayorship and the deputy mayorship rotate around the three majorities. And I think that that is of grave concern. There is clearly a protocol. There are guidelines. We are being asked by our city attorney to make a decision tonight. It is my strong preference that all of us can make a decision to fill the 5th council member, one that we can all agree will be in service to the entire city of San Mateo. That is absolutely my priority. But I am worried that we are going very far down a road that that will be, in fact, quite inequitable. And what we have tried to do with the rotational system, which is in place regardless of circumstance, right? So there may be vacancies, there may be natural disasters, right? But we have a system and we have a protocol in place. And I just, it's very hard for me to understand why we are even contemplating derailing from the existing protocol and tradition. The decision point tonight that we are being asked to make is to select a mayor and a deputy mayor. That is completely separate decision from who we elect as a 5th council member. And so I see this conflation of these two things when in fact, we are here tonight to do one thing, right? We have one agenda item to take care of. And I just am so concerned that the road that we're headed down is a road to nowhere, where we have we have worked really hard to create a fair by district representation system that will have a rotational mayor every single year. That gives us the opportunity to have a mayor representing every single district every single year. And in those years, we could end up with vacancies as we did 3 years ago, as we are today, right? But when we follow protocol, we act with fairness. And that's what our city charter is laid out to do and to guide us through these exact situations. And so I ask for a nomination.
I'd like to just make a comment before making a nomination, because it occurred to me during the public comment that, as Councilmember Lee mentioned, it seems as though we are addressing multiple items at once instead of the item at hand tonight. What if Diane Pappin had not won her bid for assembly? She would be sitting here with us tonight, and we would have made this decision hours ago. We would have continued with the protocol that has been in place. Diane would be mayor. Amarantz Lee would be nominated as deputy mayor. Most assuredly, I do not think we would be having most of the discussion that we're having tonight if Diane had been here. So with that, and in the interest of all that Councilmember Lee said, I would like to make a motion to nominate Amarantz Lee as the mayor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Patrice, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Lorraine,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
No.
Councilmember Newsom.
No.
Fails 2-2.
If I could make a comment at this time. I do not see what we're doing here tonight as trying to obstruct the rotational mayor system. We are, once again, we are in a situation we have never been in before at San Mateo. It's the first time we're doing district elections. And even put that aside, we have an opening and that causes things to be different. So I still very much support a rotational mayor. And you're right, if Diane had lost the assembly seat, she would be sitting here and probably she would be mayor and Amarantz would be vice mayor. But that's not what happened. There is an opening here and there's going to be an appointment. And I think we've heard from a lot of people that the influence of that appointment is great. And I personally, I have a lot more optimism about coming to consensus on that fifth member, because I've heard people suggesting they might want to apply from all different political backgrounds and walks of life. I have a lot more optimism about that being something we can do. And then, as many people have said, then we take a vote and you know, it's the rotation, but it's everybody being part of it. So.
One thing that I still am having trouble understanding is that even if we were to fill the fifth seat, the guidelines for selecting mayor are the same, contemplating seniority. So I don't understand how filling the fifth seat actually materially affects the selection of mayor. The selection of mayor is based on rotation based on seniority. The guideline is clear, the charter is clear. We are being asked to make a decision based on the charter and following the charter so that we can carry on with our duties as council. My understanding is that for us to continue deadlocked, it will have a serious impairment on the way that we conduct business. Essentially, it will block any potential controversial decision points coming forward to the council.
I think that's a hypothetical that you can't say. You and I may be disagreeing tonight about some things, but there are other things that we can agree on. So I don't think you can blanket say that everything will just be frozen. But I think it is important to make sure that we have that fifth member of the council on, and then decide on the mayor.
Again, the fifth council member will come on. That does not change the guidelines for selection. The guidelines follow seniority. So again, I do not follow how filling a fifth seat, if we are to agree on a fifth person, how that changes our interpretation of the guidelines. The guidelines remain explicit in referring to seniority with myself as next in line.
But we also are in a situation we've never been in before. And I believe it is important to have that 5th position filled and then take a vote.
Yes, we are in a position where we need to fill a vacancy, right? The 5th position. But the decision point and the protocol for making the decision about who is selected is the same. The guideline indicates seniority. So regardless of who is selected,
I think the point was made that appointing a mayor or selecting a mayor could potentially have an undue influence on that 5th position.
And so with that in mind, are you proposing that we break protocol with a 5th member?
No, let me say, what I am proposing is that we transition and go in continuation, select the 5th member on the 12th, and then come back into session on the 13th to decide on the mayor when all 5 of us are present.
I understand that's what you're proposing. What I don't understand is, as Amaranth mentioned, the protocol related to this decision will not change as a result of adding a 5th member. So, when you bring up that you've heard concerns about the role of the mayor in the selection process, I guess to me, that indicates that in order to allay those concerns, we must make a decision different from what is currently being proposed. I don't see and in that case, would you not be advocating for us breaking protocol?
I am advocating for us dealing with the situation we are in now. I am not advocating doing anything that is against our charter or against what we're trying to do as a community. All I'm advocating for is the opportunity to select that 5th person to go on the council and then select the mayor and the deputy mayor. That's what I'm advocating for.
Why?
Because I believe everybody should be on this dais making that decision. And why should any of us be here if we can't voice our opinions?
Can I say something? Sorry, I feel like I'm being too quiet, so I want to chime in a little. So, I mean, we could use this logic multiple ways, but if we say that we're going to stick to the rotation process, there's nothing that stops us from appointing Amo the mayor the day after we appointed the 5th council member. I mean, if that's what we're agreeing to, is that an acceptable compromise?
what I don't understand is how that changes, right? What exactly?
What's changing is whether we make you the mayor tonight or Lisa or Adam or myself, whoever is that person gets to be the deciding person if we're deadlocked for 2-2, which it looks like the way we're going now is highly probable.
Yes, and Rob, that is precisely why I'm not interested in going down this road, right? Because what is being suggested is that we go through the process of selecting a 5th person and then having that 5th person participate in this process, right? But if we don't have a tiebreaker for that process, then we might find ourselves in this situation for that decision.
And every other decision that could be contentious. I mean, in my conversations with the city manager, I asked him, how does this play out? How does this play out if on the 12th we are deadlocked? How does this play out in the next city council meeting if we are deadlocked? Right? And his response to me was, we would have to strip away agenda items that could be contentious. We would essentially only be able to do business where there is consent items. We are at this very moment looking at a road to nowhere. We are, if we do not make the decision tonight, then we are heading down a road of actually impairing our ability to operate and conduct city business, which is what we were elected to do.
And I respectfully.
It's a grave disservice.
I respectfully hear what you're saying, and I respectfully disagree, because I think we can come to consensus on that fifth person and then move forward. And I don't have the opinion that every decision we're going to make. I don't want to be up here in a 2-2 draw any more than anybody does.
Right,
But I
let's
also-
make consensus then on the decision, but that's not what the decision is tonight. The decision tonight is electing a mayor and a deputy mayor. We will work very hard. I am committed to working very hard to find someone who will serve all of us. I'm actually thinking, who will be the bridge maker? Who will be the consensus builder? Who will be, the swing that can help bring us together and thread the needle? That's what I'm looking for in a fifth council member. We won't be able to make that decision, and we will be able to make it on the 12th through deliberation. I'm committed to doing that. Tonight is a decision about who will be mayor so that we can conduct city business that we've been elected to do. That's what we are here to do tonight. That's what the city charter has asked of us. I'd like to make a motion for myself as mayor and Councilmember Newsom as deputy mayor.
Second. Motion and second.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
No.
Councilmember Newsom.
No.
Motion fails 2-2.
So you're not willing to consider continuance because, given the fact that we are deadlocked right now, what other options do you foresee, given the fact that we've tried every variation up until this point?
So what was the question?
I said, what other scenarios do you see beyond having a continuation, given the fact that I think just about every scenario has been raised and voted down?
From my perspective, we have been asked to do a job tonight, and I'm going to sit here until that job is done.
And I'm just as happy to sit here. I would prefer not to. I'm sure everybody here would prefer to go home and get some sleep. And I apologize to everyone that it is an inconvenience, but I also don't think my lack of sleep should be the reason why I changed my vote. Because I am not doing it based on who I want to be mayor. I'm doing it based on the fact that we have an opening. This is an unprecedented time and we should address that opening. Thank you.
Councilmember Nash, can you please explain to me why you say you feel you have optimism for us to come to consensus in finding a fifth council member when we can't even seem to agree on the very first thing that we're supposed to do, a generally formality of a process that, as I just mentioned, if Diane were here, we would have already gone through without any issue, without conflating it with other issues. Why do you feel there's optimism in engaging in a process that's more complicated than that, and yet us finding consensus?
Because there are many different possibilities of people who could apply. And I think that's the first decision. And that's also an opening that should be filled. And then we say we have the council and then we continue on. So and as I said to Councilwoman Lee, I'm optimistic that we can work on lots of different issues. I'm more optimistic there are 5 people here working on them, for sure. And I don't want to be here any more than you do in this situation. But I'm very optimistic that we can find that fit person and come to consensus. It may be a process of winnowing down, but I am very confident we can get there.
It strikes me as a contradiction, though, when you are saying that you have confidence in our ability to come to consensus around the decision of who we would select as the 5th. Right? You're saying that you are confident in our ability to come to consensus, correct? On the 5th. So you're confident in our ability to come to consensus on the 5th, and you also respect the rotational mayor system, correct? That contemplates the guidelines. So those two things don't lead logically to the decision to continue to obstruct our ability to do business. To say that you respect the rotational system and that you subscribe to the rotational system, that you believe that this is the democratic tradition that represents our city. And at the same time say you believe that we can come to consensus and also select a 5th council person. Those two statements, for me, equal, we can make a decision tonight respecting the rotational mayor process by making a decision for me to be mayor. And we can move forward with faith and confidence that we will make a consensus-based decision on filling the 5th seat. What you are saying and how you are voting are in direct contradiction. So please help me understand.
I am saying that the priority right now, we need to understand who that 5th position is. It is not the way it has ever been before. It is, and you may say, oh my gosh, a week, what can happen? It's not a long time. Let us have the meeting on the 12th and then come back into session on the 13th and can decide on the mayor and the vice mayor, the deputy mayor.
Right, we are in unprecedented times. We need to come to a decision, a hard decision about filling a vacancy. You are saying that you are confident in our ability to deliberate and come to a consensus choice.
Yes?
In our ability to come to a consensus on the fifth person.
Okay, and so you agree with that statement?
Repeat the statement.
The statement is that you are confident in our ability to come to a consensus choice in our selection of the fifth person, the fifth council member.
Yes.
Okay, so you are confident in our ability to reach consensus in deciding, yes?
But I don't know who that person's going to be.
Okay,
This is all being very hypothetical, but
right, so we don't know who it will be, but we do have faith. We're stating that we have faith in a compromise process, right? A consensus-based process, one that we will deliberate, right?
Yep.
And you're also saying that you support a rotational mayor system.
but I support coming to a consensus of the fifth position without the mayor having their thumb on the scale. So I encourage us to come back on the 12th, meet with whomever is applying, and stay there until we decide on who the fifth person is. So that is a decision by all of us. And we don't have to deal with, gee, we can't decide, and so the mayor decides. That's what's different. So I think it's if you're looking for compromise, why not that?
So let me see, what you're saying is that where the discomfort is in the tiebreaker power of the mayor.
That is an issue of discomfort.
Is that the primary issue?
I believe the process, we need to get that fifth person on. No, it's not something to laugh about. It really, I respectfully say it isn't, but you're respectfully allowed whatever your opinion is.
So, okay, so you're saying that you believe that we can, okay, so what you're trying, okay, so I understand what's happening. Okay, so what you're saying is that there's discomfort moving forward in a selection process where mayor has tiebreaker, right?
Try me again, I'm sorry. I'm getting tired.
I don't think she's saying that in every instance. I think she's saying that in this particular instance. She's saying until we have a fifth person on council, if we come into a 2-2 deadlock, the mayor, in this case, if it was you, would be able to make the decision. And that's what at core we're struggling with. I would be willing to make the compromise of we meet a week from now yesterday because we've gone into the next day. But we meet, the four of us decide on who the replacement is, and then we can adopt the rotation system, which means the next day we can make you the mayor.
What I still don't understand is, and I also want to emphasize that I really strongly support us deliberating and hopefully unanimously supporting the same person for filling the vacancy. What troubles me and where, what this meeting I think has revealed is that if we don't have a tiebreaker, we are completely at a standstill from doing city business. And that is not where we want to be, right? I mean, the fact that what should have been a routine decision, we're still up at, 12:40 and I never got my spam Masubi, right? Is really sad. The decision point for tonight is selecting a mayor and a deputy mayor. what we're saying is that we all want to work together to find a council member that will bring us together, that will bridge the divide, right? That can help thread the needle, make the sausage. It is imperative. I've served on council with a lot of diverse perspectives, right? I've done this for 3 years. I absolutely appreciate how important it is to have a diversity of perspective. And we need people on the left, we need people on the right, and we need people in the center to bring us together. I really do believe that we can get there. I think we're all saying that we can get there. And I think that this has got to be a leap of faith that we are all committed to getting there. But what we're doing tonight, what we've been asked to do tonight, is make a decision about mayor and deputy mayor. That's what we're here to do tonight. That's what the charter contemplates, and that's why we're sitting here.
Yes, and I would add that we need more than a leap of faith. And Councilmember Newsom, I think I'm concerned by your response to this last question in that what it could mean, right? I am concerned that you may be right, that indeed we're not, the concern is not about a mayor having a tiebreaker vote and the thumb on this process, but the particular projected mayor. And that is precisely what following protocol helps us avoid, right? The protocol is in place to allow for a fair process to happen even in unprecedented situations. And to avoid one of the hypotheticals that Councilmember Lee brought up, in which every time we talk about something as routine as the rotational system, we break out into a potential election among those on council to determine whether we feel like following the protocol this year or not. That's not the San Mateo way. That would not be the right decision. And I don't think it's that's a good faith reason to break protocol and talk a compromise. I feel compelled to mention a couple of things I heard from this second opening of public comment and what I feel I learned and heard from it. I understand there's interest from the public in having a democratic process. That said, we just had an election with thousands more people than have spoken tonight. As others have mentioned, picking this 5th council member won't necessarily represent an addition of extra voices from the city being introduced into this process. It would be a separate appointment process, very similar to what we're undergoing tonight with the same cast made by this same body. What's the downside? People have asked what the downside is. You're looking at it. We're already having issues with the very first procedural decision. That's why I don't want to undergo the selection of a 5th council member without a tiebreaker. And that's why the procedure that's why the procedure has a tiebreaker. It's for situations such as this, maybe not this exact situation, but situations such as this have been thought through and accounted for in our charter. The 5th council member will not change the facts that we are discussing tonight on this item. Amarance Lee is the only experienced council member and shall be the only experienced council member after we select a 5th council member. It will still be true. The protocol will still be the same. The rotation expectations will be the same. What's the big deal with waiting a week? The big deal is that it goes against protocol and tradition. So there had better be a good reason to do so. And I haven't heard one tonight. I've heard a number of people say no disrespect to Amarance Lee, but This is extremely disrespectful to Amarantz Lee. As I mentioned, if Diane Pappen had been with us tonight, none of this would have happened. We're not forcing a decision prematurely. We're making it at the proper time. We're not ignoring the democratic process. We are trying to uphold it.
It seems to me that one of the things that I think is for me very helpful is when I think about taking a long view, right? In terms of, what is best for the city in the long term, right? In the long term, we follow tradition and protocol. That is what serves the city best. And there may be many future iterations and scenarios where you win the lottery and you decide to move to Malibu, right? And we have to fill a vacancy, right? And whoever happens to be mayor at the time will have tiebreaker, right? Or something wonderful or horrible happens to another person and there's a vacancy, right? All of these considerations have actually been accounted for. That is how it works over the long term, right? Over the long term, there's a rotational system, and sometimes you get the mayor that you want, sometimes you don't, and sometimes the mayor will be able to exercise a tiebreaker in a critical moment, and other times they won't, right? But over the long haul, what we are choosing to do right now, where the road is headed right now, which is so deeply concerning, is basically straying from a rotational mayor system, straying from a system where every single council member has a turn at leadership. I have served for 3 years with 4 D1 council members who all had their turn at the mayorship. Every single council member who I served with, who served our city proud, who I am proud to serve with, all of them got their turn. And they were all in District 1. Right? Now we are moving to a new day where every single district has the opportunity for a rotational mayor. And over the long run, when we think about not just the next 2 years, over the next 128 years, right? There's gonna be times where you pull the ace, and there's gonna be times where you pull the dud. But the rotational mayor system has been set forth to contemplate all of these iterations, this exact situation that we're in. And now with district elections, we have the chance at a true, equitable, geographically representative mayoral system. It is my turn. It is District 2's turn. I've put in the time. And District 2 has waited 20 years. My commitment to you all is to go forward with a fair process in selecting our 5th council member. I pledge fairness, and I'm very committed to working with both of you, all of you, so that we can find someone who will fit with us as a team. That's what we have the opportunity to do tonight, is to work as a team and take the long view for San Mateo.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. I've got a question, and this may be totally out of line, but I'm trying to be creative. Is there, would it be possible to do ranked choice voting for the 5th mayor, or for the 5th council member, or is that just too much of a change? I'm trying to think of how do you get to compromise, and ranked choice voting in other situations can get people to compromise. So I'm wondering if there's any applicability here.
No.
No, okay, I'm trying.
Were you talking about ranked choice? Sorry, I'm tired. Were you talking about ranked choice? Okay, third time. Were you talking about ranked choice voting for the mayorship, or you're talking about the actual 5th seat? So what would be the challenge with that? I mean, we're basically working off of unprecedented. There's no precedent, right?
Well, you still have to follow the charter. And the charter has a prescribed process for filling vacancies, which again, the council fills the vacancy within 30 days of the vacancy occurring. And failing that, the mayor makes the appointment.
But why follow the charter now? Right? I mean, like,
Can I just ask my fellow council members what it would take to get to vote on a mayor tonight? Is there a scenario in which we vote for a mayor tonight?
We've been voting for mayor, we just haven't been agreeing.
That's why I'm trying to see if there's another answer. I guess not.
We could defer the vote for mayor until after we've chosen the 5th seat. I mean, that is a compromise.
I guess I'll ask staff a question about just making clear. We've talked a bit about potentially continuing, if we were to continue this meeting until the 13th. Would it be staff, and if we were to go, would it be staff's expectation from that point that council would come and to the meeting on the 12th and select a 5th council member on that day, and then bring 5 council members to the meeting on the 13th and proceed with this item?
Yes.
Thank you.
another alternative. I know there's not agreement about continuing this to the 13th. But we could, because of the hour, continue it to another evening this week. So we're just resetting, coming back later this week, whatever day it may be, to continue the discussion, but it still is before the, before the meeting regarding the 5th seat. That is an alternative for council to consider.
I mean, if I'm reading the room, I don't see how continuing it before to a date set before the 12th would be satisfactory to my fellow council members. So I'm not sure if that's an actual suggestion.
The council could adjourn this regular meeting to, as the city manager mentioned, to another date this week before the 12th, if that's what you're asking. Maybe I misheard the question.
I think she's saying that there's no point in doing that because we'd still wouldn't be coming to a consensus.
Right. My understand, at least if I'm understanding the perspective from Councilmember Newsom and Nash, is that they will not make a decision about the mayor until there is a 5th council member. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, we're, just to restate my understanding is that you have confidence in our ability to come to a consensus about the 5th council member.
I do.
You do?
Yes.
Okay.
What? I legitimately think we can. We're going to have a good pool. I believe we're going to have a good pool of candidates. I think we're going to be able to choose. And I think we're going to be able to choose at least 3 of the 4 of us will be able to come to a consensus.
So so you believe that we will be able to come to a decision through consensus with 4 people with no tiebreaker?
Yeah, I do. I think we have to.
Okay. So if that's the case, then if that's your stated opinion and that's your faith that you have in our team being able to fill the 5th council member, right, through consensus, then why are we not making a decision about tonight electing a mayor and a deputy mayor?
I guess because if it goes off the rails, then we have one person who's making the decision, which is not the democratic way. I mean, that's not what the whole goal of this is. The goal is to try to do the best for the people that our supporters who put us in office have an expectation. And the expectation is that we're going to, choose that replacement. And then we're going to work together to put the mayor in office.
So our charter was approved by the voters. It represents the will of the voters.
Unfortunately, our charter wasn't written for district elections, wasn't written to accommodate this scenario that we're in. There's never been 3 new council members and then a vacancy in the history of the city of San Mateo. So even though we might have a document that was agreed to years ago, it's not current with our situation. I mean, we're in an unprecedented situation.
So, you know, on the council, a lot of times, oftentimes, too often, what we are doing as policymakers is looking at policy that actually needs to be changed, right?
Right.
So we go through a process of deliberation, identifying exactly what needs to be changed and coming to agreement about those amendments, right? Gathering community input. We do not, as a practice, unilaterally decide we're just not going to follow protocol or policy. That is not the way that we do business as a city. If we want to make an amendment to the city charter, that is something that the council can consider. We can study and deliberate and agree on, and it will go to the voters to decide. That is the standard process. Right now, we are working with a certain set of rules and standards. Those standards are in place for a reason. And we have an obligation to exercise our duty of good governance by following the protocols and the traditions. We are saying that we agree and are aiming for filling a vacancy through consensus. That's what we're saying. We're all agreeing to that. The decision point tonight is, do we follow protocol electing a mayor and a deputy mayor? A rotational system that serves the entire city. That is where we are tonight. That's the decision that the charter has asked us to make. These are the rules that we play by. If we don't like those rules, it is within our power to change them, but we have a process for doing so. We cannot decide here tonight to change charter. Charter amendments need to be voted by the people.
But we would not be deciding to change the charter. We would be saying we have an opening, let's fill that opening and then continue on. That's not changing the charter. And that's, as long as we say we want to continue the meeting, we're not doing anything to change the charter.
Continuing this meeting to a date certain does not
Yeah.
constitute a charter amendment. You can do it. It's not the expectation set forth in the charter. The expectation is that the council will select a mayor and deputy mayor at the first regular meeting in December. You can continue it. That's not a violation of the charter. It's not a charter amendment. Not recommended, but it is something you can do.
But what I'm saying is that what you're proposing, right? What you're proposing is a change to protocol. You're saying that in the event where there is a vacancy that coincides with a decision to appoint a mayor, right? That you're saying that the new rules should be that the vacancy is filled before the mayoral and deputy mayor appointment. That is a change. That's a policy change, right? That's a difference in sequencing. That is different from what the charter outlines. Your proposal is not compliant with the charter. The charter is asking us to make a decision about deputy mayor and mayor tonight. So the protocol that you're proposing is what is not reflected, right, in the current charter and in the sequencing in the charter. If that's something that you would wish to change in the future, that's something that we could discuss. What we are being asked to do tonight is make a decision about the mayor and the deputy mayor. that is literally the only business that we're supposed to do tonight. That's it.
I was just asking whether my fellow council members would be amenable to taking a 5 or 7 minute break to go to the restroom.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
If I can make a suggestion. This isn't exactly a legal issue, but in discussing and talking to the city manager at the break, a core issue obviously is the ability of the new mayor to appoint potentially the 5th council member. Keep in mind that the applications for that 5th seat are due this Wednesday on December 7th. The council could, if it wants to, continue or adjourn this meeting to later this week after the applications are due. The thinking being that that could help inform what the council decides on selecting a mayor. Now, we'd have to think about how to properly agendize it. If the council wanted to have some sort of preliminary discussion about the applicants for the 5th seat, you would not and could not make a decision at that time. That could only be done as anticipated on the 12th through interviews of all the candidates by the full council. But since that seems to be the primary hang up or obstacle here, that is something that you could do, is continue it until later this week before the 12th, but after applications are due, you see who the applicants are. You can have some sort of informal preliminary discussion about that. You're not selecting anybody, not making any motions, not making any decisions. And then the next item could be something like making a decision on the mayor. It's an idea. You don't have to do it. It's not legally required. But it would, it's 1:30 in the morning now. The likelihood of a decision happening now are pretty small. So this would be a way to move the meeting along, but it's still before the 12th. You have another opportunity to take a crack at it, understanding who the applicants are for that 5th seat, which again is the core of the issue. Something for you to consider.
Number one, thank you for being constructive because it is 1:30 in the morning and I think we are in a very deadlocked position. If we were to take a look at this list, would you see that if we think, okay, there's enough here, now we can move on, not make a decision, but there's enough variety that we see we can get to a decision. That would be sort of the conclusion of that item. And then you would recommend going back to selecting the mayor. You would work it.
That would be the idea, yes, is that you could, again, you could not actually make a selection to fill the 5th seat, but in reviewing the candidates, you could potentially foresee, depending on who's in that pool, coalescing around, one or more, you could see that amongst the candidates, there's potential for agreement by the council, and then that could help facilitate a decision on the mayor, because I think part of the conundrum is some members of the council have discussed the possibility that you could also be deadlocked on December 12th when you're set to make that selection for the 5th council member. Well, if you see who the applicants are, and maybe there's a possibility, perhaps, that you can foresee not being deadlocked on the 12th. And then that can help you with making a decision on the mayor and deputy mayor. Again, it's just an idea. It's something different for you to consider other than making the same motions.
So we could, just playing it out, we could decide that, okay, it looks like there's an opportunity to come to consensus here. We obviously have to give everyone an opportunity to interview and make presentations and not take anything away from anybody's application. And if we were diametrically opposed, just to take the opposite end, we could say we would be no worse off than we are right now.
Correct.
I mean,
Correct. No, you're right. You're right. I mean, it doesn't hurt to try. It's a suggestion. And again, I think the likelihood of some breakthrough happening now at this meeting tonight seems pretty remote. But it's up to the council.
I feel inclined to comment that I'm concerned by this idea because I'm not sure what it changes. I think it sounds to me that right now there's already been a decent amount of council discussion indicating optimism with regard to the diversity of candidates we can expect to find. And so I don't know if too many council members are unsure of whether there will be good candidates. And in fact, even if there were good candidates and we were to convene this meeting later, I'm not sure whether concerns are being addressed. It seems as though those who are asking to change protocol would be encouraged to continue down that path and present the diversity of candidates as evidence for that working out. I guess to me this is setting poor precedents.
I appreciate us thinking outside of the box, and certainly welcome suggestions. For me, I would concur with Councilmember Lorraine that I don't think it would move the needle. And for me, it fundamentally, it doesn't change the facts that we are elected to govern. Our governing document is the charter. The charter has laid out a process. The process is that tonight we decide who is the mayor and who is the deputy mayor. The charter also contemplates a rotating mayor so that every single council member has an opportunity to lead. Those are the rules that we can play by. Those are the rules that were in front of us. They are unchanged. What is being proposed is the change. And it's being wrapped up in words like transparency and fairness. And frankly, I don't see that case. I don't see a case for transparency and fairness. The case for fairness is the rotating mayor, which is selected by seniority. That has what has been in place for as long as my memory is. We have filled vacancies in the past. We will continue to fill vacancies. And whoever is the mayor at the time has the power of tiebreaker. If we want to change that rule, there's a process to go through to change those rules. which involves a charter amendment or a change to the guidelines, which we have done. We have amended the guidelines to account for our new by-district elections. What is being proposed tonight is not what the rules set out. And what we are asking to do is to follow protocol and follow good governance practices by selecting the mayor and selecting the deputy mayor tonight. Any deviation from that mandate is a deviation from the charter.
Well, I guess then, thank you for trying, but I don't think that's going to fly. I guess the only thing, excuse me, left to do, because it sounds like we're both pretty set in. I think we've been talking a lot about hypotheticals, and I think we need to focus on what's before us and the fact that we are in a unique situation that we never have been in before. I would vote or make a motion that we continue this meeting on the 13th after the interview process of the 5 applicants, because I believe that we should have them on the council and we should have everyone involved in making that decision and then voting on the mayor.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
For continuance, yes.
Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
No.
Councilmember Lorraine.
No.
Motion fails 2-2.
Maybe I was a little too hasty in my judgment of this other idea from the city attorney. I'd like to ask a question or two. If we were to continue this until after the list of applicants has been completed and we began looking at this list, do you feel that council members could ask questions such as, could you see supporting candidate X? I guess I'm trying to get a sense of how deeply we could, or how, like, whether there would be specific restrictions on what we could and couldn't ask of each other to try and reach some sort of understanding.
Well, it would just be a discussion. There wouldn't be any action. And I think you also want to be careful too, because I mean, you don't want to, I think, give the sense that it's the process is already completed before the interviews have occurred yet. I think what I would suggest is, I mean, you could have a conversation around, applicants that you could see, or that the council could see themselves coalescing around certain number of particular candidates, but still subject to going through the full process of interviewing. So I think you'd have to just be careful not to give the impression that it's some sort of done deal. And that it's all preliminary and it's all subject to further discussion and actual interviews on the 12th.
Yeah, so it sounds to me that we wouldn't necessarily be able to get too deep into it. It would instead perhaps be a fairly high level conversation. Would it be fair to say that, for example, it'd be more of asking questions like, like yes or no questions, like, do you feel there are a number of candidates you could consider supporting here as opposed to naming candidates.
It's fine to name candidates.
Oh,
The
it is.
named candidate, I mean, the candidates, the applications are in.
Okay.
So the issue isn't with like saying, so applicant so-and-so seems like they might be a good candidate. The issue is more with also, it's just still keeping an open mind because the process is not complete. The process would just be beginning.
Mhm.
And that the decision will not occur until December 12th.
Mhm. But would it be permissible for me to say, I guess maybe I should turn it to my colleagues and ask, and particularly those who have, indicated interest in waiting until we pick a fifth candidate to pick a mayor and deputy mayor. Under this proposal, would you consider voting on a mayor and deputy mayor after having seen this list of candidates? If during the item in which we're looking at the list, you get a sense that there are, in fact, consensus quality candidates such that there would no longer be a concern as to whether the mayor had an advantage in the decision.
I mean, I think we're starting to go down hypotheticals again, but I would say, on the one hand, it sounds appealing, but on the other hand, is it fair to the applicants? Sort of pre-selecting, I don't know. And on the other hand, if we've, as a group, feel like there's a consensus, how do we hold each other to that? Yep, I think there's something there. Yep, I think there's something there. And then on the 12th, it's, oh, well, how do we build that? Am I making sense?
I think so. Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry, I wasn't following.
So what I'm just saying is, on the one hand, it's great to look at all options. But would that be at all prejudicial to the applicants if we were sort of having a pre-discussion before we have the full interview process? I don't know. I'm just asking that question. And number two, if we had some level of discussion, I'm not quite sure how we would get there, that said, oh yeah, we can find consensus here. I think, how do you get to that level where we can all feel pretty good? Then when it does come to the 12th, that the candidates we were sort of looking at as consensus make it to the end. There are no changes of heart between, the 8th and the 12th, I guess is the best way to put it. And these are all just questions I'm having. I think you were saying you didn't, as I understood it, you didn't think that it was a productive conversation to have, to go down this path. And I guess I'm getting worried about the fact that it's all sort of hypotheticals. And can we really govern in hypotheticals? Or is it still better? I mean, it'd be ideal to go and interview those candidates, see what they have to say, see their positions, and then select them.
Can I just make one other point, that just to emphasize again that if you were to do that, if you were to adjourn this regular meeting until the 8th, and you wouldn't be put in any, I think, you mentioned, and in any worse position than as you are now. You would be in the same position, but with a little more information. And, you may, upon reflection, maybe somebody will change their mind. I mean, who knows? But at least you won't be in any worse position than as you are now, and you'll have more information to consider. It's just an idea. You're not required to do it, but it's.
So if I
it's a
can
thought.
jump in, from my understanding, if I could put myself in my council member's shoes, their concern is the tiebreaker power of the mayor. And the mayor, who should be me, according to protocol, exercising the tiebreaker power in deciding the fifth council member. That's what has been the primary concern. Yes. So well, I haven't heard any other concern because you agree in the rotational mayor protocol, right? And so staggering a sort of semi-partial evaluation of candidates and detaching it from decision-making isn't the security, right, that I think that my council members are looking for in terms of curbing the power of the mayor. Is that right? So that's why I don't see that idea working from my understanding from their perspective. And again, we're in this conundrum, right? Where we're saying we agree that we can all come to a consensus. We're saying that we believe in our ability to come to consensus, right? And we believe in the rotational mayor structure. So those two positions lead us down the path of following protocol, which is making a decision about mayor tonight and deputy mayor tonight, and then moving forward, trusting each other to make decisions that will benefit the entire city and working as a team.
I just come back to what I've been saying all night long. I think it is not just about choosing the mayor and the deputy mayor, it's about filling the position. And because we're in the situation we are and it's so unique, it is very important to have that person on the dais. So if we, flip it around, if we all trust each other, then let's go fill the fifth position. And then let's go select the mayor.
So what you're proposing is a departure from what our process is, right? Our current process is for us to select the mayor and the deputy mayor tonight. That's the current process. That's what we have been asked to do by the charter. You're talking about a different set of sequencing, right? In terms of decision points. That sequencing is a policy decision. You don't like the policy. You don't feel like it's fair. I understand. I am constantly up here trying to amend policies to make them more fair. There's a process that we go through to do that. That's not what tonight is. Tonight is a decision about who is mayor and deputy mayor following tradition of a rotational mayor based on seniority. That is our practice, and that's our tradition for over 100 years. Why are you asking to break protocol?
Protocol is protocol. What is the matter with waiting a week to interview those people and get the fifth person up here? I don't understand what the problem is with that.
The problem with waiting, right? The problem with waiting and selecting another person, right, is that we don't have a tiebreaker. We don't have a tiebreaker. We cannot do city business without a tiebreaker.
Then why don't we give it a shot and see if we can find consensus on the 12th?
Right. Why don't we give it a shot and select the mayor tonight and try to find consensus? That's exactly what protocol is asking us to do. That is what the city charter is asking us to do.
I don't think we're going to agree.
You don't agree that the city charter is asking us to make a decision tonight? You don't agree that the city attorney is asking us to make a decision tonight?
I have stated my position, and I can state it again, and I can state it again. And I don't see, short of selecting that person on the 12th together, I see that really as the only way.
The other way is following protocol. The other way is doing what we've been doing for over 100 years, is following the rotational mayor system and filling vacancies. What we don't decide, we don't decide the sequencing of every single decision point that comes to council. That's why we have norms, established norms and guidelines that we follow. And if we don't like them, then we go through a process to change them. We don't haphazardly decide unilaterally without a true, legal analysis and, vote of the people. I mean, what you're suggesting is a breach of protocol. It is not compliant with our own city charter.
City attorney, if we say we want to continue this meeting at a future date and decide on the fifth person on the 12th, if we want to continue this meeting on the 13th and we want to decide on the person on the fifth person on the 12th and have them be part of the meeting on the 13th, that is within the charter.
You were able to follow that process. That's something you can do. The charter expects the council to make a selection of the mayor and deputy mayor this morning. But you are able, it is within your power to continue this meeting.
But is it a breach of protocol?
Breach of protocol. Well, so there's two things. There's the charter and the guidelines. So the charter, we've talked about pretty exhaustively already. The guidelines set forth a protocol for selecting the mayor and deputy mayor. The guidelines also say that the council can disregard the guidelines and choose whoever they wish. But that is the protocol. And is it a breach of protocol? I mean, it would differ from the protocol, but the protocols build into the guidelines the idea that the council can do whatever it pleases. So I wouldn't call it a breach, but it would deviate from the customary and expected practice that's set forth in the guidelines.
Right, which is not the charter.
Which is not the charter.
So any other bright ideas? I think we have an opportunity to interview these candidates, select a candidate, and then select the mayor and deputy mayor, and we're done. And then we can do all the other things that so important that we work together on. And I think there are a lot of places, a lot of areas where we can work together. I hope there are. I wouldn't be up here if I didn't. I think we all can work together, but we've got to get through this.
I guess I'd like to know, what are your concerns about waiting? I mean, we don't think we've really addressed that. Like, what are your concerns about waiting until after we've picked another candidate? I mean, presumably you'll be the mayor the day after we've picked the other candidate.
Well, I've tried to lay out my concerns very clearly, and let me try to collect my thoughts. My concerns are about following protocol, following tradition, right? That we were elected to do a job. The governance documents indicate that we should do the job in a certain way. Following the order of business is important to me. As a policymaker, I've sat on this dais trying to change and amend policy through very long and drawn out arduous processes, right? That have multiple checkpoints, legal analysis, community input, right? Deliberation. We don't decide, on a whim or unilaterally to just change protocol. I've also tried to express my very grave concern about derailing from the rotational mayor system as a whole, right? What essentially I hear underneath, sort of in between the lines, is opposition to the power of the mayor being tiebreaker and that being utilized. That is what is baked into that role. And that role rotates every single year according to our new district guidelines. And derailing from that tradition sets, I think, a very dangerous and toxic precedent that could look like districts in the minority are bypassed, unilaterally skipped over. Because if you have a majority of 3 council members who don't like those folks in the minority, they don't trust them to make those decisions and be tiebreaker if a decision is coming, then they will be passed over. That is not how the city of San Mateo has done business. I find that possibility, which I think is happening right now in this decision. It is a refusal to empower and bestow the mayorship and the powers of the mayor on a council member that you might disagree with. That is going to happen with every single council member every single year if we maintain a rotating system. And I'm committed to doing that. I think that's what has worked in the city. It restores balance. And now it has the possibility of actually giving us geographic representation that has never happened. We are on the precipice of derailing a true democratic process. And I find that really disconcerting. This is day one. The task at hand is to find a mayor and a deputy mayor. I have, and Councilmember Lorraine has tried to extend an olive branch saying, I will be mayor You can be deputy mayor in line to become mayor during the next election year. That is actually a really strategic opportunity. I came that hat in hand saying, I see your leadership potential. I see the differences in our perspectives, and I respect you, and you will have your turn, just as I'm asking for my turn. And in the context and in the history of San Mateo, when you look at me, the only woman of color that has served on this dais for 3 years, the only member from District 2, watching every single council member from District 1 have their turn consecutively as mayor without pause, with applause, with encouragement. Every single one of my council colleagues had their turn. I support the system and the tradition in place. That is what I was elected to do by the entire city of San Mateo, 22,000 votes. That is my concern. I am afraid for the precedent that this sets. I'm deeply afraid. I am afraid that if we make a decision tonight to not select mayor, to turn this system upside down and say, I disagree with giving this person the powers of mayors. What does that say for the next person's turn? What does that say for the person's turn after that? I am here, hat in hand, olive branch, saying, I am asking for my turn, 20 years late. And I'm asking for you to step up as number 2 and take the position of mayor in an election year. That was my ask. That was my proposal. And I'm willing to do it again.
And I'd like to add something to my olive branch, which I had hoped would be implied, but just in the interest of full disclosure. If I were to second such a nomination, I will solemnly swear that if something were to happen to somebody else on this dais in between today and a year from today, that causes another vacancy, I will not participate in impeding your rise to mayor as is dictated by protocol and the rotational process. I will instead trust that you will make the right decisions as a colleague and as mayor, and wholeheartedly support the rotation into you as mayor.
I swear also.
That goes to Councilmember Newsom or Councilmember Nash. That is in fact the idea.
We have a system, it's worked, and it's worked to keep balance and fairness and representation across all council members that have been elected. And now we have the chance to start with D2 that hasn't seen representation in 20 years.
Now you're conflating a couple of things. We're talking about, on the one hand, we want to fill the 5th position. And on the other hand, we're selecting a mayor. By saying we want to hold off on selecting the mayor till we fill the 5th position, that has nothing to do with trying to prevent District 2 or yourself or anyone from getting the mayor's position. They're not connected. They're not connected.
I'm sorry, I'm not following. How are these things not connected? You have said on this dais that your concern, your primary concern is the power of the mayor being exercised as tiebreaker. Correct?
That is a concern, yes.
Okay. So how, please help me connect the dots. I don't understand where.
I don't understand why we can't choose the fifth person and then the next day come back and select the mayor. I don't.
Right. So what you're saying, so what you're essentially trying to do is disempower the mayor and the tiebreaker, right? You're trying to take that position out of the decision making and out of the calculation, right? And decision point for selecting the fifth council member, correct?
I am trying to ensure that we have an open process to select the fifth person.
Yes, and we will have an open and transparent process. But what I hear you saying is that your primary concern is the mayor being tiebreaker in that process. Is that true?
That is a concern.
Okay, so we are all committed to having a fair and transparent process. What you are saying is that you do not want the mayor and the powers of the mayor to have input in a deciding vote to fill a vacancy. Correct?
I'm feeling like I'm being cross-examined at this moment.
Okay, I'm just, I don't mean to, I'm not trying to interrogate you. I'm trying to legitimately understand. And so I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
I have stated my position several times. I believe that there's protocol, but what's most important is that we have never been in this situation before. We have an open fifth position. It is important to give those people an opportunity to apply, that we all come together and we agree on a candidate. And then with that council member-elect, we choose the mayor and the deputy mayor.
Yes, and I think we can all agree that that should be the process. What I hear the point of contention is from you, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the point of contention is that you don't want the mayor to exercise the powers of tiebreaker in a decision to fill a vacancy. Is that accurate?
It's a concern to me.
Okay, so if that is your concern, right, and maybe that's your concern as well, that's a policy decision. That's a decision where we say, okay, in this scenario, we don't want the mayor to have a tiebreaker vote in the decisions of filling a vacancy. And we would make a charter amendment, right? Right now, the charter empowers the mayor to be tiebreaker after 30 days. You are suggesting an amendment to our current policy. If there was a majority of the council that wished to make that amendment or any amendment to curb the powers of the mayor in filling vacancies, that is absolutely something that can be considered. No, that is not how the charter reads. Right now, the charter empowers the mayor to make these decisions. Right? And the charter also asks us to make a decision about mayor and deputy mayor tonight. You are proposing a deviation from what the charter is asking us to do and what is protocol. And if that is your will to make that change, that is something that can be raised, for example, during council priorities, during blue skies. We have ideas. We take them to the city council. We have a process where we say, I'd like to, look at this. And we have a facilitator, and the facilitator helps us, give straw man thumbs up. We have 2 thumbs up, then it gets on the list. You've been to the blue skies. That's how we change policy. What you are suggesting, what you are proposing and contemplating is quite different in terms of how we have structured the mayor position, the rotational mayor structure and sequencing, and the decision points that have been laid out in the charter right now as they read today. So you ask, what's the big deal? What's 10 days? And what I'm saying to you is we are on a very slippery slope. We're on a very slippery slope. We're basically saying we can disregard the charter when we decide to. We're saying that that when it serves us, rotational mayor works, and when it doesn't, it doesn't. We're saying that we can decide if we want to follow policy, or we'll just decide to change it the night of and propose something different and ask you why not. Like the way that this meeting has been conducted, as the only senior council member, I find really distressing. It does not set a good precedent. I think that the way that we are proceeding has very dangerous implications. It flies in the face of good governance.
I think we have reached a real impasse. Unless someone disagrees with me, I believe that what we're proposing to do, to have a continuance and interview the candidates and then decide on the mayor, complies with the charter, is reflective of the unique situation we're in. And I think I've made myself clear. I don't think I'm going to be changing my perspective tonight. It sounds like Councilmember Lee is of the same mind. So the only thing I can think is to say we should continue, because it's just, I don't see us getting anywhere. We're just ending the meeting.
if I supported the council looking into making changes to the mayor tiebreaker next time and going forward, would you be willing to make a decision tonight? Interesting.
So I mean, it's actually an interesting line of questioning. Right.
Thank you.
So if we treat this, right, if we treat this as a, a policy amendment, right? We want to put checks on the power of the mayor in determining the decisions of filling a vacancy, right? If that's, that's a scenario we're in, and that's the concerns that have been raised, right? So if we were to say that if that's an important concern and that's a policy amendment that you would like to put forward, then why would you not agree to making that a priority that we change going forward?
I'm not talking about going forward. I'm talking about what we're dealing with in the next 2 weeks.
Right.
We
So
can have discussions about hypotheticals in blue sky session, whatever. But I'm trying to figure out how do we get through the next 2 weeks? Or even less.
right. And so, I mean, so getting through the next 2 weeks, there is a way to do that, right? Which is to follow tradition and protocol, which is to do what we've been asked to do tonight, which is to make the decision for mayor and deputy mayor.
And as I've said before, I believe the best process is to take the applications, get the fit person on, and then make that decision. And there's nothing that says we can't do it that way.
I mean, you're saying there's nothing that says we can't do it that way, but there's also like what is said in the charter, which is the way we're supposed to do it, which is make the decision tonight.
I think we've had this discussion a couple of times before.
I mean, Rob, help me out here. I mean, I think when we were talking about taking the long view and having a rotational mayor, right? Having a system of rotating mayor that, we might not always agree with who's going to be, who's going to be mayor. We should always agree on who is going to be next mayor, right? The next mayor and the next deputy mayor based on the rotation and seniority. We might not agree with that person. We might not always agree with the decisions that they're going to make. But we know that what's in place is a fair process because it is rotating. And it's rotating based on a system of seniority. That's been the system to date.
feel like we're just talking in circles, covering the same thing over and over again and not really coming to any type of consensus. Unfortunately, I've been awake for 22 hours, so I'm really having a hard time changing my opinion or having any formative opinion at all for that matter. Just being candid.
Okay, so I mean, so just if we can't, if you'll stay with me for this thought, you know, because we're here to deliberate.
Trying, but just don't feel like we're getting anywhere. I don't understand why we're agreeing to change policy, which will take far longer than a week, but we can't agree that we're just going to wait 1 week to follow the protocol that you're talking about. Like, just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, if we're going to have a compromise, that's a compromise. I don't understand I just don't get what the downside is to the compromise.
What is the downside to the compromise? Well, I guess I feel like that leads me down the whole, you know, the last 5 things I just said, which was, right? You know, I think, you know, fundamentally what I think we're honing in on is, you know, is this discomfort, this inherent discomfort, it sounds like, with what, you know, the decision-making power of the mayor is, and wanting there to be a consensus or some checks in terms of how we deliberate and make a decision for who fills the vacancy, right? And not have that decision be stripped from the entire council, right? And, you know, and what I've said to, you know, all of you and everyone is that is absolutely my hope as well. I want us all to work together and find the right candidate.